I think it just helps also though that my appetite has slowly been returning.
All right. All right. I respect
Anyway,
it. I respect that.
we should get this show on the road.
Uh, da-na, bum, boom, bum, boom, bum,
Okay, can you hear
bum,
us? Anyway,
bum,
respect that. We
ba-da.
should get this show on the road. Good, you can hear us.
Dun, 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 dun,
It's time
dun.
for the YouTube preamble where Justin is annoying.
Dun, 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 dun. Yeah, it's from that movie. That one movie. Hold on. Gotta. I suppose I should do the thing, Jordan. I didn't do the thing. First, Facebook is the. Mm, mm,
Hit hit that
mm,
like
mm,
button at the top of the stream.
mm,
I see we've plateaued again at
mm.
224.
Yeah, we keep going up to 225 and then drop back down again. It happens. It's all part of the game, Jordan. It's all part of the plan.
Oh, there's a plan? I thought we were just making this up as we went along.
Yeah, the plan is to make it up as we go along.
Oh, so there's no plan. Got it.
No, the plan is that there's no plan. That in and of
So
itself is a plan.
there's no plan. Got it.
Listen, Jesus, I don't like what I see. All I ask is that you listen to
Are
me.
are you ready there, sport?
Almost. Almost ready. Posting it to the Instagrammies.
Because like I was playing my Pokemon and then you got me to get all set up because you told me you were
And
ready and then you
then,
spent all this time not being ready and I could have played more Pokemans.
and then,
Could have gotten
and
my
then,
my Abra to level up a couple more levels, Justin.
my Abra, my Blastoise.
Before I
The
ultimately use my ability to send myself Pokemon, you
Jordan,
know,
Jordan, Jordan. I mean, my favorite Pokemon is very clearly Jordan.
to get it.
Blastoise. Blastoise. He's definitely in my top five, four, three, two, one. This podcast is brought to you by the Arte Media Pantheon. Please head to artemedia.org to see lots of podcasts from our great friends. And if you would like to start your own podcast, they can provide you with the tools and resources to do so there. So head to artemedia.org. That's ARETE media.org. Jordan, you see what I did there? See, those of you who are watching on YouTube saw I just did a little bit. And on those of you on Spotify didn't hear it, you're hearing the end bit where I get to go, Jordan, to see what I did there? See, see what I did
Yeah,
there?
I
Fla-
see. It was definitely clever.
Flawless intro, Jordan. Flawless intro. I didn't hit the timer. So the timer is now a couple seconds behind. But that's fine. Welcome to the Spur of the Moment podcast, everybody. You may notice. See, I realized as I was doing that intro that, Jordan, it was a classic Spur of the Moment podcast last week in that we had weird tech issues because we couldn't make the full screen go away. But this week, Jordan, I have managed to make the full screen go away, and you'll notice that we are, if you're watching on YouTube, red today. We're red because today on the show, you saw the title. It's Marvel. We're doing Marvel because to this
Marvel.
week, I figure because I really liked starting with the movie review. I've discovered I like it at the beginning. I don't like it at the end. So starting off today's show, coming right up, we have a review for Marvel's new attempt at an MCU movie, and that's the Fantastic Four. We got a brand spanking new review. Get excited
Fantastic
for that while you listen to
Four.
the rest of this intro. And then we got the news. We got Five Nights at Freddy 2 trailer. We got Predator Badlands trailer. I was surprised to see an Avatar trailer. I wasn't expecting to see, so we're going to talk about that. Other news, and then because we talked about the Fantastic Four, we obviously got to talk about the other Marvel stuff.
Fantastic
And this
Four.
time, we were allowed to dip into the MCU. So we got some MCU stuff, we got some not MCU stuff. There's some wild choices. Howard the Duck might be in there. It's gonna be a good show, Jordan.
Fantastic Four. Comedy comes in threes.
Comedy comes in threes. Hey, if anyone ever wanted to time code our videos, I wouldn't say no to that. I tried doing it once. It was a lot of work. I just don't have the
No,
time.
Noble warriors, the task has been placed upon
Right,
you.
all 200, one of the 224 of you, you could, you could do that as a service to me. Would make my job a lot easier.
And also retroactively go back and do all the old ones too.
That would be awesome. But you don't have to go back and just do them from this point on. But if you
Steve,
could go,
Steve, I'm looking at you.
Steve, it's up to you, Steve. We know
Surely
that
one of you
is named
might
Steve.
might might be named Steve.
One
And,
of the
and if that's
200,
true, then Steve, we are placing this task upon your
one
shoulders.
of the 225 definitely males who have subscribed to us.
Definitely real people.
Definitely. No, see, YouTube's pretty good. YouTube is pretty good about weeding out.
Hashtag definitely real people.
But yes, today on the show, man, we are off the rails because it's the season finale. We're having fun. We've let loose. There's no show next week, so we're getting all of our next week's show energy out now. But yes, today is indeed the season 4 finale of the Spur of the Moment podcast. We'll do some schmaltzy end of the season. We're grateful for stuff at the end of the show, but so we decided we're going to do.
Hear me without my prepared speech. You know,
We are excited. It was a very good season. It was a very successful season this season.
Do I get an award?
Maybe.
Oh, cool.
Not
okay.
for me. Not for me though.
Oh, so no.
No. You can buy your own reward at trophysmack.com.
Whoa, that's a throwback.
I don't know where I was going with this particular thought, so we're gonna move on, and we're gonna do a big time. We're gonna start this big time review. Let's talk about. Let's just get it out there. Let's just do it now, Jordan. Let's just talk about Fantastic Four and what we thought about it.
Fantastic Four.
Now, this is not really a spoiler. I mean, they've done a really good.
Non-spoiler first, and then spoiler.
Well, we have to answer the important question up top, Jordan. The very important question. The question we've been asking for every trailer and every bit of news about this movie. Will Galactus have a big, stupid hat? And we are happy to report that he has the biggest, the stupidest hat you have ever seen. He's making his way downtown hard and fast. Look at him. He's Galactus.
Everything I wanted him to be. He was
everything. He was the
that
biggest.
I wanted him to be.
He was the stupidest. He got taken out the dumbest way. And when I've seen people be like, he got taken out so easily. I mean, no. We'll get there, but no, he wasn't. But anyway, I think we've given the game away. Yeah, the non-spoiler version first, and then you will have ample opportunity to cover your ears and then come back for the news. You'll be able to go la 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 la, and then we'll be like, okay, we're done. And then you can go watch the news.
Earmuffs.
You can watch the rest of the show after that. It will be like earmuffs off for the audio listeners, and you can continue to listen to the rest of the episode. That cool for everyone? That work for everyone? It's too bad if it doesn't, because you're not here to protest. Anyway, this movie's really good. Like, this movie
good.
might be the most comic booky movie the MCU has made. Like, ever.
It's certainly up there. It's okay. So spoiler free. My thoughts as I walked away from this movie was, this was I'm trying to use their language and I just can't. A rip-roaring good time.
Yeah.
It was silly. It was fun. It was definitely Fantastic Four.
But
it was definitely Fantastic Four, and you either love that or you don't. And in this case, I loved it. Like, right? It was just what I wanted.
Man, I've read this Fantastic Four comic. I grew up watching that cartoon show that Jordan talked about. Like, that's what this was, but in live action.
Like, the portrayal that each actor brought to the characters, they did a very respectable and a very good job. Like, that was Mrs. Fantastic, or that was Sue Storm. That Sue Storm?
Yep, you got it.
Sue Storm. That was Mr. Fantastic. That was Johnny Storm. Like, that was the Thing. He was a fantastic Thing.
Well, we're gonna get into, because we're gonna talk about, just so you all know, we're gonna talk about the 2008 Fantastic Four later, but the interaction between John, their chemistry
felt like
is
a family.
So good. Like, they felt like a family. It's like, yeah, Johnny and Ben are giving each other grief, but it's not mean. Like, it's not mean spirited like it is in the other one.
And so
where
like
it's kind of weird
I
meets
think
crazy.
part
Here
of
it's like
like why
genuine
this
and it's nice and
benefits.
it's cool.
Yeah, I think part of what where the like where this benefits and where this is strong is while it does touch on the origin story, it's not an origin story, and so
Exactly.
we get to see that point of time where they are established, they've had a lot of success, and they've built that rapport already. Like
Right?
they already have that dynamic,
And
and
also
it works. It works.
the benefit of them being in another universe is it can be a universe in stasis because we're probably never going to go back there. And well, we will likely probably never go back there unless they maybe do a sequel to this. But I just suspect that their their idyllic world's too perfect for it to stick around when
They've
they're
had
doing
yeah
a
they've had too much success there.
yeah like that was
Like
my.
this movie, I think again, spoiler
It's not
free.
perfect. Like I have a
Kind of,
criticism.
I guess kind of the way that I would look at them in this movie is this movie gives real, and it's kind of the point of the story too. They're big fish, small pond kind of situation.
Yeah, absolutely.
Um, which is where like that's kind again, I say the kind of the point of this movie is they come up against something which tests that.
Yeah, exactly.
Um,
Everything they've done has been
and
so easy
so
up until this point. That's kind of the whole point.
going forward, yeah, I mean, you can't keep you can't keep the big fish in the small pond forever. It gets boring.
Right?
They're gonna have to be put into the river, essentially.
I do have no, it's not so much a criticism. I don't know what to call it. I guess observation about it. Because
Nope.
one thing became very obvious, and it involves spoiling it. So I'll get to it when we jump into the spoilers. The thing that made this frustrating for me wasn't the movie. This movie, I should say, this movie made me concerned for the future of of humanity, the future for generations coming, the future for kids, because oh man, this movie was brutal. Not because this movie's bad. This movie's phenomenal. This movie's great. I had a great time. We're gonna dive into the spoilers section, but when I was watching this, about a row up and 3 seats down from me, we watched this in IMAX. By the way, this is really great in IMAX. Galactus looked real big in IMAX. It was awesome. But about 3 spots up behind me were two like 12-year-olds who would not shut the fuck up. Like it got to the point where I went, "Am I intimidating enough to scare some 12-year-olds? Do you think if I turned around and went, I swear to God, if you don't
Some
shut up, I will hit you." Like I'm not
some
actually gonna
some
hit them, but the threat of it, am I scary enough to carry that threat?
some 12-year-olds maybe, those 12-year-olds no, I don't think so.
Oh
Um,
my God, it was brutal. I
See,
felt
we had a friend. We went and we watched it with a friend, and so we had a friend in between us, so we were in slightly different spots. And it's like I could hear them, but not enough that it pulled me away
oh
from the
my God,
movie.
it was like
I was
clear as day. I felt so bad. There was these two poor women who were sitting in front of them, and at one point the poor woman was like leaning, was almost completely hunched over, leaning forward to avoid, because for whatever reason none of us had felt comfortable enough to turn around, because I don't think they were with anyone. I think they were there by themselves. But like, yeah, the thing that made me concerned though was there's a scene later on. This isn't much of a spoiler because there's no context for what I'm about to say, but
mild spoiler alert. Mild
mild
spoiler
spoiler.
alert.
But you see Ben Grimm in a synagogue, um, and they made a snicker, and they made a laugh that was not did not it made me uncomfortable. It carried a tone that was like, my God, Twitter is bad for kids. These not to get political, but these like dude bro Andrew Tate guys are bad for 12-year-olds who can't regulate. Like
Oh yeah. I
and
mean,
like it was like,
yeah.
oh my God, and they would say like they would say everything before it happened, or like but it was like having one of my own YouTube comments, like sitting like just a few feet a few feet up from me, because they would like question the things that just didn't matter. Like and this isn't a spoiler because it's early on in the movie, but when and it's in the trailer, but when the Silver Surfer first shows up, um they do the scene from the 2000 whatever one, with the Chris Evans one, where he chases after her, and they wind up in space, and he's holding onto
The board.
the board, and he's like, how is he breathing in space? And it's like, oh my God, it doesn't matter. or like later on, it's like he's like the thing is holding this thing, and they're like, how is he holding that? How is he taking this? Like whatever. And it's like, oh my god, it doesn't matter. Like it was like having cinema sins watching this movie with me, and I'm like, my god, we've done irreparable damage to children's media literacy, haven't we? Oh, it was an awful, truly awful experience. I was like, it was like such these freaking COVID. Like this goes back to our many complaints about theater etiquette, and I think we've just like not had any. So this has been building up for a while, but like. They're like these freaking COVID kids. Like they were like if they're 12 now, that means they would have been 5 or 6 when COVID was a thing. So they just think they can just like talk through movies because like we do here when we watch them for the show. Like they think they can do that in theaters, which you can, but you have to be quiet when you do it because we do that. We take cracks at movies all the time, but we do it quiet enough that nobody can hear us. There we go. Rant over.
So back to the movie review.
Now we jump into the spoilers. That was my review of the experience.
Oh yeah, we had different experiences. So
yeah, there was a moment where I sat down there because I had the ticket for the aisle seat, and I was like, I could feasibly sit in the aisle seat, and Jordan wouldn't question it because we were in kind of a hurry. We were behind schedule. And then I was like, no, I'll sit in the thing. I'll let Jordan sit in the aisle seat, and you better be grateful that I let you because you'd be the one doing the angry rant, and not me.
Probably.
Oh, and then I saw them as we were leaving, and they had just the.
We're not here to comment on children's looks, Justin. That's not what we do. We should talk about the movie.
They were annoying. They were the exact kind of kids like, oh man, yeah, I was in. It was like I was in school all over again. Anyway, spoiler time.
So okay, where do we even begin?
Galactus eats the whole planet.
I loved Galactus.
Galactus is amazing. Yeah, they achieved that. They achieved that with a lot of practical effects. A lot of practical effects.
And he looked great.
He looked great.
As a result, like he looks like Galactus.
I wish he were a little brighter. I really do.
I was pretty content with how he was. At least he wasn't a cloud. Be thankful he wasn't a cloud.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Yeah, it wasn't a cloud. Yeah, the aesthetic of it being a retro 60s universe is really fun. There's a lot of really fun. It is the densest in terms of the MCU. Again, the Marvel pre-MCU stuff is a bit different, but in terms of the MCU, it is the most comic booky one of these. It's like you actually get to see them fight supervillains that aren't complex and have layers and are, you know what I mean? Like they're just supervillains who wear dumb costumes and get punched by the Thing. Like
right.
It's like that's what I think that's the era. Earnestness in comic book movies, I think, is maybe the next era we're going into. Where it's like, yeah, they just fight supervillains like that, because this movie to me is a really great parallel to Superman, where it's like, yeah, I want to see a comic book movie that's a comic book movie. I don't want to see a comic book movie that's a deconstruction on the very nature of what is a comic book character. I don't want that. I don't want that.
We've had a lot of those. We don't need those. We can just do comic book stuff.
Yeah, okay, you want to be like, yeah, it's surface level, but that's fine. I think that's fine. I think it's fine at surface level.
That's where I say I think this movie does a good job of doing both, because it does also kind of do the deconstruction thing where it's like Reed has to come up against the fact that like he's coming up against, for one thing, he's coming up against a thing that he just can't control every aspect of, which is raising a kid, which also parallels well up against the fact that he has to come up against a thing that he has no plan for, which is something that he's never had to deal with. So there's a lot of interesting character growth and character stuff as well. But
what I say when I mean deconstructionist, I mean it's not trying to be an anti-superhero thing. It's not Zack Snyder. Zack Snyder, yeah. It's not a kind of, well, not even Zack Snyder or some of the spum where it's like, oh yeah, we're ashamed of being a superhero thing. No, this is unabashedly a superhero thing. Mole Man is a character in this. Had no clue he was gonna be in this, and he's a major character, and he is a iconic. He's like the first bad guy they ever fought. He's an iconic, fantastic,
and he is great in this. I love it.
He is great, but yeah, I think that's where it being like, because the MCU is trying to exist in the real world, it it handicaps it because this exists not in our world, but in a alternative world. It allows them to be comic booky, and I think that's fun. And
Yeah.
I don't know if this would work again. I really don't, but it definitely works here. It really does.
Um,
His clobbering time left something to be desired. It did lack the gravel, and
yeah,
a
it was
good
fine.
clobbering time needs, but he didn't use it in context of him beating his younger brother. So it's a step up.
What?
Oh, you don't remember that from the Fan Four Stick? In Fan Four Stick, they only
No, I think I've watched that movie once and I hated it and I've wiped it from my mind.
the clobbering. The only time they say it's clobbering time is when Ben Grimm's older brother beats him.
Oh, that's sad.
It is. This is much better.
This is a way better movie. Just jet.
This is probably definitely the best Fantastic Four movie. It's certainly the most
Yeah.
distilled Fantastic Four movie. We're like, yeah, I grew up reading these and watching this, and this is what this was. Like this is
Yeah,
like the
they
Fantastic
felt like
Four
that's
is
where I said earlier, like they felt like the characters.
Fan
Like they
Four
they
Stick is like you're trying to ground characters that can't be grounded, that should never be grounded. It should be weird science that doesn't make any sense. I love the fact. I loved all of the characterizations. They were all good. I
they were all
enjoyed the
good.
fact that Johnny was not dumb. Like they didn't reduce him to just being a pretty boy who says annoying and quippy. I love Chris Evans. We're gonna talk about him as Johnny Storm. I love him, but this was just so much better. Joseph Quinn is so good as this character. I love the fact that it was him who translates the language. That's great. I
Yeah.
like that it's him that breaks through because I believe in most versions of the Fantastic Four story, I believe it's the Invisible Woman who breaks through to the Silver Surfer, and so I like that subversion here where it's Johnny instead. I like the fact that they don't wind up together in the end. I really enjoyed that.
I thought for sure they were
I
going
thought
to,
for
yeah.
sure they were going to. Um,
Or they were going to want to, but tragically they have to be separated because such and blah 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 blah. Like
right.
they can
So
never truly be be or
yeah, like I say, the it's funny because people we're in the spoilers, we're in the shit. If you haven't seen it, la earmuffs now, okay? But I saw a lot of people be like, "Oh, Sue Storm beat Galactus so easily." It was like, no, that's what Sue Storm can do. Like Sue Storm is so under like
Utilized.
utilized or demonstrated in most modern things. Like she gets reduced to, she can turn invisible and create force fields. Like they never really get into like how much juice she has.
There's
So
a
her being
reason
able
why
to push
her
back Galactus is a believable thing. And she
there's
didn't.
a reason why her and Mr. Incredible's child usually is like a major, like he's super duper
Yeah, he's like a
powerful.
god. He's
Well,
clearly gonna be an important part of Doomsday. Spoiler. Yeah,
I
spoiler.
just mean he, like even in the past, like in the comics
Oh
and stuff,
yeah, well, yeah. That's why
that
Galactus wants
character
him.
is always super strong. So
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. But yeah, so her being able to put, and to be fair, she didn't kill him or beat him, and it killed her. Right. The only reason why she came back is not like she went, "I'm actually alive." No, she died, and the baby brought her back to life. So like,
yeah,
she was dead, like dead. I really enjoyed the moment where he's like pulling apart Mr. Fantastic, like you silly putty. That was really funny.
as he's slowly killing him.
That was great. Yeah, it's what all my. So the number one thing with this is,
I question how we get to the mainline universe. What brings us there?
probably by seemingly, Franklin Richards or Doctor Doom is already doing it. So we'll talk about the post credit. We're gonna talk about the post credit scene. There's an interesting thing I learned about it. They've confirmed about it, which but my main criticism of this is clearly when they were initially writing this, it had nothing to do with Avengers Doomsday. Nothing to do with Avengers Doomsday.
No, it seems like it was just a self-contained story.
Yeah, this seemed like it was a very self-contained story with no attachment. The fact that they're like this attaches to Doomsday, it doesn't really. Like the post-credit scene does, but the rest of it absolutely doesn't. It is a 100% self-contained story. And I thought they were going to be like, oh, the portal leads to the, like, I thought the whole time the Fantastic Four were gonna get sucked into the portal, and that's how they were gonna. But no, it's clearly just a random portal that he gets pushed through. Like it has no connection
Yeah,
to our
I thought
universe.
like when he was like, so spoilers we've already said, but when they start building all the towers all across the world or whatever, I thought the idea was going to be like we're going to teleport our planet like to another
Yeah, and then
universe.
that was the conflict for Secret War, where it's like you can't have two Earths existing on top of each other.
Yeah,
It's merging the worlds, and then that keeps that different worlds like are merging together. And then at the back of it, then that's a storytelling mechanic to merge all the Sony and all that shit into one universe. So if you want to do Craven 2 or Morbius 2, you can. It's all in the same shit. Or if you want to have them cross over, you can, or whatever. It's all the same shit.
so like, but
Or
then
if you want to
it's like no, it's
recast,
just
or
we're going to move to a different place in our own universe. I was like, oh.
all right
So
then,
how do we get these characters
right.
to the MCU?
I,
What bring does like Galactus come back and
I,
so the baby transports
and
them, or is
so
it Doom, or like
so
yeah.
earlier in the movie, there's a bit where the Future Foundation. There's a bunch of references in this that are really fun. The Future Foundation is obviously a really fun one. The thing about this was like they have to fall, and they have to fall hard because they are insufferably perfect. Like they're
Mm.
insufferably perfect, but that's the point. Like they're just good at everything. So you're like, well, it's storytelling 101. Obviously, they gotta fall. So I thought that the whole planet was gonna get it, and then when it didn't, when they beat Galactus and it's a happy ending, I'm like, well, yeah, this really and especially earlier on, there's a bit where they show the UN and you see Latveria and there's no one there.
There's
Um,
no
and
representative.
so, and I remember early on when they were writing this, they were very much like, no Doctor Doom, no Doctor Doom. So I don't think he was in this. I think so. Yeah, spoiler alert: Doom is in the post credit. He's in the mid credit. Sorry, he's in the mid credit scene. The post credit scene. You could stick around for it or not, but it's not heavily MC related. It's just a cute little cartoon. The important one theoretically is
The mid
the
credit.
mid credit scene where they walk in, and it's now 4 years later, and Franklin is now 4 years old, and having it's a lovely family moment, whatever, what have you. And she walks back, and he's being held by a green cloaked man who holds the Doctor Doom mask over his shoulder in case you couldn't figure out that it
You
was
know,
Doctor Doom.
as if to make sure that you can know that that's
Understand
who
that
it
it's
is.
Doctor Doom, and
Yeah,
it's
yeah.
probably the laziest and one of the worst. Although I did see a theory that I'll get to in a second, but I thought it was lazy and terrible. I was like, what is this? This is awful. This is so like they got some guy and put a green cloak on him and shot this in in like an afternoon.
Mm.
When they decided that they wanted to attach this to Doomsday, but no, apparently that was Robert Downey Jr.
I mean, sure it was, but there's no way to confirm that because you can't see that it's him.
No, but
So,
according to Kevin Feige, it's not a body double. That was Robert Downey Jr.
I mean, okay.
And apparently it was also filmed by the Russo brothers, just like the
And
scene.
I think the thing is going to be that Robert Downey Jr. is not the Victor Von Doom from their world.
Well, what I think it's what so if that's the case, and that is in fact Robert Downey Jr. and they didn't do a post credit where they were that tells me that the fact that within the context of the movie, the fact that he looks like Robert Downey Jr. is a mystery, which makes them revealing that he's in it frustrating. They should have not revealed that he was in it. They should have just had him come out in a mask, not revealed who it was, and be like, "You'll find out who it is when this comes out in theaters." And then once it comes out, you have him do promotion where you find out it's Robert Downey Jr. But like it seems like they're setting up, and that squares with rumors that the big plot thing of this was he was going to pretend to be Tony Stark, and then in the third act he was going to betray them and reveal that he was not Tony Stark but Victor Von Doom. So yeah, it seems like they're going to introduce Doom as a separate character, and it's going to be a mystery as to who he is. That's which is interesting in theory, but I saw people who said that they think that that's a scene from Doomsday, just like
I could see that.
just like how we were pretty sure the post credit from Thunderbolts was a scene from Doomsday. And I was like, yeah,
Mm.
same thing. Yeah, that seems believable. That seems believable. But no, otherwise, yeah, this feels like it's its own movie. Which, to be fair, I think that might be by design and intent because that is where, as it turns out, Marvel is at its strongest. Like I think that's where I'm going to sum this up. I'm going to wrap this up. Is that's where Marvel is at. This is where Marvel is at its strongest, where it doesn't concern itself with connecting stuff until the post credits.
Mm.
It doesn't require you to do homework. You're not sitting there being like, wait, this is something happened in some Disney Plus show that I didn't watch.
Who is this character and why should I give a shit?
Oh, I have to watch a 6, 7 episode Disney. No, I don't want to do that. I just want to watch the movie and understand what's happening. And that's what this does. You can watch this. You could totally watch this completely removed from the rest of it. You could pick this up having not seen 30 years of MCU movies, and this is still a fun movie.
Yeah, and it's stronger for it. Like, yeah, I went to this and just had a good time because the characters were fun and I enjoyed the thing
Right?
that I just saw on the screen.
Right?
Like, I didn't need the 20-year background of every other thing. Like,
But
just,
it makes
yeah,
it fun when you recognize it. Like
yeah.
that's where this stuff is at its strongest. Is when it's simple, is when it's basic, when it doesn't try to overcomplicate itself. But when you put the complicated stuff on top of it and you bake it in, it flavors it. It doesn't overtake it. Like yeah. And I think going forward, their instincts to cut out the TV shows. Like, let the TV shows be a weird, strange space where you do that weird Wakanda show that nobody's gonna watch, or like where you do that Spider-Man noir show that I'm probably gonna watch. Like,
Yeah, like the
that's
shows
the
can
space where you do the weird stuff.
the shows can be used to reference reference towards the movies. The movies should never need to reference the show.
Exactly. And like when you do this individualized movie where they get their own story, you find a way to not have to worry, well, where are the other Avengers? So then that way, when they all team up together, the thing I want from Avengers Doomsday, and I really want them to drive point the home that, like, we're getting the band back together. Like, the band has been broken up. We haven't really known what the Avengers are for 10 years. Like, this is the Avengers getting back together. And yeah, I think allowing for more individualized projects like this is going to help with that. But I was thinking about it. I don't think there's anything else till then. I think that comes out next year, and I don't think there's another Marvel
Spider-Man?
movie. Maybe Spider-Man? No, I think Spider-Man comes out afterwards. I think it's sandwiched in between the two Avengers movies.
Yeah, I don't know. I trust your judgment on that one. You're the one who
I don't
stays
think
on top of that.
I don't think there's anything like in production. I think the only thing they really have is that Wakanda show, and I think that's it. I don't think there's any Marvel movies coming out.
Correct us if we're wrong.
Yeah, correct me if I'm wrong, but I just don't think there is. The other cool thing that I really liked, I really dug. I loved how busy it was. That was really cool.
It was busy.
Superman,
Yeah, it was like packed.
Superman was busy. I mean, to be fair, we were in IMAX, and IMAX is quite a bit more compact for some reason. Well, our IMAX was anyway. Yeah, so it might have just been a smaller seat count. Maybe the bigger theaters aren't quite as busy, but yeah, Superman was also pretty busy. But that's good. Go out and see this. It's really worth seeing on the big screen. It's really fun. Go see Galactus on a big screen. He needs a big screen for his big head. Seriously, when he was making, we were like, I'm so happy so many times when he's making his way downtown.
Yeah,
hard and
he was
fast.
everything I wanted him to be. Everything. Although I will say, before we finish this up, I did have one moment where I was like, my suspension of disbelief, I guess, was tested a little bit, where I was like, okay, so wait. He has a herald who he has sent multiple times to try and take the baby. Why would he come down to the planet at all?
Yeah, they don't.
Why would he leave? Like, they don't even go like on a loudspeaker being like, Galactus, come down and collect the baby yourself, you lazy ass.
No, yeah. And they make it very clear it's the spaceship that's doing the actual eating and then breaking it down into food for him. So he doesn't really seem to need to leave the... Why is he this time...
Why this time would he come down for the baby? Why would he have not sent his herald?
Other than to punish them for their insolence.
I guess maybe that's part of it. I guess maybe it's because the Herald has failed multiple times.
Yeah, maybe.
And he's like, I have to do it myself.
I mean, hey, at least he didn't take 5 moves to get out of his chair. Like, if this Marvel's on it,
but that was
they're on
that was just my one thing where I was just like, because otherwise this is I never use the word perfect movie. It's not a perfect movie, but like fantastic is
Everyone
the word I
always
kept going to,
everyone
funny enough.
always forgets about intent, right? Intent is
Um,
important, and the intent of this is to be silly and to be goofy, and
and fun.
then to contrast when in the middle it gets really really dark. Yeah, I do wish I do wish maybe there was a bit more connectivity to the next one. If you're gonna pretend like this hinges on, although apparently they've confirmed that um Reed Richards is gonna be the leader of the Avengers for the Avengers
That makes
Doomsday,
sense.
which just kind of makes sense. Yeah.
This version of
Um.
him, yeah, that makes sense. He couldn't not be,
Uh.
eh?
Yeah. Exactly. Yeah. Um.
Um,
So
but no,
I
that was my one thing where I was just like, man, sure is convenient that they managed to get him down to the planet without even trying to convince him to do so. He just willingly opened up and did it.
right. So um, I have a news story that is. Well, no. This is sort of a housekeeping thing.
Uh,
Um, so I have a news story that's about deleted scenes from this movie. So we're gonna do the new stuff. So I'm gonna leave just like a handy little break here because I'm gonna attach the story onto the end of the
back onto
Fantastic
this.
Four video. And that will end the Fantastic Four video. So we're gonna do it this way. So Jordan, you want to learn about all kinds of fun the deleted scenes that were in this that deleted from this movie that have made fans mad
Sure, why not?
and cut. And then now we're gonna jump into the now. That's it. Go watch Fantastic Four. It's a good movie. Go check it out.
Earmuffs off
Off
until we talk about the deleted scenes.
until we talk about the deleted scenes.
Then just plug your ears with your fingers and be like la 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 la
Exactly.
la
Jordan,
la
now we jump into the news. And enough. Ooh, I like that. Let's do it. Let's do it again. And enough. Ooh, I like that. I like that power. Jordan, I promise you I will not go mad with power.
I don't believe you.
The fact that you said that suggests that you will in fact go mad with power.
It makes me believe that you will very rapidly go mad with power.
And so now, Jordan, we're gonna check in. Now we're gonna do that. The fans are not amused with the dozens of cut scenes and footage. I do know that they cut out. They do reference him.
Plug those ears, ladies and gentlemen.
He's
It's
in
time for deleted, etc. Whatever you just said. Go
So
on.
the post credit scene, for those of you who choose to stick around, you don't have to. Again, there's nothing really major, but it's a cartoon, and you see him fight. I forgot the character's name yesterday, but the character's name is
Bob.
Red Ghost, and he is not a ghost. His whole bit is that he controls psychic monkeys, talking monkeys. So there's a point where you saw them fight talking apes. He was originally the actual guy. He was played by John Malkovich. Was in the movie, and they cut him out entirely for time, I think. But he was going to be part of the opening bit where it's like all the bad guys that the Fantastic Four have fought, and there's the one that's literally the cover of one of their comic books. It's really cool. I say, while this was in the trailer, it is nowhere to be seen in the movie, where Reed states that he has stretched the bounds of space. He has stretched the bounds of space, and they heard. It's not found in the movie. But also, like, it's implied. I get why they cut it. It's implied that they heard, they found him when he used the movie. I guess initially the idea would have been that it was the machine that drew Galactus to Earth, I guess, was the idea. But I think that's probably within the context of the trailer, trying to hide the fact that it's the baby, because they really wanted to hide that in the marketing. Yeah, kudos to the marketing for not showing Galactus in any of the trailers. That is some restraint,
Right? And it was a smart decision because man, that payoff of getting to see him and he's gigantic is just
Oh, I was building the whole time. I was like, oh, it's coming. It's coming.
oh, perfect. Perfection. Perfectoid. Any other
Perfecto.
deleted scenes?
Nothing.
Was it just that one?
Nothing really specific, just that there was apparently about 30 minutes worth of movie that got cut. which
Ah,
like
so there's gonna be a director's edition.
hopefully we maybe get a director's cut. That would be pretty sweet. I'm kind of I'm kind of hoping that maybe some of the once Doomsday comes out, maybe there's some more connective stuff to that they'll put back in that they just didn't have time to. Maybe I don't know. Jordan, what should we do first? Let's do the Five Nights at Freddy's, Jordan. So the Five Nights at Freddy's
Five
2,
Nights at Freddy's 2.
which Jordan, the directors and people who make it are saying will be more scary this time. They have made that vow.
I mean, okay then.
This trailer looks all right. It looks fun. It looks more violent. There sure is a lot more animatronics murdering people in that trailer. They really want to make the point that these things are actually scary, which I thought was funny. It's the what's his face? Josh Hutchinson's sister wants her ghost friends to come back, and he's all like, "No, I don't want them to come back." And then I think it's like the first trailer, so there really isn't much story otherwise. I was surprised we didn't see a glimpse of Matthew Lillard at the end of the trailer being like, "I will always come back."
Well, we do see a scene of what looks like Glitch Trap or him in the suit. He is in there for a sec.
Oh, okay, fair enough. I did not notice him.
There's a scene where you see a yellow rabbit with a knife, so that's definitely him. Unless that's like a reference back to the first one, which I don't think it is, but yeah. It looks like Five Nights at Freddy's. The animatronics look good. They always did in the first one.
They did in the
so.
first one, yeah. We will definitely watch that and get back to you on it because
we'll watch that as a person who vaguely knows stuff loosely about Five Nights at Freddy's, and you.
And me, a guy who knows nothing. And I'm sure I will make people mad because we have a platform on the internet now, and I can't remember if the Five Nights at Freddy's fans are cool or not. I don't recall if they're cool. So far, it's a race to the bottom to Star Wars fans.
Nobody is worse than Star Wars. So.
I just refuse to believe that anyone could be worse than Star Wars fans.
No.
But I don't want to find out.
Thus far, nobody has been worse than Star Wars.
I don't want to find out though. I don't want to find out who
Star Wars quote unquote fans are mean.
They are mean. So Jordan, I don't know if you remember in that Superman movie we watched. There's the scene where they go to the Hall of Justice, and you see in the background there's a mural that shows various characters various heroes, and they've put the full mural online, which you can go check out. And so some of the characters is you can kind of see what appears to be Jay Garrick the Flash, because you see he's got the Jay Garrick hat. James Gunn has confirmed that there is going to be there's a famous actor who has been cast in the going forward who is in the JSA, and some people think it might be Sylvester Stallone as Wildcat, who is a boxer in the he's part of the JSA. I don't know if you remember Wildcat. I quite like
not specifically.
I quite like Wildcat. And then there's some people who are speculating that the Dr. Fate from the Black Adam movie, he might come back. He might be one of the heroes.
Interesting.
Which I'm okay with. I quite liked him, and I was disappointed when he died. Spoiler alert, but I
don't remember that movie well enough.
He sacrifices himself, but yeah, I really hope he comes back. I quite honestly, I kind of like I'd accept Black Adam coming back.
As The Rock.
Yeah, I'm willing to accept it. I'm willing to allow
so that him and Superman can do a big punch.
Yeah, I would love him and Superman to do a big punch. I also love the fact that you just called it a big punch. I think that's fun.
I don't want him and Superman to do a big punch. I want them to either bring back the last Shazam or have a new Shazam and have him and Shazam do a big punch. Him and Shazam should be the one that do a big punch.
Sure, but I just feel like the Rock is not going to go for it unless he gets to do it with Superman first. Although, I don't know, based on what I saw James Gunn say about the whole thing, he seemed pretty pissed about it, so I don't think The Rock is going to come back as Black Adam. But
I don't think so. No,
Jordan,
I think they would just recast.
I meant to send you this trailer, but I completely forgot. And I only kind of watched some of it. I didn't watch a whole bunch of it. But Aztec Batman. No?
Those are two words. They exist, but they don't usually go together. Is it like an animated
It is
one,
it is an
or
animated movie based on, I believe it's based on a run of comics, a What If, and do they have a plot? Places the iconic DC superhero against the backdrop of the captivating history of Mexico and immerses fans around the world in the exciting culture of Mesoamerica.
I mean, okay, that sounds fun.
I've seen, like I say, I've seen clips of it. Um, the concept doesn't really interest me all that much, but hey, if it's on anything I have, sure, why not? Yeah, I mean, I'm sure
I
there'll
love
be
a good,
excuse.
I I love I love a good Elseworld story, so I'm always looking for something that looks fun.
Um, so they revealed art for that Darth Maul show, and it just kind of looks like it's in the same art style and animation style as the Clone Wars, which makes sense because it's by
Uh,
Dave Filoni, and it takes place
so wait, live action or
animated by the looks of it.
animated? Okay, well that could be fun then.
Takes place after the events of the Clone Wars, according to Whitweir. The show will explore new sides of the titular villain, the character, blah 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 blah. We'll learn.
Ironically, as I've gotten older, when it comes to Star Wars, I'm far more. I like their animated stuff way more than I like their live action
Uh,
stuff. Their live action stuff has kind of become trash.
we learned some different things about this character. Whitweir previously shared during the show's announcement. He's got different traits that you wouldn't necessarily think. I mean, I don't know. He's such a blank slate of a character because I've never got through Clone Wars, so I'm still kind of like every time I see something involving him. But sure, why not? Anything can be good.
Oh no, no, Justin. I've gotten through Clone Wars. I hate that Darth Maul is alive. It's a thing that I'm stuck with. It's a fact that exists. I don't like that he is alive, but if he has to, at least this thing is gonna potentially look good.
Yeah, yeah, hey, fair enough. Oh, I don't know. My voice is doing a funny. Apparently, Jordan, a Teen Titans movie is closer than you think, because apparently the person who wrote it was feeling particularly passionate about it and submitted a completed script. So
Like Teen Titans, like a live action one, or like a based on the animated one that we grew up with, or just
live action movie.
oh, okay. So why? Who was asking for that?
I don't know. I think that could be fun. I like the Teen Titans. Jordan, it's not
Hmm.
Teen Titans Go or the one that's on
Wait,
HBO.
wait, though. This is in the James Gunn universe?
Yeah,
Okay, then it might be good.
yeah, has a chance. It has a chance. Anything can be good. I'd be kind of,
DC's got a second chance now. They've been revitalized.
I think it could be.
Superman saved them.
I think it could be a fun, like, if they managed to get it out before that Batman movie, to be like, okay, yeah, we introduce Robin into this, and then that way he can come into the Batman movie and be Nightwing. Like, they don't have to show
Yeah.
like, you have Batman show up at the end of that Teen Titans movie, and that's the first place you introduce Batman, and you have him be Robin, and he's like Robin at the end of being Robin, and like as he's about to become Nightwing. So then, yeah, and then you just
And then you
loads
could
me to
that
do this. Skip over Tim Drake, and you skip right to Damian Wayne, and then
no,
yeah,
boo.
well, I would just, or I mean, you could not, and then you just have it where, because Brave and the Bold, the Batman movie that's coming, is a Damian Wayne movie. But regardless, in the next one, he's Nightwing. That's the point.
Yes. Yes. Like oh, is it confirmed that he's gonna be Damien in that one?
Yeah,
Ew, gross.
yeah, it's based off of a
Um,
Damian Wayne comic.
gross.
I'm
Um,
not against it. I've actually
gr
I've developed a
gross.
liking for that character, depending on the
He's
version of it.
he's one of the worst Robins.
I
Um,
mean that's indisputable because the best Robin is Dick Grayson.
yep,
It's like just
yep.
objectively true. That's the objectively correct. If you're like,
Tim
what's
Drake,
the,
Tim Drake is a solid
yeah,
second.
it's in this order. It's in this order. Actually, no, that's not fair. Um, Damien's not the worst Robin. The worst Robin is probably Stephanie Brown.
Wow.
Exactly. That's why she's the worst Robin. Is because you went, I don't know that name. That's why she's the worst Robin.
Yeah, I mean, okay, sure,
She
sure.
was the Robin in I think they eventually made her Robin in like the main universe, but she's the Robin from Dark Knight Returns. She gets killed.
Oh, okay. So she's not a real Robin. Got it.
She is absolutely a real Robin because they brought her into the regular universe where they made her a real Robin. So she is in fact a real Robin, and she's terrible.
Anyways,
but he's the third. He's the third. The second worst. So it's not much. It's not much better.
I mean, I was also thinking of that one who dies and then comes back and becomes Red Hood. He's also one of the worst ones.
Oh yeah, Jason Todd. Yeah. But he becomes Red Hood, and Red Hood is awesome. So it kind of balances,
Yeah.
See, they tried
Damien just always sucks.
They tried to give Tim Drake his own version of that, but they gave him just a terrible name. Where it was so he became Red Robin for the longest time.
I was gonna say, doesn't he just become Red Robin?
That's terrible. It's an objectively terrible name. It's like the costumes. The costume wasn't bad. It was kind of cool, but the name was terrible. It was really you gave Nightwing a sweet name. You couldn't be bothered to give him a halfway decent name. I'm all for mantle passing. I'm all for the idea of Batman having a kind of shitty son who becomes Robin and has to learn to be less shitty. I'm all for that. But, at least give Tim Drake a decent, give him a Nightwing. That's all I'm saying. Hashtag give Tim Drake a Nightwing.
As an aside, I find it very, very funny that we've spent a good amount of time on our Marvel episode talking about DC.
Yeah.
There's something ironic about that to me.
Yeah, I won't be told what to do. I can't be controlled.
It's very funny.
Jordan.
Makes me laugh.
I'm gonna test your movie knowledge here, Jordan. I'm gonna test you. Do you remember that movie John Carter?
Yeah. I essentially watched that with Planet Hulk.
Yeah, yes, you did. You very much did. That is just John Carter from Mars. Yeah.
Yeah.
Quite literally. It's literally.
No, it is. I have a whole fun aside about that actually because yes, I absolutely remember that movie. I looked. Yes.
Well, Jordan, you would be the only one who remembers that movie. But no, I'm kidding. They're making an animated series at Disney, based on it. Which is wild because that movie bombed horribly.
Did you know it's a book?
We've seen it. We've seen it twice for some reason. Why have we seen it? We saw it twice in theaters.
We saw it at least twice. I thought it was more than that, but at least twice.
I don't know why.
And that because of D-Box.
Oh yeah, that's true. Yeah, that's fair.
Because our friend really liked D-Box. But yeah, the John Carter from Mars. That's based on a book. Which is a different name, and which is based on.
So it's based on a series of books. That movie in particular is an adaptation of I think 2 or 3 books.
It's like the third book, I believe, from what I remember.
But the series is called John Carter of Mars. There's no. I don't think there's a book called John Carter of Mars.
No, I don't believe so.
But anyway, Jordan, remember that movie Hellraiser?
The one with the guy who has all the spikes in his face?
Yeah. They're making a video game, and it looks weird and violent. Yeah.
You sent me the trailer for that. Yeah,
I did.
That's a choice. My first thought when I saw that has nothing to do with the story or anything to do with the game so much itself. I just thought, man, it's nice to see a horror game which is not just a third person arena style.
Yeah, isometric shooter 1 versus 3, whatever. Yeah.
I
was happy to see that as well. I was
it's an actual team trying to escape from the bad guy or whatever. Yeah.
This is an actual story. Because I want a Chucky game where I get to be Chucky, and it's an actual story game, and it's me trying to take over some I don't want to say take over some kid. That makes me feel weird. But you get what I mean. Or I want a Freddy Krueger movie where I get to be Freddy Krueger. That sounds rad.
Or I want a Saw game where it's a Sims style thing, not Sims, but a roller coaster tycoon type thing where you get to build and design the traps that are slowly murdering people.
Right? I want.
I'm just saying, does that not sound fun?
That does sound fun, but I don't want to do it isometric. I don't want to be the camper running away from Jason. Who, honestly, this goes out to people who played that game because I don't think I ever did. But did you enjoy being the campers? Did anyone play those Friday the 13th movies and their games and genuinely were I enjoy being the camper. I don't want to be Jason. No, you want to be Jason.
I
What?
mean, I want a game. I want a game that has both. I want a game that where it's like a single player game where it's like, yeah, you're playing through the story
That
of the
would be
movie
fun. That
as
would be kind of fun.
the escapee, and then like I don't know, maybe like there's a mode where you get to then also do the game like the movies, but you're from the point of view of Jason. Like I want it both ways. I want both, but I want it single player.
Yeah, yeah, that's true. Yeah, no, I don't want like it's Left for Dead, but I have to run away from. No, I don't want that. I don't
Like I
want that.
get it.
When
I
they
get it.
announced,
I
they
get that
announced.
there's an audience for that, and don't stop making those. Keep
Yeah.
making
Oh
those for
no.
those
Yeah.
people.
Yeah. Absolutely. Don't
Like
stop
just
making them. Oh,
also
yeah, those
make
are fun.
single player ones.
Like I'm not saying they're not fun. They are fun when you get a group of friends together. Like I grew up when I was a teenager. I played tons of Left 4 Dead. Like I love those kinds of games. But like, yeah, no, I want a single player game where I get to beat Chucky. Like that just seems like that would be so much fun. You cannot tell me that wouldn't be fun.
You remember that game where you're the teddy bear and you go around and you're killing the other teddy bears?
Yes, it was so much fun. Naughty Bear.
I just want that, but like where I get to be Jason,
right?
Instead of being a teddy bear.
Naughty Bear. I mean, they did
Naughty
make it.
Bear.
There was something like that. I can't remember. I think it was called Manhunt. That it was for the Wii. And it was rated M. But yeah, no one's ever. I guess maybe because nobody can get through stomach making a game like that, morally speaking, I suppose. And we probably sound psychopathic by suggesting it. But like I don't want. I'm not talking like I want to be a nameless serial killer who builds his way up.
No, I want to.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. That's a joke. For legal reasons, that's a joke.
I want to be the horror movie villain.
Yeah, I want to be the horror movie villain. I want to be Jason. Like, yeah, that Naughty Bear game was really fun.
And like, okay, if you can't get the right to the actual like characters because they're expensive or the people that own the rights to them don't want to do it, okay, that's cool. Somebody needs to make a game like what we're describing where it's like a parody of all of those, like making fun of all of those.
But yeah, it was
really
disappointing.
We constantly have great movie and or video game ideas on here.
Pay
why
us.
Why are we not making these?
Because we don't know how to. We don't know. There's no way. I don't know how to do that.
Why are we not in the room where people are thinking up ideas of things that other people that know how to get things made get made?
Yeah, nothing was more disappointing when they announced that.
I have great ideas, people should listen to me.
Nothing was more disappointing when they announced that Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and it was like, oh, it's just like Friday the 13th
or Dead by Daylight.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, if I wanted to play this, I play Dead by Daylight because there's way more variety in the thing that's chasing you.
Right.
Anyway, I think we've talked about this on the show before, but Tim Burton is remaking Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, and he's doing a reimagining of that, and he's finally got his A-list star to star in it, and you're never gonna guess who it is, Jordan.
You're probably right. I probably never will. So this is going to be said 50-foot woman?
Yeah, this is the said 50-foot woman, yeah. You're never going to guess it. I don't know why you're trying.
Probably not.
But if you manage to nail this, it will be truly impressive.
Emma Stone?
Oh! I can't say anything you're close. Margot Robbie.
Okay, I mean,
if I wanted,
I don't know.
John, if I'm gonna go to a movie where I watch a movie with a 50-foot woman, she's definitely a woman I'd want to be 50 feet tall.
She's one, yes. The one that I said is another one I would have chosen.
But yeah, it's funny. I think that's funny. I'll probably watch that. That sounds really funny. Oh yeah, so when we watched Fantastic Four, one of the trailers that played on IMAX. Well, get out of there, mouse. One of the trailers that played on IMAX was the Avatar 3 trailer, which I completely missed. I had no idea it was coming. And
yeah. So what did you think of it?
I didn't realize it was the trailer for Avatar 3 until about I don't know, a few minutes into it or a minute into it. I thought it was a trailer for the second one, and it was just like, come check out the second one. It took me a minute to realize it was a trailer for the third one, which is not great. It's just nothing of a trailer. It doesn't tell you anything. It's just a bunch of images until the end when they introduce the evil Na'vi which I'm sure somebody is going to be upset about. But they show the evil Na'vi, and she's holding the Sigourney Weaver Na'vi, and she's got the knife. And there's a line earlier in the trailer where Jake Sully's like, "You can't live for revenge," and it becomes instantly obvious that the Sigourney Weaver one's going to die, and that's going to be like, that's how you tell the audience that the fire ones are evil. You kill the Sigourney Weaver one, and then because the Sigourney Weaver one is the Sigourney Weaver character from the first movie reincarnated, she's gonna come back as like Avatar Jesus.
I mean, so see,
In the fourth one.
as I watched the trailer, all that kept popping into my head was the Na'vi used to live in peace. Everything was good until the fire people attacked.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
And now Jake Sullivan, the Avatar, is the only one who can reunite the Na'vi people. I believe he can save the world.
Either they're gonna bring the back, because the whole thing with from what I recall of the second one was like she had visions and was psychic or whatever, because she was like, yeah, she's not their biological kid, or her existence is due in part to the Sigourney Weaver character. That's why she looks like Sigourney Weaver.
So I'm gonna interrupt you real quick. The fact that you remember anything from the second one is impressive, because I don't. I literally couldn't tell you anything that happens in that movie. I didn't recognize any of the characters in this trailer. None of it stood out to me. I remembered none of it, and all I could think was, I have no desire to watch this. This looks so boring.
No.
And the longer this goes on, the more the fact that it's called Avatar just makes you think of the fact that they're just doing the four elements like Avatar, and he's an avatar. It's Avatar. It's literally slowly morphing into the thing that it was named after. Avatar.
I just remember that, there's the one kid, the one human kid who's the son of the evil guy from the second one, who's apparently back for this. And then I remember there was something about like how it was something with the titles that indicate that there's going to be like a super special Na'vi who's like Na'vi Jesus, basically, who's going to unite. It's the Avatar. Who's the Avatar?
He's the Avatar. It's just the Avatar.
And I'm pretty sure it's based on this. Yeah, I'm going to guess that the early on in the movie, that bit where you see the fire chick with the knife, that happens early in the movie.
The Fire Nation?
Yeah, they kill the Sigourney Weaver character. And because again, what's his face? Jake Sullivan has the line where like, you can't live for revenge. That's clearly later in the movie. And then the Sigourney Weaver character probably comes back to life at the end of the movie. And that's going to be Zoe Saldana's art. I don't know, maybe it's because we watch so many movies that I'm like, I can see where this is going a mile away. It doesn't really look all that interesting. Like, no, and it really didn't look all that impressive in IMAX. It was like, this is not really all that impressive.
My biggest takeaway was just that, it looked very boring.
All I see is a movie that's going to be 3 hours long like the last one. And that I'm probably going to end up watching for this.
Oh, all I could see, I was like, well, that's a streamer. I'm not watching that in theater. I won't waste money.
Oh, no, I see. My thoughts were, no, that's probably going to be a pass. Probably use a pass. Or we'll probably convince our friend to go watch it. Hey, you want to go watch the third one of these?
No, I just see it as a streamer. I just don't see it. I can't justify spending money on that.
No, we don't spend money on it. We use our free passes.
I can't justify wasting a free pass on it.
That's the whole pass.
Unless there's like nothing else out at the time.
Oh, see, Joe, we don't watch things for fun. We'd be watching it for content.
I don't know. I'll watch it for content on streaming where it belongs. It doesn't deserve to be watched in theaters.
I know. I don't agree with that. It's really going to depend on like where the cultural is. If the world seems to be really into Avatar, and I know I can milk content out of it,
then you'll have to convince our friend to go, because I'm not wasting my passes on that. So
I mean, I probably feel differently when we're closer to it.
I really won't.
Oh.
I really won't. I'm not budging on this. That's a streamer one. That's a one we watch for content on streaming, not in theaters.
I mean, yeah, we'll see.
Anyways, sorry you people saw a little bit of behind the curtain. Yeah, Pay no attention to the men behind the curtain arguing about what movie they're gonna watch in theater.
We'll see. I mean, it depends. The thing that will push me away from it will be its runtime. Like, I just can't do 3 hours in a movie theater. I just can't do it. So that will make me go no. But if it's a thing of like, hey, I know I can eke a really popular video, opening weekend, I'm gonna be like, oh, I'll spend the money.
I won't.
Yeah, see, that's the thing, is you say that now, but yeah.
Yeah, because there's certain movies which are just for anyways, behind the curtain. We've already wasted too much
I
time.
mean, fair enough.
We can talk about this. This is a bridge we will cross when pushed over. We will talk about this later.
The other trailer we saw when we were watching it was a trailer for that Predator Badlands movie.
Which also looks boring.
What? It looks so good! I'm so stoked. Like, I think the action looks good.
That's one I would spend a pass on and go watch in theater. I just don't think it looks very interesting.
What? How could you say that? The tech looks cool. I like his little backpack robot. I think the fact that you can see everything, it's not shaky. I like the creature designs. I like the fact that
I don't like the alien.
I like the fact that
the Predator.
I like the fact that the Predator is gonna talk. That's pretty sweet. I like their little interactions. I think it looks fun. There's a lot of big set pieces that look like they're gonna be good.
It ultimately comes down to the fact that I don't like the Predator design.
You looks like the Predator to me.
I mean, that's great. I don't like the design.
I still don't understand why. It looks exactly the same as any other Predator.
No, it doesn't. Anyways.
I don't. Yeah, but it does. It just has its hair.
Anyways.
It just has its hair pulled back.
Anyways.
What do you mean? Anyways, it doesn't. Yeah.
I really don't. I don't see the need to rehash this.
Because it just looks.
I don't like how it looks.
But why?
It doesn't. Can we not, man?
Because but we've seen more of it now. It still looks like that.
No, I don't love it.
But why?
I don't love how the dreads are pulled back. I don't love the face. It doesn't look right to me.
Would you ask a Predator to have its dreads in its face and perhaps affect the hunt?
Sure.
I don't get it. It's just the dreads are pulled back.
You don't really need to get it. I don't like how it looks. There's just certain things where you don't like it aesthetically. I don't aesthetically like it. Can we please move on?
I don't get it. You've never explained this. I don't understand. I'm still not explaining it. Being weird and cryptic. It's weird and cryptic. I don't understand.
We can talk more about it later if you want. This is not something I would want to discuss on stream.
All right. I don't get it. It just looks like the
you
Predator.
Don't need to. I don't like. You're starting to piss me off a little bit here, man. I just don't like how it looks. Why can't you just let that go?
Because I don't know. I'm curious as to why.
That's fine. You can be curious.
I don't get it. I don't get it. Where am I going? Oh yes, Kevin Feige confirmed that Punisher's going to be in Spider-Man 4.
Who?
Punisher.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
The same one as the from the Netflix, or?
Yeah.
Okay. Well, then Daredevil probably will be.
Daredevil will probably be. I think they're probably trying to hide that, if I had to guess. I don't know why. I think I get annoyed because I'm like, why not just not... Do they have to say that he's in it? Like, do they have to? Like, why could we have not said that the Punisher was in it, and then he just shows up? I mean, they managed to do that with Daredevil in the last one, where he showed up and everyone was like, or was that just a thing that just happened to get out?
Maybe it could be a thing where they might announce it in certain situations like this because like they know they're gonna have to do a bunch of filming with him and they don't want to have to constantly hide him.
That's a fair point.
Whereas like the Daredevil being in Spider-Man, for example, that was very easy to hide because he's in one scene and you can just easily sneak him in.
Interesting. So Feige,
You know what I'm saying?
I do know what you're saying. I'm just about to confirm what you're saying, and interesting. But Kevin Feige lies, so it's hard to. But he says why John Barathal's Punisher was part of the cast for Brand New Day. When you do that, you're like, okay, so who are the other street level characters we've never seen him interact with? And of course, I love that the Punisher starred in a Spider-Man comic and that great cover. I don't want to say too much. Blah 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 blah. So that's interesting. That makes me think that maybe this is where they're gonna bring all of the people who live in New York who have only been on Netflix shows.
Well, yeah, he has said that it's going to be a very street level crime movie with the Spider-Man, so kind of would be the place to do it.
Like maybe not just the Punisher. I mean, not just Daredevil, not just Punisher. Maybe Jessica Jones and Luke Cage.
Well, I mean, I certainly think that it can be a
Maybe
thing where they're at least acknowledged or name dropped, like they might be in a scene.
that'd be nice. That'd be pretty sweet. I want it to be like Superman. I want it to be where he takes the costume off like twice. He has at most one conversation with a side character as Peter Parker, and he's otherwise just Spider-Man.
Yeah, I mean, especially because like I think that you can
Do
have
it.
like for
Just do
example
that.
a scene where him and Daredevil, if Daredevil was there, are sitting on like the edge of a building and Spider-Man, like you know those scenes that you see in the comic all the time where
Yes.
Spider-Man has his mask half pulled up and he's like eating a
He's eating
sandwich
a
or something
bagel
like
or
that.
whatever. Yes, exactly.
Like you can
Just do
have
that.
scenes like that where you can get a lot of character expression and growth from scenes like that. Like I want stuff like that.
Exactly. Exactly.
Especially because like this Spider-Man exists in a world where, at last we've seen of him anyway, he has no one. So like
Exactly.
he has no Aunt May that he has to spend half the movie engaging with as Peter Parker. He has no Mary Jane that he has to be like I'm talking functionally as like
It,
from a movie
it sounds
making
like they're not just going to immediately undo it.
like I functionally from a
Good.
movie making perspective, he doesn't have any other human characters that Peter Parker has to go
Well,
spend
I
time
mean,
with.
it's a movie. He has to interact with human characters, so you need
No,
like
no, no, no,
a
but you know what I mean, where like
yes,
for example, in the Tobey Maguire movies, the reason why it can't just be 90% Spider-Man movie is because the Harry Osborn character exists.
yes,
The Mary
exactly.
Jane character exists. Like those characters aren't there to pull away from Spider-Man
Yeah,
in this
like
instance.
have I mean, how yeah, have it where he has one scene at the Daily Bugle where he's putting in like photos or whatever. I can or like he's at this school and there's like one side character he has a brief interaction with while doing the rest of the movie, and it's right back into the costume. Like that's it. Like just like this new Superman movie where he's Clark Kent for like two scenes of the movie, and it's the two best. It's like one of the two of the best scenes, and he's right back to being Superman. Like that's what I want from this, and that's kind of what this sounds like it's gonna be, which is pretty sweet.
Good.
Like
That'll be
it
fun.
doesn't sound like it's overcomplicating it. Like we've had like one Spider-Man movie where he just gets
I
to be Spider-Man
I guess
doing
I would
regular
also
Spider-Man
say
things.
I guess I would also say if we were to bring this back into Marvel and compare it to Marvel, learn from the Fantastic Four.
Yes, exactly. Yes. Like there wasn't a moment where it got bogged. Well, there wasn't too many moments where it got really bogged down with their interpersonal drama. There was a
Like
little bit in the kind of the beginning parts where it sagged a little bit, but
I will say it's easier for the Fantastic Four because their superhero identity
they
is
don't
their they don't have a secret
they don't
identity.
have
Like
boring secret. Yeah, like don't make a movie where it's like I know we keep going to Superman, but it's just like that to me. The Fantastic Four is good, but they're lucky because their secret identity is their regular identity. Like in terms of balancing the secret identity in the movie, be Superman. Don't be like oh man, I can't think of another one, but just like don't be like, hey, there's like 5 scenes of him just being Peter Parker complaining about his life. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see that. We've done that for like 20 years. I want it to be predominantly scenes of him. Don't take off the mask for like 70% of the movie.
hmm,
70
I agree.
that feels like a fair if I'm gonna concede and not concede 60%. I will go as
Okay,
low as 60%.
that feels like a low bar.
That feels fair. That feels like a fair number. So they revealed the trailer for Peacemaker season 2, and it does seem as though I've seen the trailer was just more of the story, which is it's Rick Flag Sr. is looking to get revenge on Peacemaker for killing his son, and it turns out somehow the trailer doesn't really indicate how Peacemaker finds a door to another universe where everything is perfect and happy, and he's dating the one girl, and everybody loves him. But it is not the DCU, they've said. It is a different universe. And at some point, he winds up fighting that universe's version of Peacemaker, who has a different costume than he does, and he's in it. So it is unclear as to whether or not this is the DCEU Peacemaker, or if it's the DCU Peacemaker, where it intersects, where it all connects. And they didn't confirm whether or not Superman is in it, but I think he is.
Interesting.
And it looks fun. It looks like a fun show. It is a fun show. I'm excited. I like Peacemaker. I will be watching that with great interest.
Okay.
Great interest. And then I'm just trying to see. See, the thing is, the reason why there's so much news is because it was Comic-Con this week. So just like a bunch of shit came out of Comic-Con. So that's where that Predator trailer came from. The Critical Role, and Amazon, they revealed that they announced the release date for Cody vs. Acme, which is like next year, the end of the next year. We're gonna do some rapid fire ones. Critical Role, we always talk about Critical Role. They revealed the trailer for Mighty Nein, the first one of their shows, which looks fun.
Yeah,
that was fun for me. That was a fun game of like trying to figure out which character is which. No spoilers. I'm still getting there on the actual show. So I'm curious to see who plays which character.
It'll only take you like 30 years to get to Mighty Nein, at the rate you're going.
Hey, I'm clocking probably an episode every couple days at this point. I'm just about to finish episode 54.
Yeah, and there's like 120 something episodes of the first one.
Oh no! But no, it looks
something
fun.
Like that.
It looks fun.
Or no, wait, maybe the first one was only like 80 something.
It just looks like Vox Machina. Like, yeah, that makes sense because I don't see how it could go for 100 something, like based upon.
No, I think I'm thinking of Mighty Nein.
Mighty Nein I know is really long. That
is like 100 is like 100 and something.
But Mighty Nein sure just looks like Vox Machina ratcheted up to 11. Which I'm excited for that show. I was already excited for that show. Be interesting to see, if I get to that before that comes out. And then they revealed season 4 of Vox Machina, and that they're gonna be doing 2 more seasons. That the final season will be season 5, that's good. I'm always happy when a show is like, it does 5 seasons. It gets to do its thing. It gets to say what it needs to say, and it gets to end on its terms instead of going on for 20 years.
And, well, I mean, especially if they're going to be doing Mighty Nein, and it's like I don't want them to split their attention.
Exactly.
Like focus on one. So like I don't want them to start Hell's Bells if they ever do Hell's Bells.
They probably will.
But
they seem to be very successful.
I don't want them to do Hell's Bells until they're like mostly done this.
Yeah, yeah. Is there more or less, for lack of a better word, filler in the actual Mighty Nein campaign itself
compared to the first campaign?
Yeah, like how much could they cut out for like expediency? Like putting like the same pace that Vox Machina the show.
I'm trying to. There's just so much. So I'm trying to think of in, and this is part of the thing too, is campaign 1 had really well defined what I would call arcs.
Yeah.
Campaign 2, there's a lot of sub arcs.
Oh, interesting. Yes, absolutely, I agree. It has well defined arcs, and you could see them happening.
It's It's so what I'll say is the creators when it comes to the Mighty Nein show have said there's a lot of references when it like a lot of moments in Mighty Nein generally speaking, and they want to do as many of them as possible. So I believe you said that the Mighty Nein episodes are much longer
Yeah.
in terms of the show. And so
So they say.
that makes sense to me because yeah, there's like in terms of the show itself, like there's like 120 something episodes at some of them are 4 or 5 hours a piece. Like there's a lot of content there, like a lot. So yeah, I mean, I'm sure there's stuff you can cut out. Um, they definitely, I know right from the get-go, it's going to be different than the original campaign is because in some cases they're going to be going into more depth. Like in the campaign, we start off and Jester, Bo, um, Travis's character, um, and those three are already together. Uh, Liam's character and Sam's character are already together, and Talison's character and Ashley's character also already know each other. And so like that first episode or the first like bit of the campaign is bringing them together. So like in the show I saw a clip from the Comic Con like a while ago before this, where it was showing how Jester uh, and um, and what's his name's character um, meet, and we never saw that in the original campaign. So like that's entirely new. So like you're asking, is there stuff that they'll cut? It seems like if anything, there's stuff they're adding. So
Interesting.
God,
Interesting.
that's where I say I'm very fascinated to watch this. And that's the thing that I find with Critical Role is because it's so long and there's so much for it. I almost am gonna have to go back and rewatch Campaign 2
All right.
before I go and watch this show, which is a task unto itself because there's so much of it. But yeah, excited for that. I've lost the thread of what your question was, but I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, me too. That's the news. It's the final one of season four, everyone. That's it. That was the final. That was the final news song ending theme. That was the last one of season four. On today's show. Oh yeah, today's show is sponsored by. We got to do the sponsorship. How dare I? Today, if you live locally in the Lower Mainland in British Columbia, Canada, you can go check out Animals. For I don't know what it call. I don't know if it's by donation or if they have a but the link in the description for the event that has all the details. You can go pay if you want. You can bring. They have a specific kind of lettuces that you can bring to feed the tortoises if you want, and yeah, they got snakes and the lizards, and it's really cool, and they're really cool, and they
And
kill.
and I think they have some fuzzy animals too, right?
They have a server. I don't know. I don't know the interactivity level with that. But regardless, the link to the event it's today. Go check it out today. Um, Tell them we sent you if you're watching this and you live locally. It's really cool. Go check it out. It
Well,
helps the animals.
won't someone think of the
Think
animals?
of the animals. Think of how you could be helping the animals today by going to that open house. That's
Think of
it.
the
Think of
animals.
the animals. That's it. Go do it. Do it. Do it.
Do it. Do
Do
it.
it. Do it.
Do it. Do
Today,
it.
yeah, you saw the title. It's Marvel. It's Marvel time, baby.
Marvel.
It's Marvel.
Marvel.
No, I don't have Marvel in mind. I
Marvel.
don't have Captain Marvel.
Oh no,
Because it's pronounced Marvel. It's not pronounced Marvel. Just so you know.
Oh
Yeah. No. Yeah. It's a fun
no,
factoid.
I don't actually either. I just was making a joke.
I understand.
So,
Jordan, thing. Do the thing.
the thing, the rapid
Oh shit.
fire.
Yeah, the rapid fire. Out. I'm fixing my chair.
Um,
I'm fixing my chair.
so
Oh, I'm fixing my chair.
so so I watched the first Guardians of the Galaxy, or Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 1, as
G
it
O
later
T
became known.
G O T G Volume 1.
And this one's really fun. I really I do enjoy Guardians of the Galaxy. So what's funny is prior to this movie, I actually had never really heard of the Guardians of the Galaxy. So I remember when this
Nobody
first came
had.
out and the trailers were coming out and like it was like, who are these guys?
And then you watched it and you were
And
ba da 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 hooked on a feeling
yeah, like it does a real good job
and high on believing.
of bringing you in and making you excited to be a part of their universe. Also, at the very end of this, there's Howard the Duck,
Ha!
which
That is
you
true.
know,
Howard the Duck be Howard. Yeah, I stand by it. Hashtag be hashtag be bringing back Howard the Duck.
but I will say it's very funny watching this movie, um, and then like knowing where each of the portrayals of the characters goes.
Right?
So like Drax is way smarter in this than he is in any of the other
Yeah, he
movies.
becomes comedically stupid.
He becomes comedically stupid.
He becomes comedically
Um,
stupid.
like that they lean into it and that becomes the whole bit and it's like that's not really what he was like in this one. Like yeah, he was very literal, but he wasn't stupid.
No, he was not. He's not stupid. Yeah, that and there's a clip of James Gunn being like, "Yeah, all that shit involving the Infinity Stones, I just made that up in like 5 minutes, and
Yeah. Yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
and they just went with it. They probably shouldn't have done that.
It was probably the wrong thing to do, but um so I mean, yeah, what can be said about this one? Most people have probably seen it. It was a success.
I like the cast is good.
The cast is
The
good,
soundtrack. This basically pioneered the idea of annoying needle drops. You dislike annoying needle drops? You could blame this movie for that.
I like Yondu.
Yondu, I do like Yondu. I enjoy
And
Yondu.
although I will say, it wasn't until years later that I sort of realized, and maybe this is gonna make me sound stupid, that Groot dies in this,
Yeah, yeah. The Groot
and
that
that
comes back in the later ones is not the same Groot that's in this one.
it's technically his son.
It's technically his son. Yes.
And it took me way too long to get, like, I never really realized that because like I said, didn't really know anything about Groot. Um, didn't know like what his species could or couldn't do. So I literally just thought they were growing Groot back. Like it was just he's the same Groot and they're growing him back because he's a plant, right? Like, yeah. So that's a fun little stupid fact about me. What else can be said about this one? Um, Thanos was definitely not Josh Brolin.
No, no. I'm pretty sure he was. I think this is the first thing they cast Josh Brolin for.
I
That,
don't think
that's what. This
so.
is when because this is when the design changed and he started to look more like Josh Brolin.
No, he still looks like the old one in this one.
No, I'm pretty sure he's Josh Brolin in this one.
I'm pretty sure he's not.
Google. Let's find out. Google it. Who plays? Let's see who could Google it faster, me or you. Who is Thanos in Guardians of the Galaxy? Oh, no, I'm wrong. No? No? Okay, maybe not. It says that he was technically played by this actor, but it says in Avengers. doesn't say. Let's Google Guardians of the Galaxy. We're Googling. We're Googling. We're Googling. We're going to the cast. We're going down the cast list.
Josh Brolin appears uncredited as Thanos
So it is Josh Brolin.
through voice acting and performance capture, but it doesn't taking over the role from don't. But it doesn't look like him when I watched it.
Appears uncredited as. So yes, it is Thanos. Yeah, that's when they changed the design and they made him
But
bulky.
it doesn't look different. That's what I'm saying. He doesn't look like he does in any of the other future ones.
But he looks different.
He still looks like he did in the Avengers and the old.
Oh
older
no,
ones.
no! I speaking as someone who's watched that movie recently, he in Avengers. But to be fair, you only see one angle and it's that one shot. But he's way smaller and way thinner. Way especially his face. His face is way smaller and way thinner. It's not much different, but it is definitely different. And this is the one where he became bulky. Like he goes from being thin to being bulky.
All I know is he doesn't look like he does in the other ones.
No, they eventually refined it, but this is where it starts. This is where that's why in like How It Should Have Ended they draw him as like I'm gonna get up because he was really bulky.
But yeah, that's Guardians.
It's not my time yet. It's not my time to get up yet.
That's Guardians.
When will it be his time to get up?
Soon.
Not for a while though.
Soon.
Soon to yours though. Pretty close to that one. Soon he will.
Because this came out in 2014, so soon.
Soon. Yeah, soon. Soon he'll have to do it himself, and he does do it himself. My first one. It's funny that you mentioned Howard the Duck, because like initially this was gonna be pure MCU, but then I was like, what's the fun in that? Because I want to watch Howard the Duck. Howard the Duck.
Howard the Duck.
Now what's funny about Howard the Duck?
Quack foo?
Is
Duck tits?
Quack.
Duck tits. Woo!
Look at all those duck boobs on that duck girl. Woo! Yeah, it was weird. That was weird. And it happens more than... It's not just that it happens once. It's that it happens more than once. But what's really funny is like when I was watching this, it's like, well, I got to come at this from something different. So I grew up watching this movie. I watched this movie a ton as a kid. I love this movie. Brought to you by
probably shouldn't have.
Brought to you by George Lucas, of all people. George Lucas, he didn't direct it, but he like produced it. So it's a George Lucas film. And you're like, really? So why isn't this on Disney? Because this wasn't on Disney Plus for some reason. Even though it's Marvel, so it's Disney, and it's George Lucas, so it's also Disney. But for some reason, it's not on Disney Plus. But yeah, so
because they want you to forget about it, Justin. It's a cover up.
They want you to completely forget this movie exists. And so what's funny is like, I remember liking this movie until the alien shows up. Until the guy starts turning into the alien, he becomes weird and gross and scary. But like, I remember otherwise, like, also it's really funny. You sent me the pitch meeting of him being like, yeah, the chase scene goes on for like 25 minutes, which I had never noticed until he pointed it out. But yeah, it goes on for a really long time. It's really funny.
See, what's funny is just that one popped up in my feed naturally and organically, like right after we finished talking about it.
But yeah, so I realized when I was watching it that I knew nothing about Howard the Duck. Every time he comes up, I realize I know nothing about Howard the Duck. And the thing about Howard the Duck is I remember him being like a cartoon, or I thought he was like a Looney Tunes cartoon kind of character. Like I thought that his whole,
like a Daffy Duck,
or a Donald Duck, because I saw an image of him and he looked like Donald Duck, because he originally did, and then Disney sued the people who make him, because they said he looked too much like Donald. But the whole bit with Howard the Duck is he's just a normal guy. Like he's just like the whole joke is that his bit is his comic is about existentialism and that there is no joke. And so his whole bit is like the tagline of his comic is like he exists in a world that he didn't make. So he often gets thrust into stories with character in like places he doesn't belong. So he fights wild and crazy supervillains, and like just with Quack Fu I think was what it's called, or Duck Fu or something.
Quack fu.
Yeah, and that's it. That's all he does. Is just Quack Fu. He's otherwise just a normal. Like he's not
Aw,
super strong.
aw,
He doesn't
aw.
have he doesn't have superpowers. He doesn't defy reality. So he teams up with Spider-Man quite a bit. So that is my way of being like, this movie is a surprisingly, based on what I read about the character, is honestly a surprisingly faithful adaptation of his comic books. Like, this is what his comic books are like. They're weird. Like, it definitely, like, the number one at the time criticism of it was it has a tone problem, which if you remember the movie, which I'm sure you do, because we watched it a ton as a kid,
Yep.
it absolutely does have a weird tone problem.
Yes, it does.
It's unsure as to whether or not it's for kids or if it's for adults, but the comics are more for adults. And so it's just surprising to me that they've never brought this character back, because he would be the big thing with it was the guys who made the movie were like, this would be much better suited as an animated movie. Like, they wanted to make it an animated movie. And when you hear that, you're like, a PG-13 a slightly adult animated movie with this character, that it would have been a much better movie if it were animated. Like, much better. Substantially better movie if it were animated. If it were, like, a little scary, it would be iconic if it were animated. Because animated movies were just like that. It's how they were memorable. So anyway, he teams up...
movies back then were made to... Animated movies back then were made to traumatize children.
Pretty much, yeah. Yeah,
that's what they were known for.
We've discovered this a lot over the years. But he has teamed up with all kinds of superheroes in the comics. Like, he's teamed up with Spider-Man a lot. Like, a lot. Like, there's an entire run with him and Spider-Man. So I just can't believe that they've never managed to bring this character into any other medium, or that they've never tried, because he's come back a lot in the comics. Like, he's a popular character in the comics. There's a really funny run where he was like a detective. He owned a detective agency, and he solved mysteries, and one of the mysteries was Leah Thompson, the girl who plays Beverly. Yeah. She...
Marty's mom.
Yeah, Marty's mom. She absolutely loves Howard the Duck. So in this comic, they bring her back, and she goes to Howard the Duck because she has a memory of doing a rock concert with a duck alien in the 80s. And it turns out that there was this weird duck alien, and she's like a major character in this storyline. And so she went to Marvel, like, and had written a pitch to bring this back. Like, with her as a director. Like, she wanted to direct it, and it just never got off the ground. And I'm like, I've always been like, yeah, they should do a Disney Plus show with the Seth Green one. Like, do an animated show.
Yeah, the thing writes itself. That thing was made to be a Marvel show. They have so many of those ones that are made to be movies. That one was made to be a show.
Absolutely, like a not even maybe a 2D animated Family Guy, like Adult Swim's, like, you know, one of those kind of animated shows. Even one of those, like a late night adult cartoon kind of things. Like, yeah, he's a perfect character for that. The other thing I learned was, it's funny, everyone gives that movie grief. Oh, this is a thing I have to do. I made a TikTok about it. But I've seen so many irritating... When people want to take down this movie, they reference how the girl fucks a duck. No, they don't have sex. That's the bit. Is he pretends like they're gonna... And then he's like, no, I don't want to do it. And then she pretends back, freaking him out. The whole bit is that they don't get together. The joke is that it's weird if they were to get together. That's the joke.
That's the joke.
But in the comics, they absolutely get together. Like, she's
so she's his Darcy.
So yeah, pretty much. She's a recurring character in the comics. Like, she's in almost every single Howard the Duck comics, and she's his sometimes girlfriend. Like, she's amazing. Like at one point, the original creator had her marry his like arch nemesis, like this evil Dr. Cold or something, and he was gonna write her out, but they just brought her back. But yeah, they're constantly together. Like, she's like a major character.
Oh, okay then.
So yeah, you could easily do a show where he like. Yeah, same premise as the movie. He and the whole he gets pulled from Duck World, his home planet, and he crash lands on Earth. That's straight from the comics. That's his origin story. In the movie, they say the laser that pulls him to Earth like winds up on his planet on its own, and then it then pulls down the demon which possesses the guy from Ferris Bueller's Day Off, and then he's the bad guy, and it sort of implies, but they don't outright say, that the Dark Lords are the reason why it wound up pulling. But in the comics, he gets pulled to Earth by a demon. Same deal. He gets pulled in a beam, and he does like, yeah, and he gets pulled in. Yeah, the only reason why we've seen this movie is because of Muppet Babies.
Huh?
In an episode of Muppet Babies, if you remember Muppet Babies, but part of the
I mean, I remember Muppet Babies, but I don't remember there being. I remember there being like a labyrinth one.
they did a lab. Well, every one of those episodes, they would have it where it would show, clips from movies, and in one of the episodes, it shows the bit where Gonzo gets flung from a chair, and it's him getting flung through space, and we were like, "What is this movie? We need to see it." And we got it from the video store, and we watched it.
No, okay, that's funny. The duck must have been made by Muppet Studios then, because I'm pretty sure every one of the ones that was on
I think so. It must have been.
that Muppet Babies thing was like the Labyrinth one was a Jim Henson production. So
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm not even gonna get into the behind the scenes. Apparently, it was they tried differing people. I think they eventually settled on a little person to play Howard the Duck, and they ADR'd in the lines afterwards. So a lot of the times they're just performing to nothing. A thing that blew my mind was Leah Thompson does all of her own singing.
Hmm.
I know.
Okay.
I was like, I was listening because again, I mean, I quite like the song at the end. I think it's catchy. I like this movie, by the way. That's the ultimate summation. I don't care what anyone says. You will never convince me this movie is bad. I mean, it is bad, but I love Howard the Duck. It is a beloved childhood memory. I had just as much fun watching it as I did when I was a kid. I understand the
you
criticism.
enjoy it in spite itself.
Yeah, in spite of itself. I am a champion for Howard the Duck. I'm constantly like, let's bring Howard the Duck back. Like, when he showed up in yours, I thought for sure that was going to be his cultural renaissance, or cultural reintroduction, where we were going to get to bring back Howard the Duck. And at one point, they were going to make an animated show, and it was going to be made by Kevin Smith, and it fell apart. And it's one of the most disappointing things that has ever happened. I was devastated. I was like, sad face. That would have been really good. But yeah, I love Howard the Duck. That's the Howard the Duck movie. It is not on Disney Plus. I cannot believe it wasn't on Disney Plus. Next.
So, my next one. Ant-Man. It's just a heist movie with ants.
With ants. Ants.
I really like this one. This is one of my favorite of the MCU.
Jordan.
Personally.
Jordan.
I'm always a fan of Paul Rudd.
Do you want Ants Man? Because this is how you get Ants Man. Get it? See what I did there? You're not appreciating what I did there.
I see what you did there. I just don't. It's not. You know.
You gotta give me this one.
Oh, it was so funny.
Paul Rudd, I know, I actually do like this movie. I'm just kidding around. I do like this movie. It's really fun. The thing about those Ant-Man movies is they came out at an unfortunate time. Like, I understand their function and I got what they were going for, but I just feel like these would be more fondly remembered if they weren't sandwiched between Avengers movies.
I can see why you'd say that. I also personally, with the future ones, 2 and 3, they get too big for their britches. These were always supposed to be small.
I don't think the second one is quite as bad as the third one. The third one definitely got too big for its britches. They're doing way too much in that movie.
But
no, this first one is good because it's simple. That's what makes it good.
It's simple. It's basic. It does a really good job of knowing what it's there to do, and it does it.
But it does overcomplicate the problem. Okay, here's the thing, right? One of the things that frustrates me about Marvel is they clearly, when we'll talk about it, always knew they were gonna maybe build a universe, but like just the idea that this movie does a decent enough job of like retroactively explaining, I should say. Like, wait, so there are superheroes around all the time, but to be fair, they do kind of work it in a little bit in Iron Man, but Yeah. It why is the world acting so surprised that there's an Iron Man when there was an Ant-Man out there in the world?
Because the Ant-Man had never been confirmed and was a rumor that people filled in with, if you will, a tales to astonish.
All right.
And
It's a reasonable explanation.
and so nobody actually believed. Whereas
I believed.
Iron Man was a guy in an iron suit that flew down from the heavens that people kind of had to
And he
acknowledge.
was like, I'm an Iron Man.
I am Iron Man.
I'm an Iron
I am the Iron Man.
Man.
But I really like this one. I like the
I do. I
characters.
do.
I
I like
like
Louise is one of my favorite characters.
Louise is just a delight.
Shockingly absent from the third one, but he's a delight. I love his little rants. His little rants became a meme there for a while. There's so many good ones. There was a really good one for for Yu-Gi-Oh, where it was Louise recapping Yu-Gi-Oh. It was really
That's
good.
hilarious.
It's really long. Otherwise, I'd pull it up right now. It's really long, but it's really funny.
And then yeah, like I like when you get to see the them fight at small level, and there's the Thomas the
Yeah,
Tank Engine
that's
that
also
becomes
fun.
huge. Like there's just a lot of fun to be had in this
I
one.
think though, the thing about that one is, to me, it showed that you can, and I feel the same way about Homecoming, where it's like we can do smaller budgeted, well, air quote smaller budgeted, Marvel movies that don't have to be like extra. You know, they could just be simple. You know, they could,
Yeah, and I think this and Spider-Man walked so that Fantastic Four can run
yeah, yeah.
is kind of is how I
This one's
feel.
better than it has any right to be. It really is.
And again, when I watched this movie, I knew nothing about Ant-Man. Like
I
very little.
I knew that the first
I
one's
know he's a
Hank
guy
Pym.
that shrinks, and I know that he controls ants, but other than that,
I knew all
no.
the fucked up shit about Hank Pym. I knew that he there's several comics where he is not cool with his wife, and then there's one where he shrinks down and he, well, I mean, he we can't say what he does, but suffice it to say that it's a thing that
Nothing good.
one
Nothing
normally
good.
does with one part of your body, he does it with his entire body. If you catch my drift.
And on that note, what's your next rapid fire, Justin?
That's right. That's a thing that Ant-Man did. Don't worry, it's not the Paul Rudd Ant-Man. It's the Hank Pym.
Because I have nothing else to say about this delight of a movie.
I have one more joke, which is to say, Jordan, don't worry. The thing he does with his whole body that you would normally do with another part, that was the Michael Douglas Ant-Man, Jordan, who did that. And you're like, oh yeah, it's Michael Douglas. That makes sense. Because he's Michael Douglas.
Okay. Anyway,
Yeah, Hank Pym's not cool. Like, that's probably why. A fun fact about Hank Pym, we're not talking about Ultron today, but in the comics, he's the one who creates Ultron.
that makes sense.
Yeah.
That checks out.
Yeah, Hank Pym in the comics is I'm beating around the bush, but he sucks. That's probably he like that movie is a really quite a solid adaptation of the Scott Lang character. Where it's like, yeah, he in the comics that's why they replaced him. Like he was a decent guy who was just a decent guy. Whereas Hank Pym, they gave him a lot of like comics in the 1980s were weird. Where like they all had a thing. So like, hey, this is a perfect segue. Iron Man. That was we're gonna say that's a big long intro to mine. Iron Man. My next movie is Iron Man. Cue the trailer. Iron Man. His whole thing was he was an alcoholic. So not this one, but the second one. You know how in the second one he just constantly drinks the whole movie?
And I'm not saying that's why they picked Robert Downey Jr., but I
That
am
is
saying
absolutely
he had,
why they picked it.
but
Well,
I'm saying he had life experience, which made him inhabit the role.
that definitely does. There is sort of snake eating itself situation. But yeah, I can't remember I think it's like Demon's Head or something. But yeah, there's a whole storyline where Tony Stark becomes like an aggressive alcoholic that second movie is based on. Anyways,
to be fair, I mean, that's another example where that character wasn't always the greatest character, you
No,
know?
no, that was from the 19. Yeah, I kind of realized I don't really know really because I didn't really become interested in that character. I mean, I grew up watching the cartoon, um, but in terms of Tony Stark, I didn't read Iron Man comics growing up. I read other than maybe the occasional Avengers comic, but not really. I read Spider-Man comics growing up, and I read Justice League comics when I was a teenager because my local library had trade paperbacks. So I read a lot of DC growing up, more than I did Marvel. So I don't. I realized when I was watching this movie, I don't really know what pre Tony Stark because every subsequent version of Iron Man is just Robert Downey Jr. Like every cartoon, it's just Robert. Some variation of Robert Downey Jr. They've moved the comics to align more with that version of the character because that version of the character is really popular. And like, yeah, he's really charismatic and really entertaining. And this movie holds up. This movie's great. This movie's fun. I had a great time. I love this movie every time I watch it. I always have fun. Um, Jeff Bridges like fits so seamlessly into this role as like an unsettling, creepy, uncomfortable villain that you forget it's Jeff Bridges.
War profiteer.
Yeah, you forget it's Jeff Bridges. Like, oh yeah, I totally forgot that Jeff Bridges is in this movie. Right, he's Ironmonger. How could I forget that he's Obadiah Stane? A lot of it they didn't really have a script, so a lot of it like is improv. I think a big part of what makes this movie hold up is how much of it is practical. And they let the superhero be the superhero. Like the scene where he drops down and it's him taking out that village of terrorists. It's the first time you see Iron Man and him walking away from the tank as it explodes. It's just cool. It's just cool, Jordan. It's just like, and yeah, I don't know. I think it's because these things became so overcomplicated, and it's an unfortunate consequence of storytelling. You constantly have to escalate and top yourself. That's like, this is simple. It's like, yeah, it's just a guy fighting a guy who looks like himself, but maybe that's what I need right now. Like
A guy fighting a guy dressed as another guy who looks like a third guy.
It looks like a third guy. But yeah, so much of this still looks good. Like, I don't think any of the CGI looks bad or dated. And it's like, yeah, this movie's like almost 15 years old at this point.
So ultimately, you would say you are Iron Man.
I am Iron Man. Also, like, a lot of these early ones came out at a particular point in my life. Like, this one came out right as I was graduating high school. I had just gotten promoted to a job that, like, changed my life forever. And
this one came out in 2009, right?
I believe it's 2008. I'm pretty sure it's 2008. Same year I graduated. Hold on, I will confirm.
Okay.
I will confirm.
Yeah.
But I'm pretty sure it's 2008. Hold on. We are confirming. Of course, Google doesn't just automatically bring up the movie. 2008, I was right.
Okay, yeah.
I remember because I remember it came out like right around when I was graduating, and I just got my promotion. And like comic book movies were a thing, but not really, like not in the way they weren't as like mainstream as they are now. Like you had the Dark Knight and you had the Spider-Man movies, and that's kind of it.
And X-Men. A lot of X-Men.
But X-Men hadn't really done anything all that notable at that point. I think the last thing, they were around the X3. We were around X3. Origin, I think Origins had maybe come out, or no, maybe that hadn't even come out yet. So like there wasn't really anything. And so when he comes out and he goes, I want to talk to you about the Avengers Initiative. Like I will never forget that moment because my theater gasped.
Yeah, right.
Like I just remember we were like, what? No, it was even him walking out, and you're like, what the? It's that Nick Fury. What the? And even the notion of anything interconnected was unheard of. Like that was crazy.
Oh yeah, it was a game changer.
But the other thing, like, it really wasn't. It did okay, but it wasn't like a massive success, right? It's a nice, simple, easy movie. The character is well performed. It's focused on being a good movie and a self-contained story first, and then it adds the world building shit at the end. And I've discovered that's when, even if it's a simple movie, even if it's basic, like I learned this week, or I kind of discovered there's a difference between a good superhero movie and a good comic book movie. Like The Dark Knight is a great comic book movie, but it's not a good superhero movie. Like, this is a good superhero movie. This is like
See,
I picked up a single issue of a comic book, and it's nice, and that's what this feels like.
I think you've got the definition there a little backed up. I would say that Dark Knight is a good superhero movie. It's a bad comic movie. It's a good movie about Batman. It's not a good movie about Batman's world.
Well, no, but I don't think I think that movie
Whereas a good comic book movie like Fantastic Four is a good comic book movie.
Batman
It
was like
really it
yeah.
really it really capsulates like what it feels like to read an issue of Fantastic Four.
Batman is maybe the wrong example because that would totally be a Batman comic. Like you would that would be a bad maybe I guess like the Batman Man of Steel is a great comic book movie. It's not a good superhero movie. Whereas like that absolutely would be like a weird Elseworlds comic that you'd pick up and like, oh yeah, this is a weird dissection on the very nature of what it means to be a comic book. Like Watchmen's a great comic book movie, but it's not necessarily a good superhero movie because it's a deconstruction
Yeah,
of the
okay.
idea.
That's a better example, I think.
Um,
Mhm.
the this is a pure in terms of color and in terms of like this is like yeah this looks like artwork like an art like an actual literal comic book where or a superhero comic book yeah they feel like the simple ones like not the like your Red Suns or your like complicated comic books where they're trying to be self-important and send a message. This is more like a single issue of a comic I picked up.
Oh.
This is like I'm reading Iron Man #1. That makes
Mm,
sense.
mm.
Whereas
Oh
like
yeah.
yeah this isn't like Superman Red Sun where it's trying to tell a different idea on the yeah where it's like yeah there's no depth to this really and that's fine I guess is my point.
Okay.
But that is Iron Man. That is where it all began, baby. Can you believe it, Jordan?
So
2008 is where it all began.
so now it's time we go back further than that and talk about something that has nothing to do with the MCU and is just Marvel. Um
Marvel.
no, it's not Captain Marvel.
Oh, well,
Um
I understand.
year 2000,
In the
a
year
show
2000.
a show called X-Men Evolution came out.
Yeah,
Um
shockingly Canadian. So
um
was it produced in Canada? Is that why there's so much Canadian voice acting in there?
I mean, no, it says country of origin, United States.
What are the what are the
Let's see what
production?
it says under the
I was gonna
production.
say, what are the production companies that make it? There has to be. It has to have been like done by Nelvana or like some Canadian voice acting house. There has to be a reason why there's all those Canadian voice actors in it. Very strange.
Um,
Cause yeah,
I
it's
guess
got like.
that would maybe be under production notes.
Yeah.
Um,
Cause like yeah, it's got like Scott McNeil and Kirby Morrow. And like yeah, they're all Canadian voice actors. Got a ton of Canadian voice actors in it. I was very surprised.
hmm, didn't realize that.
But while you look into that, Jordan, I'm gonna make a statement about that show, and you, in terms of maybe I know you don't love the art style of the one of them, but in terms of sheer storytelling and an update to the '90s show, um, X-Men Evolution is to the '90s X-Men, as is Spectacular Spider-Man is to the '90s Spider-Man show in that it's the best modern version of those characters.
Oh, here we go. Produced in the United States, the voice recording was done in Canada, and the show was animated in Japan and South Korea.
Interesting.
Most
Yeah,
of the animation was
could tell.
outsourced to Madhouse, Mook Animation in Japan,
Oh, interesting.
Dr. DR Movie, and White Line in South Korea.
Interesting. Yeah, you could tell. You could tell it's a bunch of Canadian. Well, if you're Canadian anyway, and you could tell it's a bunch of Canadian voice actors. But yeah, Jordan, did you?
No reason as to why there.
Cheaper.
but
It's much cheaper.
what were you saying?
X-Men Evolution is to X-Men, the 90s X-Men show, as to Spectacular Spider-Man is to the 90s Spider-Man show.
Yeah, I could see that.
Like, in that it's like an updated, sort of more modernized version of those characters.
Yeah, I could see that.
Even though I would argue
Um,
perhaps X-Men Evolution is a
in
better
terms of
animated show.
comics, though, I would say this is to X-Men what the Ultimate Spider-Man run was to Spider-Man.
Oh, you mean in the yeah, yes, you're right. This is, I think, there is an Ultimate X-Men, and this is probably a bit closer to that than
So,
anything.
for those who don't know, it's basically the idea of this show is what if you took the X-Men and had it where they were, teenagers.
The,
Um,
the the ones who weren't already teenagers or teenagers, because some of them were already teenagers. So they took the adult characters and made them into teenagers.
well, no,
Some
not
of
for
them,
all.
not all of them.
Yeah. So like Storm, for example, is not a teenager, but she's younger.
Yeah,
They're all younger. Like that's kind of thing. They're all younger.
yeah. It's
Um,
supposed to be like a
so
first
like
class scenario, basically.
yeah, basically. And
So like
there's four there's
Cyclops is a
four
teenager in this one, and Jean Grey is a teenager,
yes.
for example.
Yes. Um and
Well, I
so
believe
there's four
is Steve Bloom. Sorry, is Steve Bloom Wolverine? Well, I'm thinking of this
yeah, I think we already said yes he was. I'm too lazy to look it up.
because I believe this is the first time he played Wolverine.
Um Xavier is David K.
Don't care about Xavier. Just cares about
Uh,
Wolverine.
Scott McNeil.
Oh, right. Anyway, sorry. Go on.
Um 4 seasons, 55 episodes, I believe, is what it ends up being, the total count. Um, I watched them all. 52 episodes, sorry. I watched them all because I had a lot of time this week. But and so each season basically season one is kind of introducing the core cast of characters, bringing us into the status quo of what everyday life as a hiding your powers as a mutant is like. Because in this version, Charles Xavier is not like, yeah, go out and be yourself. He's like, no, humans suck. We need to like hide who we are until they're kind of ready to accept
And
us.
he's like, if you don't do what I tell you to, I'm going to turn you into a vegetable. Because it's his whole thing.
I mean, that's his whole thing.
His
He
whole
turns
thing.
people, that's the Charles Xavier way.
Just
It's
on a
just
dime.
vegetables,
He's like, I could just, bam, vegetable. Just,
vegetable.
wait, what's that? You didn't
Um,
pick up that trash? Bam, vegetable.
Bam, vegetable. What's that? You want to go and join the Brotherhood? Bam, vegetable.
Bam, vegetable. Oh, I'm sorry.
Um,
You didn't turtle axe my smooth chrome dome? Boom, vegetable. You better
vegetable.
believe that's a vegetable.
So season one,
Keep
kind
that
of
scalp smooth.
the status quo of season one is Mystique is the principal of this school secretly.
Yeah,
And
they all for some reason go
please
to
just let me talk.
high school
Um,
and
and
Xavier.
are at his boarding, like are at his thing, yes. And so Mystique is trying to get people to join her and Magneto's side, which is the Brotherhood. And Charles is doing his Charles thing.
Why
Uh,
why do they go to a regular high school but also the Charles Xavier school?
because the Charles Xavier and the place where the Brotherhood people are boarding houses.
Oh,
So
it's not just like a
they're
regular high school?
they're not schools. They're
Oh.
boarding houses where kids are sent to I mean at Xavier's learn how to control their powers. But it's a boarding house is essentially the idea.
Oh, see,
And
I misremember this show. I remember it was like they were
and
just going to a
so
regular high school.
they do go to a regular high school. They live at the boarding houses.
Oh, so
That's why
Xavier.
that's why they go to the board. That's why they go to regular school is because where they're staying is not a school. It's a boarding
Oh, so in
house.
this version, it's not a school.
No.
Gotcha.
Well, I mean, it is secretly in so far of the fact that they go on missions, train to learn how to control their powers, and are essentially
Yeah,
militarized.
because in other, I don't know if I cannot say because I don't read X-Men comics, but like in the movies, for example, it's a high school, like the all the live action movies. I think it's
Yeah,
a
it's a school. It's a school, and it's a
and
place where
it's
they
a
sleep.
yeah, and it's a place where they stay. It's like a boarding. It's a special boarding school where you learn how to be a mutant, but you also learn during the day how to do math and whatnot. So this is not that.
Um,
This is not that. This is they just sleep there and then they go to regular high school during the day.
Basically.
Gotcha. Okay, okay, that makes sense. That makes
Except
sense.
they also, again, they do have classes like that they take in the mansion, but they're like all pertaining to their powers. So like in the later seasons where Jean and Scott are now graduated and they're like 18, they teach a physics course in relation to powers. So like if you throw your plasma ball at X angle, it will hit X spot, and this is how you would throw it to aim it so that it will always hit where, like that kind of class,
Gotcha.
where it's like they're not actually teaching them the math skills. They're more teaching them the math skills in relation to safely using their powers. But like all the normal plebeian, like day to day, regular person, non-muty person skills that you need to learn, that's what they learn from school.
I feel like calling them muties is offensive.
It is. Um, Season two, more conflict between Magneto, Mystique, and the X-Men. Um, but then it changes the status quo where it brings in like Beast and it brings in a bunch of different other of the mutants. One of like Iceman.
The
I think
Iceman cometh.
they bring in Angel at one point. Dazzler, Scarlet Witch shows up. Um, and then season three, at the end of season two, um, you find out that Mystique has replaced Xavier, and Xavier is gone, and the mutants are exposed to the world. So season three then becomes about like, you know, people now know mutants exist and are terrible because humans are always terrible.
Racism.
And yeah, and so as I'm watching this, I'm like, I would say that I just don't believe that there's a world where the terrible things that the humans are doing in this would ever happen. And then I just look at the
No.
world that we
No,
live in,
it probably
and I'm
would.
like, no, this is exactly how this would play out. Um, so yeah, season three brings in Cyclops, and one of the interesting things, nice things about this show, which I kind of appreciate, is so like at a certain point they bring in Gambit, which I've always known Gambit as an X-Men, like he joins the X-Men side. In this, he joins the Brotherhood, so he's on Magneto's side.
Huh.
Um, Same with uh, uh, what's his name? The metal one.
Colossus.
Um, Colossus ends up on Magneto's side because Magneto is blackmailing him.
It's
Um,
all like, you're
and
metal,
so
I control metal. We just skip the middle
uh,
part.
at the end of season three, Apocalypse is revived, and he defeats the combined forces of the X-Men Brotherhood and the Acolytes. And season four is all about the aftermath of their failed attempt at stopping Apocalypse's revival. Apocalypse is now out and about doing his apocalypse thing, and that ultimately leads to the four horsemen, which I will say. It's always interesting to me when you get to see which four mutants get chosen as Apocalypse's
It is almost
horsemen in this
always one of
version.
them is Angel.
In this version, none of them were Angel.
No, really, usually one of them is Angel.
No, in this version, it was Mystique,
Oh, that
it
makes
was
sense.
Storm,
Oh.
it was Magneto, and it was Charles Xavier.
Oh, snap. Big twist.
Um, and so yeah, you get to see that, and Charles, because of Apocalypse's technology,
Big twist!
is able to walk around and stuff, and so that's cool. Um, and then this series ends with what I think is like this would have been what they would have done had there been another season, but it ends with a speech by Xavier, who got a glimpse of the near future in Apocalypse's mind, which shows continued anti-mutant sentiment, reformed Magneto as a new instructor at Xavier's Institute.
Well, that's pretty good.
Jean Jean being consumed by the all-powerful Phoenix Force,
Naturally. Naturally.
um, which it does have written here. Had the series continued, the fifth season would have focused on the Dark Phoenix saga, with her becoming an enemy of the X-Men.
That
Um,
makes sense.
future X-Men team consisting of Cyclops, Nightcrawler, Shadowcat, Storm, Beast, Iceman, Colossus, X-23, and Rogue, who is now capable of flight and no longer wearing gloves.
Neat.
And there's a few other things that they see in that. But yeah, he gives this whole speech about how, you know, well, we could have to take the future like one day at a time. And
He's
yada,
like,
yada,
I can
yada,
see
yada.
the future.
But I enjoyed the show. I thought it was fun. It's always kind of enjoyable getting to see
I remember liking it.
different takes on different characters.
I'm
And
happy
and
they
this was
finally put it on Disney Plus because for
yeah
the longest
they had
time
they had this one. They had the spiritual successor Wolverine
Ugh.
and the Friends or whatever, that one,
Wolverine of the X-Men, which I also hear is quite good.
which
For
is
that show
made by
good.
the same people who made this.
That is Stephen Blum who plays Wolverine in that. But yeah, no, this one
But that's X-Men Evolution.
yeah, this one for the longest time they wouldn't give it a proper release. They refused to for some reason. But yeah, I'm glad they did. My next one, John, I couldn't talk about Marvel in the MCU without talking about my favorite MCU
Martian.
movie. And we are going to remove the art from the artist because the artist sucks. I'm just going to say that now. But my favorite MCU movie is and will always be The Avengers.
Da 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 da.
Yes, I recognize Joss Whedon sucks. All right, okay. We'll do that up top, okay? But this movie, once again, it doesn't because I mean, we have just to put you in its place. 2011, 2010, 2011. Nothing like this existed. This movie is a miracle because it doesn't. There's no fat. That's what makes this so brilliant. It doesn't get bogged down in trying to get into the psychology of Captain America and see how he's feeling. It doesn't bother you with what Tony Stark is thinking about or what his emotions are. It doesn't concern itself with how Bruce. No, it just has them being superheroes, doing superhero stuff, punching Loki, punching Chitauri. It's simple, it's easy, it's a movie so awesome that you don't notice none of them are wearing earpieces.
And it can do that because it has spent the time necessary to build up to this point. So you
Right.
don't you've already had each of those characters in their movies, so you know where their headspace is at. So you don't need to do that in this.
But even then, you don't really need to watch. That's what makes this. That's what this movie and early MCU stuff is. Is you don't need to watch those previous movies. That's what makes this movie brilliant. Yes, it helps, and yes, it enhances the experience for sure. But you could just sit down and watch this, and it's just a story about that. Those last 30 minutes are still awesome. You don't need to see Captain America 1 or Thor or Iron Man to get that when it does that panning shot of all the Avengers fighting to Chitauri, that's friggin' awesome. Like, you don't
Right.
need to have seen them, but it helps. And that's where those early MC movies' greatest strength is. But
And
just,
then they got too big for their britches.
well, yeah, they had to escalate and became, well, what are you going to do next? What are you going to do next? And, yeah, back to formula. Back to formula. But for me, this movie, I mean, I will
back to formula.
back to
Do
formula.
you know how much I've sacrificed?
I do.
I built
do.
this company.
I do know what you've sacrificed, Kevin Feige. I do know. But not just again. Nothing like this. Nothing like when I first watched this in theaters. It's funny because like we're far enough removed from this that we get to be the old people being like, you guys don't know what it was like, but you really don't. You really like. I'll never forget the first trailer for this. Remember the first trailer for this? It was the post credit for it was the post credit for Captain America, I believe. and it was that trailer with the rock and roll song that made it look like a completely different movie.
I mean, I just remember being in theaters as you have that shot panning around all of them as they're standing
Oh, it's
back to back,
so
and
good.
being like, "Oh my God!" Like I cannot believe this is happening.
Right,
Like I
right.
cannot believe this is
Ah,
happening.
I mean, the audience will have already seen that trailer because that's going to be the trailer at the beginning of the YouTube video they're currently watching. But I'll send it to you later because it was really funny. It was like, yeah, I made it look like a completely different movie. It had this weird hard rock soundtrack. It was very strange. But no, yeah, this thing was as a person who, like I said, when I was in high school, I was the guy. I'm in my room reading comic books. Like if you had told that guy, like when I watched that scene where it's not even just the one where it's panning around them. It's the one where it's like, yeah, it does that panning shot and like Iron Man swoops in and does the unibeam and it bounces off of Captain America's shield and it kills the thing and Thor and Hulk are fighting on top of the big ones and they're like it's all that. I'm like it was like that scene from Ratatouille where it's the critic and he flashes back to his childhood self. Like that was
Yeah.
me. It was like a flashback to my childhood self sitting on a blanket as a child reading at my Spider-Man comic books, being like, man, if you had told me I'd be watching this in this context, I would have been like, there's no way that's possible. But like even if, when I was a teenager, if you told me, and so as a result, that movie's always gonna have that like a fond place in my heart of just like you guys don't, and even behind the scenes when everything to make that happen, the amount of seating, I mean you've already said this, but the amount of seating that had to go into making that and just the absolute impact for better or for worse. So many movies have done interconnected universes because Marvel made it possible. Not even just DC and comic books, but there's an interconnected horror storybook universe. There's the Spum. There's all kinds of different, or what you call it? Well, Kevin Smith had his, but there's all sorts of interconnected universes that exist because of Marvel. Like they changed the game forever with this movie, for better or for worse, whether you like it or not. And that is incredible. And just to be able to be there. And like I remember I saved all my money and had all my scene points and like I managed to bring all of my friends and family to watch it and we all sat in a row and we watched it and it was like, yeah, I just remember sitting on the edge of my seat. And so because of that feeling, it's always going to be maybe my favorite superhero movie. I mean, there's so many superhero movies I love, but it might be my favorite superhero movie. It's definitely my favorite.
Up there. It's up there.
Like there are some of the newer ones where like, oh, this is really fun, but I've never replicated the feeling of.
It's definitely top 10. The only one which I think, and it's not replicated that feeling, but like I've had like that it evoked similar feelings was Spider-Man.
Yeah, yeah, but I just
That got close.
like
But
yeah, it's not trying to say anything. It's not trying to have a message or be about anything or dissect
it's
the
just
characters.
it's just big dumb fun.
It's just the characters being like yeah, there's moments where the characters are standing around talking, but it's always in service of doing a superhero thing. It's never talking about your feelings or breaking down the characters' emotions. It's just them punching a thing. And well, yeah, do I think that there's room for both? Yes, there's absolutely room for both. But I think the world needs more Avengers and less Man of Steel right now.
Yeah.
Being fun is punk rock. But yeah, no, it's my favorite. It's easily hands down my favorite. I think it's my favorite. I don't know. It's hard because I like Spider-Man. We're gonna talk about Spider-Man, but I think it's my favorite MCU movie. Like just nothing. There's been a couple of moments where it's replicated that feeling I got of being like, yeah, this takes me back to being a kid again. Like truly, it was a surreal experience. Just being like, yeah, man. I could never picture this as a kid. Like, to me, watching comic book stuff was like watching cartoons by myself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, yeah,
Yeah.
it wasn't communal, like that was. Like that was such an event. It's hard to.
It was an experience.
Yeah, you TikTokers who just want to pick apart every single MCU movie don't appreciate, I think, what that was. I like a lot of these kids are like they're like 17, 18. They just don't know what it was like in the before time when all we had was Spider-Man 3 or like yeah, or X-Men First Class, not X-Men First, or X-Men 3,
Yeah.
Blade. Like you don't Fantastic Four, when the Fantastic Four movies were the best we could hope for.
Ben Affleck Daredevil.
Ben Affleck Daredevil. Like you guys don't know what the before time where you're like, "Oh, it like the costume looks good. The costume looks good.
That's it. That's it. That's all. It's just the
Wow,
costume looks
the
good.
costume looks good. This isn't
It's like
really
it's like kids nowadays who like they have good video game movies. They didn't grow their Mario. They had a very different experience going to watch the Mario movie than I did.
right? Yeah, yeah, like that. Yeah, exactly. Like not to get on a tangent, but just yeah, very much. Like so many people who pick apart the Mario movie. It's like it looks like the thing. Like
It
you people
it
are you are taking for
just
granted the fact
shut
that
up.
it looks like
Like
the thing. You don't understand how low a bar it looking like a thing. Like they didn't try to take like I don't know, maybe that's a wild and hot take, but like it's really frustrating when it's like, oh, we're trying to put our own. I think you've complained about this, but I'm discovering I'm also developing a hate for it. Like we need to do a weird art house version of this character where we do our own weird spin on it. No, I just want it to look like the thing. And this looks like
sometimes
the thing.
sometimes it's okay for the thing to just look like the thing. I don't need a
Like,
weird
yeah.
artistic stupid take on the thing.
Like
Like I
I
don't
want
need like
Captain America to go Hulk smash and then Hulk smashes. I don't want it to be some dissertation on why Hulk should smash.
no. Yeah, exactly.
That's it. That's the Avengers. Quality movie. One of my favorites.
So, okay, my next one. Uh you remember our previously discussed topic of we talked about John Carter from Mars? Well, I watched the Marvel take on that, which was just Planet Hulk.
Oh, you watched the movie
Um,
version of it, certainly. The comic book I hear is better. I hear the comic is better.
I've never read that. I can't speak to that. But I did find out that so you in the movie, what the one of the guys that they fight in the arena is Beta Ray Bill.
Yeah, yeah, Beta Ray.
Um,
They've never done Beta Ray Bill. Supposedly they
I
were gonna do him in Thor
I
4 More Thor, but
I just found out that in the comics, it's not Beta Ray Bill who he fights.
no.
It's Silver Surfer.
Yes, it's yeah. The comic is
Um,
very it's quite different. There are like a few similarities here and there, but it's like quite different. Hulk is quite a bit more um not bad, not evil, but like a dick.
Vindictive.
Yeah, and angry. Well, angry. Like that's the comic book that ends with he comes back to Earth and he tries to take over Earth. It's called
World
War
War
Hulk.
Hulk.
Yeah, and they
Yeah.
have to like bury like this version of him is also like wicked smart. They sort of they like soften a lot of his edges, but yeah, they end up having to like repress this version of him. But this is where the kid comes from, like Scar or
Scar.
whatever. Yeah, it comes from this
Um,
storyline. But they
but
never did a sequel to this.
what's funny is one of the characters in this uh he is voiced by Liam O'Brien.
Really?
And yep. And he's pretty much just like the way that he portrays him in this. And this came out in 2010, I believe. But so I'm pretty sure this was like peak Critical Role
Oh yeah,
campaign one,
I think in one of
Vox
the
Machina,
episodes they promoted. I think.
probably. But like his portrayal in this, he's pretty much just Vax,
Facts.
the guy one.
They get confused all the time.
Um, and to the point where it's like he even kind of looks like what my headcanon picture of it is. Like he
It's
looks um to the point where I'm almost inclined to show you after. But
Wait, no. Actually, I think they do the Gladiator thing in John. It's also Gladiator as well.
oh yeah, that's why I say it's John Carter, because they do that in John Carter.
Do they do that in John
Um,
Carter? I couldn't remember.
well,
If
I
they did
know
or
that
not.
in John Carter they have don't they have a part? It's been years since I've
It's
watched
been
it.
way too long since I
Um,
watched it.
but I think they have a part where he lands among the green people, and he fights like in their arena, and then he earns their respect that way.
I don't remember enough, so I'm gonna just believe you.
I just remember that in the John Carter, there's like the two
Just
groups of people. There's the hot ones who look like humans, and there's the ugly green people. And he lands among the ugly green people and gets their respect, and then goes and frees the human looking ones.
that
Um,
sounds believable.
which is basically what happens in this one, where he becomes a slave, and then he earns the respect of the people, and there's like the gray people, there's the red people, there's the bug people, there's a bunch of different
Yeah,
people in this one.
I Marvel stopped doing animated movies like this because I guess DC's were more successful and they saw they were getting more money in the live action stuff. But I think they should start doing these again. Like
I like this one.
where you do like an hour long, like it's an adaptation of a popular comic book run. Like I think that's fun. I think these were fun, and like yeah, they're the spot where you can do. So then people stop asking you, hey, when are you gonna do a Injustice movie? You can be like, well, we did one, and then people stop
Um,
asking.
I also think that it's a great place for now that Marvel and DC are willing to do crossover stuff again. I think it's also a great place for them to do a crossover Marvel
Yes,
DC animated
I
movie.
completely agree.
And then you don't have to commit to a big budget live action one, and you can do
Also,
a fun animated one.
as I recall, I remember the animation in this one's actually pretty good considering it's straight to DVD.
Yeah, I mean, again, I
Like,
enjoyed it.
also, it being Bullet Ray Bill that shows up is funny because like it's a character that
Beta
is
Beta Ray Bill,
it's
yeah, yeah.
so he's so random. Like he shows up in that
Yeah,
movie, and if you don't know who he is, he looks like Thor, and you're like, why does he look like Thor?
I
That's so
know.
weird.
I didn't know who he was, and I remember when I watched this the first time, I had to look it up and be like, "Who's the horse guy who looks like
Why
Thor?"
why change it? It makes just as much sense for it to be Silver Surfer. Like he's
Right? Like
just
I
as well.
don't
Well,
in that.
the only reason why you would do it is because people don't know who Silver Surfer is, or you would have to explain Silver Surfer. I guess maybe.
Well, like so in this version, it's the Rock dude who's Core. Um,
Korg, yeah,
Korg, not the annoying Korg from the
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Waikiki, but like an actual character,
That's who
Korg.
Korg is. Korg is based on that character.
Yes,
Yeah,
well, yes. Only insofar of the fact that they're both stone people,
yeah. They're the same species of people.
um, but in this one, it's like him and his brothers landed on what I guess is supposed to be Asgard, and that's where they run into Beta Ray Bill. So I'm curious in the original where they land that makes them run into the Silver Surfer,
Because to be
or
fair,
or or does Korg not have that pre? Is that just a thing that's just for this movie? Like,
I think it
does
is.
he?
I don't think Beta Ray. Well, no, I actually I no because I now that I'm thinking
No,
about it,
I'm
I'm
saying in the original it's not Beta Ray Bill. It would have been Silver Surfer. So I'm
yeah,
saying, is there a planet that these guys land on where they ran into him, and then that's
yes,
how
I'm
we
sure.
recognize him? But like where? Because
If I had to
Silver Surfer
guess,
doesn't have a planet. You see what I'm
well,
saying? Like,
Silver Surfer goes through a period of time. He's not always attached to Galactus. He's often off doing so. I maybe it's just it's probably from another adventure they had previously, and there's like a sup True Believers.
well, I
Silver
mean, it
Surfer
must have.
and Hulk teamed up in such and such comic book.
It must have been during a period where he's not being Galactus's herald, because that's when he's usually weak enough to actually be taken down.
Yeah, yeah.
So that's the only circumstance where I would believe they could get some collar on him, which would chain his power cosmic,
But yeah, they were gonna
or
do
or or they stole his board.
or they stole his board. But yeah, they were gonna do Bullet Ray Bill was gonna be in Thor 4, more Thor.
I mean, okay.
That was at one point was gonna be
Um,
the rumor. There was a casting, there was a rumored casting for him a long
that
time
movie
ago.
was bloated enough. I don't know that we needed to add in another
Bullet Ray
character
Bill is
for.
such a specific
I
character.
don't think that we needed to add in another character for Waiko Tiki
No.
Tiki Kiki Kiki to
I
screw up.
I know comic books and I barely understand who he is. Like he doesn't technically, and yeah, he shows up in that movie and he's not wielding Mjolnir. He has a different
He's
magic
got a
hammer.
different hammer,
But the
yeah.
reason why he looks like Thor is because he at one point picked up Mjolnir, and it was during like one of those storylines where Thor had lost the power or whatever, and then Thor gets it back and he gets another hammer. I think it's called Stormbreaker. I think is what it's called. but that's why he has a different hammer, and that's why it looks like Thor. But this movie doesn't explain that. He just shows up and has Thor's powers and looks like Thor, and he beats up Hulk and then leaves. It's very
Yeah,
strange. It's
yeah.
very
Freeze
bizarre.
them. Uses his, and he actually does use electric powers in this.
Yeah.
Because he uses his powers of electricity to like break the thing that's keeping
He
them all
could
chained.
he could be literally any character. It's very strange. I remember thinking it was strange at the time. I only kind of vaguely know who Bullet Ray Bill is. Just
Oh, when I watched
barely.
this the first time, the first time, I had no idea who he
I
was.
know who he is, like what he looks like and what his name is, but that's it.
Nope.
Couldn't tell you a
I
thing
had
about his
no
backstory.
idea, absolutely zero who
I
he
do
was.
now, but yeah.
I do now, but I'm saying when I watched it the first time, I just saw a guy who looked like a horse and he had Thor's powers, and
Yeah,
I
I'm
was
like, I
very confused.
don't know who this character. Jordan, is that it?
That's it for Planet Hulk.
So I'm gonna be full disclosure, Jordan. I realized this morning that I forgot to watch the Eternals, so I was down a movie. So real quickly, so I still had something. And this is gonna be really short. This is very much gonna be rapid fire. I watched an episode of the 2003 Spider-Man show, the weird one, the one that's
The
sort of based off of the Sam Raimi movies.
the 3D one.
Yeah, so fun fact, the 3D one, the one where Neil Patrick Harris is
It's
Spider-Man,
Spider-Man.
yeah. Fun fact about that show is the Sam Raimi Spider-Man movie was crazy popular. So they commissioned a show where it was going to be based off of those movies, and then they changed their mind last minute. So that's why some of the story details are like similar. So in that show, Harry Osborn hates Spider-Man because he thinks his dad killed Spider-Man. Spider-Man is a student at the school.
Wait. You mean he thinks Spider-Man killed his dad, not that his dad killed Spider-Man,
Yes,
right?
scratch that, reverse it.
Yes. Okay,
Um,
yeah, okay.
yes, he's basically the James Franco version of Harry Osborn, and
Yeah.
it's before the second movie was really into production, so they didn't really know where those characters were going, but that's why. So it takes place in the real world. It's tonally very weird. The character, it's like too adult. It's more like a PG-13 show because it's like for slightly older kids. So like the characters curse, and it's one of those like this is during that period of time where we need to be like, what if these characters existed in the real world? The animation's kind of clunky, and it ends on the worst cliffhanger imaginable. Um, there's
I recall that, yeah.
yeah, the bad guy in the final episode is like this guy who, or it's a twin. It's a pair of
Yeah,
twins.
they have twins. There's a girl and a guy twins or whatever, and like they're using their mind whammy powers on Spider-Man to
Yeah,
make him evil,
and
basically.
he ends up hurting someone as a result, and so he tosses the Spider-Man costume into the ocean and decides that he isn't going to be Spider-Man anymore. And then the show never came back for a second season. It just kind of ended.
So he just decided he was never going to be
So
Spider-Man
that
anymore.
version of just never was Spider-Man again. But yeah, it was weird. It was on MTV. For us, it aired on YTV, but initially aired on MTV. Nobody remembers it. I guarantee you, nobody remembers it other than a select few. Some of the designs were really weird. Their version of Max Dillon was a guy who was bullied. He wanted to be at a frat party, so the frat party was bullying him. But yeah, very strange show. Very strange show. That's it. That's all I got. I watched like an episode and a half. Oh, and I also watched half an episode of that bad Marvel show, which is interesting because they clearly that show wasn't popular. Like at least I don't think it was very popular. But they also tried to do he starts off in a costume that looks like the one from the Tom Holland movies, and eventually designs the costume thing, but it doesn't work quite as well as it did in the 3D show, which I maintain is honestly pretty good, and that's quite honestly the version of Scorpion they should do for the movie. Where he's just I've said that before, I say it again, they should do Scorpion, it should be the guy from Better Call Saul, and he should just be an unhinged psychopath.
I'd be down for that.
I would love
Like
to see him,
to the point where like in this movie, especially if you're gonna bring in the Defenders, he's a psychopath who is like a big enough psychopath where like maybe he causes a turf war or something, and it gets really big, and that's why you have to have all the superheroes because not one single one of them can deal with it.
yes. That having been said, though, I want Kingpin to. I'm pretty confident Kingpin will show up in some capacity, but I want Kingpin to be the main bad
That's
guy.
well, I mean, that's where I say if it's a turf war, then
Um,
you need to have two sides for a turf war. So I'm saying you have psychopathic Ignacio actor guy, Scorpion on one side versus Kingpin, who is played by the guy who played him in Daredevil on the other
Heck yeah.
side, and they're fighting each other. And meanwhile, you have the heroes who are like trying to break it up in between.
But I want like a slightly more. As much as I'm like okay, the simplified version of the costume in that show was all right. I do want a comic book accurate costume.
Yeah, I do too.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's my ideal version of how this plays
But
out.
that's that weird version of Neil Patrick Harris version of Spider-Man that they should never bring back and everyone should forget about. That really was rapid fire, Jordan.
Yes, it was. Okay, so my last rapid fire. Um, I watched the miniseries Moon Knight,
I
which
remember liking that, but well, I mean, you're gonna say it anyway. I'm gonna let you say it, but I remember liking that, but with an asterisk.
so I'll preface this with I'm not the biggest Moon Knight guy. I don't know
No,
all the details.
he is a complicated character.
I do know a few more since the first time I watched this because I have an audiobook which he's the main like one of the main guys, so it does give a little bit more. But so like for example, in this um it's Mark Spector and Stephen Grant
Yeah, Stephen Grant is
who
not normally the.
and well there's normally three alters plus Kanji.
Yeah,
Um and what I will say is which I didn't appreciate. So this is where it having the background knowledge makes you appreciate certain things more because yeah, there's a twist at the very end of it to jump the gun a little bit that they do like at the end of the credits of the last episode or like mid credits of the
yeah.
last episode, which I didn't get that the first time. Like
Oh, yeah,
I
I
didn't
did. I know enough about
I
him to get
didn't
that. Yeah.
know I didn't know enough about the character to get that, so it meant nothing to me. This time around, I was like, "That's clever." But so yeah, this was like 6 episodes long, something like that. It's a mini
Yeah, that
series.
sounds about right. Yeah.
40
Would
to
have been
50,
better as a movie.
40 to 50 minutes per episode, give or take.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of the thing with a lot of these miniseries and a lot of
So
these
much
shows
fat.
general is I just a lot of them would work better as a movie.
Yeah.
Just and you can tell a lot of them some of them were movies
Yep.
and you can tell.
This
Now I
is
don't know if
this one
I don't know
definitely.
if this one was, but I believe it was.
If sure feel
Um,
sure call it Phil. I remember there's a lot of fat. The one thing I remember about the show was that it was frustrating how little Moon Knight was in it. I think there's an entire episode where he never shows up once, and it doesn't count when he's not in the costume. Like the fact that it's a CGI costume is frustrating because it makes it expensive, and like I just remember every time it got to an interesting thing, it would cut away. So like it does that thing where like he's about to fight a group of bad guys, and then it cuts away to the other version of him, and now all the bad guys are unconscious and bloody, and you're like, well, that would have been a fun action sequence.
yeah, and my thing and okay, so um
Also, but Steven is fun. Steven's fun, and I like his costume.
I mean they're fun. My
Enjoy
thing
his costume.
my thing ultimately is the characters are fun in this. I like Steven. I like Mark. And I think the person who is doing the acting, whose name I don't actually remember,
Oscar Isaac.
Oscar Isaac, thank you. I think he is a good Moon Knight.
Yeah.
Like I think he is a good person to play this role.
Just be nice if Moon Knight was in it more.
Yeah, and I will say maybe that's to its credit where it's like I want more.
The pacing in
Like
these shows
I
is
want
never good. That's
I
the
want
thing.
I want a movie with this guy,
Yes.
or even like I'd settle for another 6 episodes, but I want a movie with this guy.
Like, if
Um,
you shaved off all of the excess fat and fluff, that fluffs out these shows into an unnecessary 6-episode show, and you trimmed it down to a 2 hour, to a 2 hour 15-minute movie, this would be much better. All of these are like this. All of them. And I remember this one
Yeah.
also being like this, where it's like, this
Yeah.
would be an infinitely more interesting movie because I wouldn't have to spend an agonizing 5-minute scene of the characters standing around doing nothing.
Yeah. And so now also as I watched it this time and I was a little bit more familiar with the character, um, because I have to be honest, I part of why I chose to watch this is because I couldn't actually remember what happens in this show.
Yeah, fair enough.
Because I've only watched it the once, right? And and so as I'm watching it in the first little bit, I'm like, now I don't know that much about Moon Knight, but I'm pretty sure usually the like the main guy is Mark, not Steven.
Yeah, yeah. Usually it's Mark,
And
yeah.
so I was like, why are we following still? That's an interesting choice to have us follow
That's
Steven. And then also as I'm watching it, I'm like, well, there's also usually a third one who does like the beat 'em up stuff, or like, where is he? Where is he? And I forgot that he largely isn't in this until that very last
yeah.
the scene that I alluded to earlier. Um, but
There's the hippo person. I remember the hippo person.
yeah, the Egyptian gods are fun. They're fun. And overall, it is a fun. I enjoy it. I prefer a movie.
Yeah, yeah. That's the thing. Is like I haven't decided yet how many of these are gonna be in one YouTube video, but like that's just the theme of these shows. Is this would be a much better movie. Like this would be.
I think it is
They're
anyway.
bad. I will say. I don't know if you experienced this. Although the first time you watched Moon Knight, you watched it in one go, right?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, you didn't. I watched Moon Knight week to week. And wait, are you done with Moon Knight?
Yeah. That's. I mean,
'Cause-
summation, final thoughts. Okay, show. It would be a better
Be a
movie.
better movie. So that's funny you say that, and this is gonna tie perfectly into my next one, which is I watched Hawkeye. And Hawkeye, same deal. This is a bad television show. It's badly paced. It's badly structured. There are scenes that go on for an agonizingly long time. They introduce like so many extraneous characters that all have extraneous backstories that go on for a fucking eternity. And the entire time I'm like, there are elements of this show I like. Oh, that's what I was gonna ask you. Did you watch? You watched I did ask you this. Moon Knight. I watched Moon Knight week to week, and it made it painful. It made it painful. It was like, oh, just as this is getting interesting, it's ending, right? Just as it's starting to get in. So when you watch them all together, they're a little less agonizing. Like the pacing is still bad. Don't get me wrong. The pacing is atrocious. They're wildly uneven, and they are evidently were originally movies, and this is definitely one of them. And like when Hawkeye and Kate Bishop are together, they're really fun. I really enjoy Haley Steinfeld as Kate Bishop. I like her interactions with Clint Barton. They're really fun. The story is pretty fun. The humor is really funny. There's a really funny character or running gag where the bad guys are this group of criminals called the Tracksuit Mafia, and one of them he's bought concert tickets to Imagine Dragons, and his girlfriend doesn't want to go and is upset with him, and he can't figure out why. And the Kate Bishop's like, have you considered like talking to her and figuring out what's going on? And he's like, no, I bought these tickets. She should be stoked. Why isn't she stoked? And so then at the end, they're captured, and the same bad guy comes up, and she's like, yeah, it turns out you were right. You know, I took her to the Maroon 5 concert instead, and she was way happier. Thank you so much. I just want to say thank you for that. It's really funny. But like, yeah, there's so many extraneous characters that are not interesting, like that are unnecessary. Like you could completely cut out Echo Maya. There's a character. Her name is Maya. She works for Kingpin, and she wants to kill. The whole plot of this is the bad guys are trying to get the Ronin suit that Hawkeye wore when he was Ronin in the years between when the Snap happened and Endgame happened. He was an evil ninja character, and he killed people. And so Maya wants to kill him. And the suit that he wore has gone on sale, and the bad guys want it, and they want the sword. And the entire time you think that Kate Bishop's stepdad, I'm going to spoil this show, but you think that the mom's fiance is the evil one, and it turns out, spoiler alert, that Maya, who very famously Echo in the comics works for Kingpin, like she has a relationship with Kingpin, that's her deal, but Kingpin shows up, and it turns out, yeah, that she works for Kingpin, and that Kingpin arranged to have her dad killed. And so there's an entire episode where the first 30 minutes of an hour-long episode are this sluggish backstory about Maya, and then Maya just disappears for like an episode and a half. She's just gone. She's just not in the show. And they do it again. They do another character. And then in the back half of it, Yelena shows up out of nowhere. And you find out what happened to her after Black Widow, where you find out that she got snapped and she disappeared, and she came back, and that's how she wound up in Thunderbolts. How she's working for the whatever character, the Val character. This show sort of explains how that happened, and that's Thunderbolts is still kind of part of that problem of like, yeah, if you don't watch this, you have no idea why what's her face is working for this random woman. But this sort of explains what happened to her. She shows up and she wants to kill Clint Barton, because Clint Barton, she finds out that she thinks that Clint Barton killed Black Widow, the original Black Widow, Natasha. And so she's trying to get revenge on her. And so then she shows up, and there's just an agonizingly long, like, it goes on forever explaining her backstory. And you're like, oh my god, the pacing in this is horrible. But she's really funny. And there's a really funny like scene with her and Kate Bishop, where she shows up at Kate Bishop's place, and she's like, I didn't break and enter. I entered. I did not try to hurt you. I removed an obstacle. As she's like eating like macaroni or whatever. She comes back in a later episode, and Kate Bishop is like, stop making me like you. And I'm like, man, that just kind of like sums up Yelena in a sentence of like, hey, stop being so charismatic and likable. Like, I don't like you. I don't. But I've seen people say that they like her better than the original, which I like her better than the original. But yeah. You could completely cut out Maya and Kingpin and have it just be about Yelena and Clinton and that. There's too many things in this show, and none of them are really all that like interesting. And they get pulled for stretched for so long to facilitate.
So you would say none of them are really shooting as straight as an arrow.
No. This movie would be much better if it were like there's so much of it where they're not together, and it's just like 40 minutes or 30 minutes or 20 minutes of a character who isn't really on the show. Like, yeah, like, okay, yeah, here's a 30-minute in the second to last episode. Here's a 30-minute like involved backstory on Yelena, a character who hasn't really been in the show up until this point. Why do I care? Or there's a big long extended backstory between Kingpin and Kingpin shows up, and I mean, I think Vincent D'Onofrio's amazing. He's so good. He's really good in this. Like the Kingpin, he's intimidating, he's scary. But Jordan, say it with me now. It would have been
better as a movie.
We'll do it, Jordan. It
would have been better as a movie.
It would have been better as a movie. The pacing of it is horrendous. It's bad. But the sense of humor is good. There's action sequences that are fun, that are good. And I'm like, yeah, if this were a compact 2-hour movie, and I was sitting in a movie theater watching this, and I wasn't on hour 3, yeah, this would be better. Also, like, the fact that none of the episodes have the same length is annoying. Where you're like, oh yeah, this one's 40 minutes, and the next one's an hour long for some idiotic reason. It's annoying.
It's particularly annoying because you can tell that the ones that become shows are the ones that they didn't have confidence would actually sell as movies.
No, so they got
So
tossed
like
onto.
Moon Knight, for example, it's like clearly you can tell some executive saw that or saw the pitch for it or whatever was like, I don't know, this one feels a little too out there, feels a little too weird. Maybe just throw it on streaming. Or yours is like, I don't know, I don't know if those characters are really popular enough to like to warrant
Pretty
going to
much.
theaters. We'll just throw it on streaming.
But
It'll
like,
be fine.
it influences the universe going forward because Kate Bishop is obviously coming back, and yeah, there's a lot of funny like there's it's not to say that again. It's not to say that it's a bad show. Oh, that was the thing I wanted to bring up. I have to bring up when I'm talking about Hawkeye before I move on. I have to bring up the musical because so many people misunderstand that musical and it drives me crazy. That musical, Jordan,
Yes.
that musical is supposed to be bad. That's the joke.
It's supposed to be campy,
No,
right?
it's it.
Like
No, it's a no. The joke is that it's a bad. It's because the thing you have to. It's not that it's campy. Is that
bad, campy, same thing.
no. Because campy is intentional. The joke with this is because the thing you have to put it in the universe. That is a Broadway musical, right? That they've gone to see Broadway. So that means they're paying Broadway prices for what is essentially a theme park level effort. Like the costumes are bad, the music is bad, the choreography is bad. Like it's a bad musical. It's not a well-made musical. But that's the joke. The joke is that it's terrible. Like Hulk, like this is like the thing about Broadway musicals is they have a budget. Like they're expensive. Like you're paying $100 to go see Hulk instead of getting a decent Hulk costume or a decent Captain America costume or a decent Iron Man costume. Iron Man is wearing a hoodie. Like, can you imagine if you paid $140 to go watch the event, Steve Rogers the musical on Broadway, and Iron Man was wearing a hoodie? You would be outraged. I think it's supposed to be a kind of a self joke on the Spider-Man musical, where one of the lizard was just an inflatable dummy. Like at one point they have Bonesaw, and he's just like one of those rubber, like inflatable things. I think it's supposed to be a gag on that, but people were like getting mad at it on the internet on because this is obviously during TikTok exists, so everyone is a critic. But everyone was like, "Oh, it's so bad," and Marvel made it, and it's so bad, and it's like, yeah, no, the joke is that it's supposed to be bad. Like it's a terrible musical. Like that's supposed to be the joke. Is that it's kind of like it's a really hokey, terrible musical about a tragedy in universe. Like taking, I finally came up with a good analogy. But taking Hawkeye to that musical would kind of be like taking one of the firefighters who had friends who died in 9/11 to a 9/11 the musical. Like, he's like, yeah, that's my friend. She died. Like, it's a really shitty musical to take your dad who has obvious PTSD from this.
Yeah,
Also,
I understand.
there's a moment, and I think they carry this on into later shows, but there's a moment where you see a sticker, and it says Thanos was right. And all I could think about was how, like, if this took...
Oh,
Right? Like, all I could think about was how if this show, like if this took place in the real world, you would have like Tucker Carlson or like Matt Walsh or like one of those right-wing dipshits.
maybe he wasn't so bad. Maybe he really had the right idea all
No,
along.
not even just they did that, but no, they would be like, oh, why should we have to give out? I moved in and I got this house fair and square. Why should I have to move out of Gary's house just because Gary happened to reappear after 5 years? Gary was legally dead for 5 years. It's not my responsibility to shelter and clothe these blippers. Like, there'd be a derogatory term for them. They'd be like blippers.
Well, I mean,
or...
that is pretty much what happened in universe.
Kind
That's
of, they
what
do kind of a version of it, but you just know that there'd be like, they don't really go enough into it. I think in it, they don't go enough because obviously, like those kind of things became real. Like your,
I was more talking in like the Sam Wilson show, where I mean that isn't that kind of the point of that show is that people are like, it's not our fault that these people got blipped away and now
yeah,
they have to like find a
yeah,
place for them.
They did kind of go into it, not quite as with as much depth as I think they could have. But yeah, they definitely did. Yeah, but yeah. Like when people are like, oh, that universe is ridiculous. But yeah, no, that would happen in real life. You'd have like
Oh,
you'd have
absolutely, that would
Fox News
happen in
being like,
real
we
life.
shouldn't have to take care of people who disappeared for 5 years. Breitbart
What,
would be
what,
like,
what, what? We have to subsidize these losers who got blipped away.
how is it my
Like,
fault they got
like,
blipped
how
away
is
and
it
I
my
did?
fault they did? I was the successful one who had to stay behind and actually
Right?
work for 5 years, make my life. I had to move on because they died. They got to just exist in limbo, and I had to move on. I had to mourn these people, and I had to find a new place and build my new home just for them to reappear and get to take their home back.
What's funny?
What is that's what it would be
Right?
like.
What's funny though is I like you could tell though that they kind of, not that they regret it, but that they regret how they did that or how they handled it, because that so much of that universe they want it to be like right now, but technically speaking it had a 5 year time jump, and this big traumatic thing that happened that they constantly have to address or deal with now, that will forever like be a part of that universe until they reset it, which they're gonna do. But yeah, no, better as a movie. Better as a movie. I've let this go on too long. Better as a movie. That's it. That's Hawkeye. That's my last rapid fire. Have scenes, Jordan.
Have
But also, Jordan, aren't you glad we
seen.
did Fantastic Four first? Because now when we get to the end of them, we don't also have to do a movie review.
Yep.
I think doing the movie reviews at the beginning of the show is a good choice.
Yeah, when we have the most energy.
Yeah, yeah. I don't know if you were feeling that.
I am.
Yeah, yeah.
So my first have seen. I watched Loki, another TV show.
This was a
And
pretty good TV show.
this one worked as a TV
This one
show.
works as a TV show, but it also would have been a pretty good movie.
it would have been a pretty good two movies. This would have had to be two movies. Each season would have to be a
Yeah,
movie.
yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
And I think that's why this works as a show, is because it is multiple seasons.
It'd be
Um,
interesting to see if this version of Loki is the one that comes back for, because they've announced he's coming. We did the cast list breakdown. He's coming back for Doomsday or Final Wars. I think it's Doomsday. He's come back for it, so he's coming back.
well, so the thing is that currently, in terms of live action Lokis, it's either this or it has to be a completely new one.
Yeah.
Because, the mainline one, the Sacred Timeline one,
I mean, yeah, he's
he
dead.
he's dead.
He's dead. He's
He
not coming
he,
back.
he got snapped.
He got snapped. He's not coming back. No, I like the show.
Not snapped, like disappeared, like I mean, like his neck got snapped.
Oh yeah, no, that's true. Yeah.
So it's like it's either the version that's coming back is either this version or it's a completely new version.
Probably
Because
this version.
probably this version.
Probably
Um,
this version.
and I could see it being a thing where um either this version dies and that causes things like universes have to be folded in on each other in order for everyone to survive.
Yeah, I could see that.
Or
I could see Tom Hiddleston shows up for one scene of Robert Downey Jr. Like killing him.
yeah, or something to that
Something
effect.
to that effect.
Um
That is very believable.
or like causes him to let go of the strands and everything starts disappearing, and that like Loki then has to grab them again, and like what we get after that is the remains of what he's able to scrape together, kind of scenario.
Exactly. I see it's been a
um
while since I watched this. I wish I could remember way more specific details. Oh yeah, wasn't this
um
like? Correct me if I'm wrong, but I remember it being like this was one season and they split it in half, and it feels like it. So now that you've watched it all in one go, would you say?
kind of.
Because I remember it being like
It's definitely like one long story, so in that regard, sure.
because the
um
season one finale just stops. It just
Well, no, the
stops.
season one is that the end of season one is that girl Loki, Sylvia,
Yeah.
kills He Who Remains, and then it 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 it
I remember us agreeing on that.
the multiverse kind of just begins to sprout and everything, and Yeah, it kind of does stop in the way that like a good season ender should.
But see, I remember it doesn't feel like it ends on too big a cliffhanger. Like I remember both of us the first time we watched the first season being like that wasn't an ending. It just kind of stopped. It didn't like I
I can see how we would have felt that. It's different when you're watching it all at once.
yeah, because I just remember the big thing about that show being like this was clearly what was the what is it in total? 24 episodes?
Uh,
Is it 12
12
each?
total.
12 for both. So both seasons combined is 12.
Yeah.
Yeah, because I remember being like
It's
the
six episodes per.
okay, yeah, because I remember feeling, yeah, no, yeah, I definitely remember at the end of the first season being like, this seems like it was like one 12 episode season that they split in half and called it one season, and then I remember them coming out saying trying to
So
claim that that wasn't the case, and then
the
being
way
like
that
that's bullshit.
the way that season one ends, um, timelines begin to diverge. He who remains can no longer anticipate the future. Sylvie tries to kill him. Loki fights her, fearing he who remains might be right, pleading that he wants to keep her safe. They kiss. Sylvie uses the tempad to send Loki back to the TVA headquarters and kills a surrendering he who remains, unleashing a multiverse with
Yeah,
timelines that cannot be
and
pruned.
then he walks out
Uh,
and he's in the universe where,
Loki tries to warn B-15 and Morbius about
yep,
He Who Remains variants,
yep,
but they don't recognize him. Loki then discovers that a statue of one of the variants
yeah.
has replaced those of the
Yeah,
timekeepers.
and I
And
remember.
then that's how it ends.
Yeah, I just remember being, especially after I watched the second season. I remember being like, this is very obvious. This was very obviously one season of television that they split up into two seasons, and then they tried to claim that they
Oh, I
didn't.
mean, yeah, considering that each season is only six, yes, that I absolutely could believe. I guess when you say that it feels like it's split, um, I yes, to a degree, but also no.
Like, I remember being like, this was not giving that. I think that was it. I remember saying after the first season finale came up, being like, this is not giving season finale energy. This is giving mid-season finale energy. This is
Yeah,
giving winter
yeah.
season finale energy.
And I guess that's where I'm having a hard time is because I watched them all as one this
Yeah, that
time.
was, but that's my
But
question: is does it feel when you watch it all as one? Does it feel like one complete season of television as opposed to like two distinct, like because it's yeah, it's one story as opposed to like to me a season of television is a contained story. Like one season of television, like the best example that's just popping into my brain right now is like Supernatural, right? Like season 5 is the season that has that or there's the season that's about fighting the darkness, and that whole season is about that one story, and it has the individual stories in it, but it's
I
about
would
one story.
say I would say, and this is maybe me filling in like a weird headcanon. But I would say yes. It feels like one complete season of TV. It feels like how do I word this? This is season one of What If.
Yeah, yeah, exactly, yeah. Like,
If that makes any sense.
like
Where it's like you watch this show and then it ends with Loki sitting on the throne and he's holding each of the strands, which then goes into the world tree. And so now the multiverse exists and then the What If show happens.
yeah, yeah. Like that's
Like
that's
if you get what I
I
mean.
do I do get what you mean. Because yeah, that's my one thing I will say about this. This does I do recall being like, no, this one feels like it's a show, but it's not two seasons of a show. It's one season of a show that they've. I just the number one thing I remember commenting on about the most, where they tried to claim that like it just felt like it because I remember getting to the end of the sixth episode of the first season and be like, this feels like it's missing episodes. Like this feels like the second to last episode before the season finale. Like, oh, this is the big reveal, the big twist, and then the last episode is about resolving it. That's the number one thing I remember saying in TikTok videos is being like, this feels incomplete. And then when the second season came out, I remember being like, yeah, this feels like the rest. Like this feels like the rest
Um,
of the show.
but yeah, season one is all about hunting girl Loki. And then season two is the multiverse is in existence, and they're trying to save the TVA because that the TVA is going to blow up and having to deal with that. And Loki. I got to give Tom Hiddleston credit for this because like every time he plays a Loki, it feels like a distinct version
Oh, I mean, yeah.
and a different
The
version.
ending where you get
His
to see the
acting
different variants
ability,
is really fun.
his acting ability is absolutely on
He,
point in this show.
I recall liking season two better. I recall thinking that season two was there's a lot more.
Oh, season two
Tom
is absolutely better.
Tom Hiddleston gets to do way more. I will say it's one of the funnier bits is the self cest how Marvel very much got a lot of shit on the self cest. So in the second season, Sylvie is in that show way less.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I just it makes me laugh because he's so narcissistic he falls in love with
Yeah,
himself. Like
yeah.
it's so
See,
Loki.
Rick and Morty made the case that it was not. It was not a case of narcissism, but in fact the ultimate act of self love.
No, it's narcissism.
Although that show tries to make the point, to be fair, the show really wanted to justify it and make it less weird because they really wanted to drive the point home that she is not Loki. She says it like a
No.
bajillion times in the show. She's like, "I'm not Loki."
And in terms of her powers and everything too, she's not Loki. She's closer to Enchantress.
Yeah,
Um,
she is technically within like the log line of the show. She's technically Enchantress. She is not Loki. That's kind of the whole point. She's supposed to be a variant of Enchantress, not Loki.
I mean, you want to talk about characters that are creepy. Miss Minutes is creepy. She's
Miss Minutes
creepy.
is creepy. She's got a straight. She's into.
She's like obsessed with He Who Remains.
Yeah,
Like,
man, it really is a shame that they apparently. I think this is bullshit, but apparently they were talking about getting rid of Kang as far back as like they were in the middle of making Ant-Man 3, and they called Robert Downey Jr. To about asking him if he wanted to be Doom, well before the him getting canceled stuff. Which I just don't.
I don't believe that.
It's a shame because I liked He Who Remains, and I wanted to see where that character was going. I think would be kind of interesting is if they somehow brought him back.
Did both.
Did both. You could do both. Bring him back. Do both. And have him. Yeah. Do both. Do both.
Especially because like, it's a multiverse. You can, and I've never understood why they don't just take advantage of this. You can still have Kang there and just have him be played by someone else, and it's a variant.
Right.
It's a variant.
He's a different
He's
guy
just,
now.
he's just played by someone. You don't even have to acknowledge it.
Right.
Like he's just a variant. He just
Right.
happens to look different. You're literally doing multiverse shit.
Right.
There's never been an easier time to just randomly recast someone and have them look like someone different and not need to explain it. He's from a different universe. He looks different.
He is
Especially because in Loki, they've got a version of Loki who's black.
Right.
They've got a version of him who's an alligator, who's a kid, who's an old man. Like they just look different. It's fine.
When Jonathan Majors shows up as He Who Remains, like that scene's so good. Like, but like that I mean that's the argument for why television like that's the television scene. Where it's like, yeah, you can have it go on for like a long time, and that show rests so much on the performances and the chemistry between Owen Wilson and Tom Hiddleston.
Oh, absolutely. You know what's really funny is he knew Loki's death in Infinity War was going to be the emotional end of this character arc, and he knew that he was going to be filming a cameo in Endgame, where he escapes with the Tesseract. But apparently, at that point, there was no plans to do this show, so it wasn't a secret setup for this show. Like they had no plans to do a Loki show.
I think that's a crock of shit because they announced this show pretty well immediately after Endgame came out. So I don't believe that. That sounds like a crock of shit.
It says here that he learned about the plans for Loki 6 weeks before Infinity War was released.
Yeah. So that's well before he escapes in Endgame.
So he said after he found out about Loki after Plans for Loki 6 weeks before Infinity War was released.
Yeah,
Infinity War,
is the first one.
yeah, it comes out before Endgame.
Right, and so then in Endgame, when he escaped, they definitely knew that they were going to be making Loki.
Well, this is a contradictory statement then.
What do you mean? He found out the plans for
I'm saying
Loki.
what they have written here is a contradictory
No, it's
statement
not.
then. Yes, he was unaware that they were going to be doing it
When he
when they
made they did the
when
cameo in Endgame.
when they did Endgame.
Oh, then yes, that is a contradictory statement. Yes, because if he found out about plans for it after Infinity War came up first, so he knew that they were doing and he did
Because
because they.
it says here it was not intended by the writers to set up a future television series when they did that scene in
Oh,
Endgame.
that's a crock of shit because that's a lie. There's no way that's true because after it was it was shortly after Endgame came out. They did a slew. It was when they were announcing all of those early Disney Plus shows. Loki was one of them, and they just had the logo. No, yeah, they absolutely knew that they were setting that up.
Yeah, so this Wikipedia article is wrong then.
What Wikipedia article that's wrong? Say it isn't so, Jordan. That never happens.
Apparently, it was originally planned as a single season, but during production of the first season, it was realized that there was so much more to explore with Loki and the story could continue.
Yeah, so I'm right. It was originally one season. Yeah, yeah. They split it in half. Um, they're trying to
Well,
justify splitting it.
more. It doesn't necessarily mean they split it in half. More, they realized that they had half a story and they wrote the other half.
Well, it was they had. I think initially the show was announced it was going to be 9 episodes long. So what they did is instead they realized they probably had 12 episodes and they could split it into a two season show as opposed to a one season.
Yeah, exactly,
Because
exactly.
that sixth episode feels like there's 2 more episodes left of that show. It's written that way, and then yeah. And to be fair, the second season doesn't feel overly dragged out, but this show doesn't in the way that these other shows do.
Normally, I'd give you a budget for
That's
my have
okay.
seen, but I can't for this.
Um, that's it for Loki.
So that's it for Loki.
So, when it came time to talk about the MCU, I obviously had to dip back at the Tom Holland Spider-Man verse, and I had to talk about what is, in my opinion, objectively the best Spider-Man movie. It is objectively the best Spider-Man movie about Spider-Man. Now, whether or not it is the best Spider-Man movie that is a movie, that is up for debate. But it is the best movie about Spider-Man. It is the best articulation and adaptation of that character put to screen for two scenes in that movie. Nothing in I like the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man movies. My favorite Spider-Man movie is probably the first one, but he's a bad adaptation of the character for one reason and one reason only. He doesn't quip. He does one quip and it's a homophobic slur. Like, the best scene in any Spider-Man movie ever in terms of pure translation of Spider-Man into live action, it's that bank robbery scene. Which my favorite version of that scene is still in the trailer. Where he's like, you're not the real Avengers. I could tell. Thor gives it away. That's that's the trailer version. But that sequence is Spider-Man. That is Spider-Man. That is pure Spider-Man. Like, I think about Tom Holland was done a disservice by his Spider-Man movies because all of his Spider-Man movies are in service of other movies. So I was thinking about this, where a lot of Tom Holland's Spider-Man is tell, don't show. We don't see him and Tony Stark develop a relationship because as far as those movies are concerned, Homecoming happens and then immediately it's Infinity War. So we don't see their relationship develop. We don't see their relationship grow. So when he dies in Infinity War, the impact he has on him rings kind of hollow. And this movie implies in its setup that relationship between Tony Stark and Peter Parker is going to be something that is allowed to develop. But his next movie, Tony Stark's dead. We never get to see the development of that relationship. We never get to see where that goes. We never get to see that character grow. He skips over all that growth because the next time we see him, it's been 5 years and the world has completely changed. He doesn't get to grow with the world because the world moves on. And then the third movie is just an immediate reaction to the second movie. So he never has a chance to grow as a character. And this movie is the best in terms of its simplicity. It contains like the most importantly, he wants to be Spider-Man. Like that differentiates him between the only one who's maybe a close second is Andrew Garfield, but that movie ends with him not wanting to be Spider-Man. And then the next movie, he doesn't want to be Spider-Man. Spider-Man at his core, for most of his time, yeah, there's the occasional moment every 5 to 6 years in the comics where he goes through a thing where he doesn't want to be Spider-Man and he wants to quit. But that's rare. That's not like every week. Like, Spider-Man generally likes being Spider-Man.
Usually,
right?
usually he has a pretty good
Spider-Man.
time.
Yeah, he wants to be Spider-Man. And that's what makes
He
this...
enjoys swinging around town. There's a lot. He's like, there's a lot of things about Spider-Man that suck and that are hard, but there's a lot to enjoy, and a lot of the
Right?
time he does enjoy it.
Like we haven't got a good my favorite scene in this movie, just like my favorite scene in the oh my god, I was gonna call him Keanu Reeves. Oh my god, what is it? Christopher Reeves version of Superman is, I love the scene where he's just going around town solving crimes, and he's a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man, and he's just stopping bank robbers. Like, that's what this movie is fundamentally about. It's about what Spider-Man is always about. Spider-Man's villains are over glorified bank robbers. Like, that's their thing. They're bank robbers. That's their whole bit. And yeah, Vulture is just a bank robber with a gimmick. Like, he's a heist guy. He's a thief with a gimmick, and that's what Spider-Man villains are. Spider-Man villains aren't like world-ending, universe-crossing threats. Like, there's not world-ending. That's not what Spider-Man is. And I think the fourth one has the chance to get back to this simplicity, like easy.
The thing is that a lot of these movies, a lot of the stuff that's had Spider-Man recently, especially with the Tom Holland stuff, they really stepped away from the neighborhood part that's in the
Yes.
name. Like he's not usually goes off and saves all of America.
No.
He's I save New York, like, very specifically the island of New York.
Yeah.
Maybe occasionally he'll team up with the Fantastic Four or Avengers and go after something bigger than that. But that's like a rare occurrence
It's
in the comics.
usually
Like,
about saving the city,
usually,
not the world.
usually it's about saving the city. And yeah, those movies really lost that.
Like, the fact that for the second movie, he's not even in New York. Like, that second movie, I like that second movie, but it's kind of a bad sequel to this. Like, it doesn't serve it, it doesn't continue the story of these characters. It just, like, I've always hated MJ and Peter in this universe, and I hate it in this one. I still maintain it comes completely out of nowhere. Like, yeah, they kind of set it up a little bit at the end of this, but not in a way that is well done. That just kind of comes out of nowhere in the next one. I like Tom Holland. I like it when he quips and when he won't stop talking. Like, that's what Spider-Man should be, and that's when he's at his best. And that, I like, again, the scenes where he's just hanging out in the costume are some of the best Spider-Man scenes put to film. Like, they're really good. Hold on, I'm trying to think. Was there anything else? I also love the progression of Tony Stark, especially because I had watched sort of different snapshots of that character. Him from Iron Man to Avengers to this, where he's like, if you're nothing without the suit, you shouldn't have it. It just stands in such, pardon the pun, stark contrast to how he is at the beginning of his journey, where he's like, no, I need the suits. The suits are all I am. I think that's really interesting.
One could argue that that's all the therapy and having dealt with his PTSD.
That was it. The thing I loved was, I love how Peter accuses Tony Stark of not listening to him. You're not listening to me. You're not paying attention to me. But he is. And if you're and the thing that the beauty of the movie is that you're paying attention to what Peter's saying, and you're not paying attention to Tony Stark, and you're with Peter, and you're not listening to Tony Stark because you want Peter to be taken seriously, right? And he is irresponsible in this. And I do like that. I do like that he hasn't really gotten the great responsibility lesson yet. But if you pay attention to what Tony Stark says, like he mentions at one point, oh, why don't you go back to helping the churro lady? Which means he is listening to those reports. He is
Yeah.
listening to what Peter has to say. And like that comes back obviously later in the movie where he shows up at the boat on previously Peter Screws the Pooch. Um, and it turns out he's there in the suit instead of in one of the drones. And like, yeah, if you've been paying attention, you're like, no, yeah, he has been paying attention. And I was like, that's a nice touch. That's well done. Also, it does contain one of my favorite joke post-credit scenes, which is at the end with Captain America. So he's like, so you waited a long time and
So
you're ultimately unsatisfied.
just disappointment.
Right?
Sometimes it comes for us all.
Right? Just the fact that but that's what I'm talking about, where it makes that universe feel connected in a way that doesn't require a lot of money. Like, yeah, like you get Chris Evans in for a day, you have him spend an hour, like that he had
Recording a bunch of those.
Yeah, at the end of it, he's like, how many more of these do I have to do? Like, that felt like sort of meta as well, where it's like, yeah, you just get him doing a bunch of those, and then he could show up just randomly in a random cameo like that, and it gives you the impression, like, there's a really funny joke where the gym teacher's like, I'm pretty sure he's a war criminal or whatever, and like, that makes the movies feel connected in a way that you don't have to explain it, and if you get it, you get it, and if you don't, you don't. Like, and that's, I'd be remiss if I didn't mention how much I hate the costume. I hate all of the Tom Holland costumes. I think they're all bad, with the exception of the last one, because I'm a Spider-Man suit purist, and I hate all non-Spider-Man suits. The best live action Spider-Man suit, I'm gonna keep saying it every time we talk about Spider-Man, is the Andrew Garfield one. It's the second one. So the Andrew Garfield one,
Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Yep, that is the best Spider-Man costume put to film. Say, removed whatever opinions you may have about the story and characterization of characters in that movie, it is the best suit. Followed quickly by the Sam Raimi one. But all of the Tom Holland ones suck. None of them are good. They're all bad. I hate all of them.
The one that he's wearing in the fourth one might be good.
Yeah, well, I'm hoping that they don't give him a new suit. I'm really hoping they don't give him a new suit. I do like it. I need to see it in its full kind of. Although I would be okay if like they came in on the next one, because I don't necessarily love the color of it. We didn't really talk about the new suit when I talked about Far From Home, but it's a little too bright for me.
Yeah, I need to see what they cook up.
Yeah, I need to see it in like a real good full money shot. But yeah, it from what I saw, the colors were a little too bright. I think Spider-Man needs to be a bit darker. Like, I think in terms of coloring, the Sam Raimi one is really good, where it's like a dark navy blue. That's, to me, what the Spider-Man costume looks like. That's what it was in the 90s show. It was like more of a navy blue, not like a light blue, but that's just me being nitpicky. It looks better than any of the other suits. It's also frustrating how every movie he changes suits. That's annoying. I also can't stand the iron. Oh, that was it. I can't stand the automation in the suit. I can't stand it. It hinders my enjoyment of this movie, because I don't like it. I've never liked it. I remember walking out of this movie the first time we watched it being like, I hate it, and you'd be like, oh, it's not that bad, and me being like, no, I hate it.
I still don't think it's that bad. It's not my favorite, but I don't think it's that bad.
I can't stand it. It turns him into Iron Boy. I can't stand Iron Boy, and I can't stand that Iron Boy persisted this friggin' trilogy up until the end, when the ghost of Tony Stark, it makes everything in these movies too easy for him. Like, the entire third movie,
but that's also kind
of
also the point, is that usually gets him into trouble.
They turned it into the point, yeah, but it just, I hate it. I've always hated it. I hated it the first time I saw that movie. I hate it now. I would like to see a Tom Holland movie where all he has is web shooters. That's it. That's all he has. It's just web shooters. I would like to see a more refined version of the costume. But yeah, in my opinion, it's the best. It's easily, hands down, the best. Like, and people are gonna come in the comments when this is a YouTube video, and they're gonna be like, Justin, no, you're wrong. It's Spider-Man 2. No, Spider-Man 2 is bad. Not bad. I like Spider-Man 2, but it's not the best one, because he doesn't want to be Spider-Man. Like, that holds it back from being a truly great Spider-Man movie.
I don't disagree.
It may be the better movie. It is arguable that it may be the better movie. I don't think it is, but it is arguable. But it's not the better Spider-Man movie. This is the best Spider-Man movie. As of
Any
yet.
final thoughts?
God, I'm looking forward to the fourth one.
Right.
There's no, here's my dirty secret about Spider-Man movies. This will be what I'll be to wrap it up. I've never disliked one, actively. I've never like as long as by the third act. So. I love the first Andrew Garfield one. No, but so long as by the third act he's putting on a costume that vaguely looks like Spider-Man, I'm happy.
That's fair.
He's swinging a web of any size. He's catching thieves just like flies. He's maybe punching a Green Goblin or a.
Look out! Here comes the Spider-Man.
Or a Venom. He's punching a Venom, a big time Venom.
So speaking of Venom, if you're done, are you done?
Are we gonna talk about Spider-Man 3 now?
Yes, because it's my second have seen.
I like this movie.
And I already watched Loki. But before we do, I did want to jump back in time real quick, because there was a thought that I had that I had meant to say, but that I didn't say in the moment about
not to interrupt you, but the top half of your face is cut off.
I can't get the fucking thing to stay nice.
There we go. That's better. Now I'm looking at your face.
About X-Men Evolution. As I was watching it, and Mystique was recruiting these, because the kids in that show are supposed to be between the ages of like 15 to 18. They're like Jean and Grey are like 18 by the end of it, but like most of it they're like 17, right? So like most of those kids are between the ages of like 15, 17, that kind of range. And so I couldn't help but think how this is the most evil version of Mystique and Magneto that we've ever seen. Because, unlike in normal things like where they're recruiting adults, they are predatorily approaching children and like converting them into their way of thinking, like predators do. Okay. Like, and I just was like very, very dark.
Very dark.
So I wanted to say that, and I needed you to hear that. But Spider-Man 3. Oh, what can be said about Spider-Man 3 that hasn't been said by people who are way more qualified to talk about this than I am?
I like Spider-Man 3. I refuse. I refuse to be gaslit into disliking that movie.
I enjoy it. Okay. I enjoy it in that way where you can watch a thing and be like, this is bad, but I like it anyway.
But also, you should have cut Venom out and put him in Spider-Man 4.
I mean, he didn't want to put Venom in there. He got forced to put Venom in there.
Yeah, it's a very famous anecdote. Yeah, that he was forced by the studio to put Venom in there. But if they just done the black suit,
it comes across.
Also,
it comes across like he did.
It's my least favorite version of the black suit. I think it looks terrible.
Oh, it's a bad black suit.
It's a bad black suit. I can't stand it.
It doesn't even have the gigantic white spider symbol on it.
And the frustrating thing was they were gonna do it. There's concept art of it. Like, they were gonna do a comic accurate black suit, and they chose not to because they couldn't make it work.
So, okay, I'm gonna tear this thing apart piece by piece, piece by bloody piece. First off, I extremely dislike Mary Jane in this movie.
Never liked her.
I've never liked her, generally speaking. I thought her and Toby... I thought Kirsten Dunst and Toby together have
no... It gets worse every movie. Like, the first one, their chemistry is...
no chemistry.
Well, okay, they have some in the first one, and then the second one, but by the third one, there is none. And I don't know if they were dating or had dated and broken up, but, like, yeah, they're nothing.
And so it's like... Peter's actually happy to be Spider-Man for once. The people like him. He's having a great time. Things are really looking up for Peter until Mary Jane just has to piss all over his parade and be miserable about everything because people don't like her as an actress. People don't like her as an actress because she's a shitty singer, so she has to just be absolutely miserable towards Peter.
And I get the point is that he's so wrapped up in his own happiness that he's not listening to her, but it's still insufferable.
Yes. Okay, he's self-absorbed and stuff. Okay, I get that. But she can still be supportive while being unhappy.
Right.
Like that's the thing. Or like there are ways where, like, she didn't say, "Hey, you're grandstanding about how great it is to be Spider-Man, or comparing everything to Spider-Man is upsetting me." She doesn't communicate her
No.
issues with him. She just like silently puts shit down, and like, and oh, she's just the worst.
It's the kind of conflict where if they had like a 5 minute conversation, you could probably solve all of your problems.
And then there's the whole Harry Osborn of it all, where it's like, yeah, if I were you, I would fire your manservant,
Right?
because he knew the entire time,
Wait,
claims to love you as like his
Bernard,
son.
you're fired.
Bernard, you're fired. What? You knew all this time. You said nothing. You let me hate my best friend and try to murder him,
No, it's like
and you let me take a grenade to the face.
I got one better. It's like Bernard, I knew. What? Yeah, I know, I knew Bernard. Why do you think I let you, a very old man, work until you're ancient, decrepit? It's a punishment, Bernard. Get me
This
food
was
for
my
my. Get me food. Bring me
this
food,
was my
Bernard.
this was my revenge.
This is my
This
revenge.
is
Bring me food for
Hey,
my guest,
hey,
Bernard.
hey, Professor Xavier, can you turn him into a vegetable for me? Thanks, bud.
Thanks, Professor. It's what he does. He turns
It's
them.
what he
It's
does.
what he does.
It's what he
He
does.
turns them into vegetables. It's his whole thing.
No, but nobody else will ever get that joke, and
No.
it makes me laugh every time. And then there's, yeah, the whole Eddie Brock. So okay,
I
okay.
get what they were
I think
going. I get
I
what they were
I
going for. Nobody ever does.
I think you could have had the black suit in this, and fulfilled the studio mandate of forcing the symbiote into this without having to have
No,
Venom.
yeah, you what you do is you have it where he's because the thing is they rush the black suit and they don't really you don't really get like there's like
Like
one
you
action sequence with the black suit and otherwise everything that happens with it happens off camera. So all you do is you do it more or less the same where but it's him versus Sandman. You think he kills Sandman, you or kill Sandman, whatever, and then he still does the thing at the end, and then the movie ends with Venom, and then boom,
Yeah,
Spider-Man 4.
yeah,
Venom,
yeah, or something like that.
and then Venom gets his own
Um,
movie.
but I definitely, him being in this is just it's too much, and it's famously been discussed how it's too much, but it's too
It
much.
feels tacked on,
Um,
which it
it
is.
also it also makes the point where, like, yeah, Sandman. So there's the whole point in the movie where uh uh Peter and Venom are fighting, like, on the inside of the construction site, and like Sandman is like doing nothing during that period because Peter or Harry hasn't shown up yet. So it's like, it's very nice of Sandman not to join in on this and just help murder Spider-Man so that Harry can have the time that he needs to have the moment to turn his life around and come and save. And I'm just
Yeah, I get I get the idea and the concept was he was supposed to be like Eddie Brock is supposed to be like an anti Peter Parker basically. He's supposed to be like a a, a mirror to like the darkness of what would happen if Peter didn't have the lesson of great power, great responsibility. But it
yeah,
doesn't work because Topher Grace is kind of
no.
terrible, and
He's
he left that '70s show to do this, thinking that this would kickstart his like action career or something, and it
he
just didn't.
is just about the worst person you could have as Eddie Brock that's possible.
Right?
Um,
It's not that that conception of the character is bad. Like
no.
I'm not like Venom needs to be a muscle bound what he was in the '90s cartoon. He's a power lifter. He's massive. No, I'm okay with doing like yeah he's the opposite to Tobey Maguire. Like he's thin and
Yeah,
like
like,
like you do a thin lanky.
ultimately,
I don't hate the Venom design in this. I don't.
ultimately what they did with, not the Venom aspect, but with the Eddie Brock aspect of it from those Venom movies, where he's even in that he's kind of a smaller guy.
Yeah.
Like, he's not like a Schwarzenegger, or like
No.
a
No.
big
No. No.
buff
No.
guy, right? Like, he's still a smaller guy comparatively. So if you had someone like that, or someone smaller, that's
Yeah.
not that's not ultimately the issue. It's just the portrayal of the
Oh
character
yeah,
which doesn't
exactly. Oh,
that
it's
doesn't work for
the
me.
whiny like you just yeah like he needs to be way smarmy. Like his fall from grace, he's such a slimy character that his fall from grace doesn't work in the context of that movie.
He needs
Um,
more charisma. I think is how I would word it. Like he
Yeah.
needs to in that beginning part, like he needs to like yeah, he can be like a used car salesman where like he comes across as like he's kind of willing to do those things that Peter won't do, right? He's
Yeah.
ass kissy or whatever.
Exactly.
But like you need to straddle that line and walk that line of like he still needs to be charismatic that like okay, I would follow him into a dark alley.
I think in a movie.
If that makes sense.
Oh,
Like
it does. Yeah.
Topher Grace is like the kind of sleazy, greasy, like I wouldn't follow him down a dark alley. I believe he'd stab me in the back and take my wallet, right?
Yeah.
You need to
Exactly.
have that level of charisma where it's like I'd follow him and down a
I
dark alley and he'd talk me into giving him my wallet.
I think. Well, I mean, yeah, yeah. I mean, we know where the problem is.
Saul. That's the kind
Yeah.
I've identified. He needs to be more like a Saul Goodman level of charisma.
Yes. Yes. Exactly. Yeah. Like, I think in a movie that's is a Venom, a dedicated Spider-Man versus Venom movie where he gets like a couple more scenes where Spider-Man messes with him a bunch because Spider-Man messes him with him like once,
Well, twice
once,
technically.
like.
Twice technically. Um, once, uh, uh, once Eddie knows that Peter is Spider-Man, because he steals Gwen. He steals Gwen and goes on a date with her while, because
Well,
in the
yeah, yeah.
beginning of the movie she's dating
But he
Brock.
doesn't know that he's Spider-Man
And
yet at that point, though, does he?
no, but he does know that it's Peter, and he hates
Yeah, no,
Peter
but what I'm
too.
saying, like, there's not enough of Spider-Man messing with him. There's like
Yeah, well, I
one
mean,
scene where he breaks his camera.
Spider-Man. Yeah, Spider-Man. Other than the camera breaking, that's really it.
That's a big. But to be fair, that's my big complaint with a lot of those superhero movies is Spider-Man's just not in that movie enough.
No, because again, because Mary Jane is there, you like are obligated to give her some time,
A
and
little bit. I
so
mean,
like you have this whole dancing scene where her and Harry are dancing while they're making breakfast, and it's like,
they just go so on
man,
for an
there's not
eternity.
even a there's not even a Peter Parker in here where you could make the argument that this should be in a Spider-Man movie. What does this have to do with Peter or Spider-Man or anything?
Right, and I
Or
recall that movie being long. Like I think it's over 2 hours long. It's already long enough. It's like this is unnecessary. What is this doing? This is pointless.
it's 139 minutes.
Yeah, it's over 2 hours.
Now that being said, box office surprises me.
They did okay.
I would have thought it would have done worse.
No, it did okay. They
Um,
were gonna make a fourth one.
considering they never made a fourth one, I'm kind of surprised they never made a
They were
fourth
about
one.
to. They were in the process of it. There's a famous story of Tobey Maguire talking about how they were like there's storyboards. There's Bruce Campbell was gonna be it was gonna be revealed that Bruce Campbell is Mysterio. There's concept
Oh,
art
interesting.
of him as Mysterio, and it was gonna have John. I think we could have John Malkovich was the Vulture. Um,
Interesting. Because yeah, it had a budget of 258 to 350 million, and the box office was 891.6 million.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. No, they were about to make it, and then yeah, Tobey Maguire talked about how he got the phone call like the day he was about to go shoot it, and that it got canceled, and that's what became the Amazing Spider-Man.
So yeah, when we're talking worst, ugh, pardon me, worst Spider-Man movies, it's a real hard question of whether it's this or Amazing Spider-Man 2.
Oh, it's probably this.
I think it's
Uh,
this.
I mean, nah, maybe it's Amazing Spider-Man too, because this one doesn't at least shamelessly assume that it's gonna get another series of sequels that never existed.
Yeah, but this one's pretty bad.
This one is pretty bad. There's a lot of bad shit in there. I still like it though.
Um,
That's what I mean.
I
Like
mean,
at the end
yeah,
of at the end
no,
of the day, he
that's
still puts on his suit and punches a bad
you
guy.
know,
So
that's where I say I ultimately it's the kind of bad where it's like I know it's bad, but I enjoy it anyway. Like the scene where he's got the emo hair and he's walking down the street and like da da da
I
da.
did
Like
see the point
I
though.
giggled when I
I
watched
mean, I
it.
giggle every time, but I know I did see the point. That's like, yeah, part of the problem with this movie is like Venom is aliens is too much. Where you're like, this universe is sort of self-contained and sort of exists in like the quote unquote like real world. So just the fact that aliens come out of nowhere kind of invades that universe in a way that doesn't really work for that version of that universe.
Well, I don't. I see. If they had okay, so here's what I'll say. It doesn't work in this one because it's shoved into this one. It could work. It absolutely could work if like I think Venom and this is ambitious, but I think in my opinion, you don't even have the black symbiote if you fix it. This is how I fix it. You don't even have the black symbiote in this at all. You do Spider-Man 4, which brings in Mysterio, and he introduces the idea of aliens. The entire movie, Spider-Man thinks that he's going up against like an alien or aliens, and it's all just you find out holographic technology, and you have a stinger at the end of that one where a meteorite comes and lands, and that's when you see the black goo. And they've now seeded in an entire movie where you've seeded this idea where aliens are so ridiculous that it's not real. He's used holographic technology. It can't be real. And you've now set up for the next one where now you have the symbiote.
See, I don't, I, I don't agree that the symbiote doesn't belong. What I think is I think Venom was just kind of too much too quick. So what I maintain, all you do to fix
No,
this
but I'm
is,
saying you said that aliens and symbiotes don't believe in or don't belong in that world at all.
well,
That's what you said. That's what you
they
said.
don't
They don't fit.
they don't belong in this universe as it is what I said. Well, what I would do is I would,
I think my thing fixes that.
well, yeah, but I mean, what I would do is just yours is yes, yours works too, but in my opinion, all you really need to do to make this work better is you cut out Venom. You cut out Venom, and you do like I think the black suit, like, because the thing about the black suit that people don't realize is the black suit was around for a while, and it took a while.
Yeah, it starts off in Battle World.
Yeah, and in Secret Wars, and well, even post that in the regular everyday comic books, like it existed for at least a couple of issues, like quite a few issues where he had that suit, and it was the alien version of it, and it started to they do it on they didn't do it on the '90s show, but they do it on the Spectacular Spider-Man, where it starts fighting crime in the middle of the night and hijacking his body, yeah, and doing increasingly more aggressive punishments. So you do that if for the black suit itself needs its own movie where it's corrupting Spider-Man. Like again in the game, like you have the suit a while before he goes full bore psycho. I think the best Venom movie is probably that game, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, quite honestly, probably.
Because yeah, that really lets you develop. You need the time to get people to understand that it's more than just a fringe haircut. Like his attitude sort of starts to change and starts to and then at the end of the movie ends with him rejecting the suit, and then you do Venom all in the fourth one, and then you devote the entire fourth movie, and then the fifth one you do Carnage. Jordan, is that Spider-Man 3?
That is Spider-Man 3.
So
that is my last have seen.
Jordan, ducks. Yes, ducks from outer space. No. Because we were watching Fantastic Four. I honestly thought you were going to do the first one, which is why I went for the second one. I figured you would do it. But we're talking about
I think I've already done it before.
I don't think we've done either of them.
I'm pretty sure one of us has.
But so we had to talk about Fantastic Four, Rise of the Silver Surfer, because obviously, Jordan, Galactus and the Silver Surfer, we had to talk about the original appearance on film of Galactus and the Silver Surfer and the big fart cloud. Okay, here's the deal about the fart cloud, Jordan. I feel like we need to deal with the fart cloud to start off with. We need to head this off at the pass, because
you mean hashtag not Galactus?
Well, here's the thing, right? It is like I like this movie. I do think it is up until this current Fantastic Four movie. It's probably the second best Fantastic Four movie. It's probably the closest prior to this.
I mean, yeah, but when they're all bad, to say one of them is the best bad one is kind of a.
It's the exception. It's the closest to being a Fantastic Four comic you were gonna get at the time. I think the Silver Surfer effect still looks great. It's a great adaptation of that character. However, he doesn't make any sense. His existence in this movie doesn't make any sense because Galactus is a cloud. How did Galactus create him? Why did Galactus create him? Galactus doesn't really seem to have any sentience or any intelligence. It seems to be like kind of like a parasitic, like viral kind of. It just like it gets to your planet and it just sort of absorbs your planet like a bacteria would.
I mean, it definitely doesn't seem like it has a brain.
No, it doesn't seem like it has a brain or a consciousness or an intelligence. So, like, the whole thing with Silver Surfer is it sacrifices itself to Galactus. How did that happen? It doesn't make sense if it's a cloud. But, like, Galactus as a being, as, like, a cloud, as an alien entity cloud, is not Galactus. But, like, as an antagonistic force, it does make sense. Like, I understand why he's a cloud. I don't love it. I don't like it. I think it's bad. And obviously, I want the big hatted guy. We got that finally. But I understand why someone went, especially in, like, 2000 whatever, when that came out, 2010, 2011. 2009, whatever. You know, early to mid 2010s. I understand why they didn't have the budget to do Galactus, right? I get...
Sure.
Why, like, Silver Surfer was expensive enough. I get why he's a cloud. It's still bad. And it sort of, Galactus becomes, like, you know that Galactus is nothing of a villain in that movie because they feel the need to bring back Doctor Doom, and it doesn't really make any sense that how he comes back. He just kind of, they remove him from the thing, and he just takes the mask off, and his face is still fucked up, and the Silver Surfer blasts him with the cosmic energy, and it just heals him. And ultimately, the Fantastic Four in this, they're just not, they're not a good team. Like, I don't believe that they're a family. Like, it's like I said earlier with the Fantastic Four, is like, the relationship is so antagonistic. They're constantly fighting each other. The main plot of this is that Sue is upset. She's kind of being a bridezilla about this wedding, and, like, she's getting on Reed's case, even though Reed is doing, you know, world-saving stuff. All she cares about is him being focused on this wedding. I like the Thing. I enjoy that he's a practical costume, but it always looks awkward in both versions. In both of these movies, it looks awkward. The chemistry's not good. I think the only one of them... it's not that I don't like Johnny Storm, but I've never cared for him much. The only one of them I think I actually like is Mr. Fantastic. I quite like Mr. Fantastic.
You don't like the Thing?
I like him all right, but the effect is kind of aging. Like, he doesn't move. His ability to move is not good. Like, he's really restricted by the costume, is what I would say. So it's just, like, him limping around, it doesn't look as smooth as, like... And I just don't think the technology was there at the time. But, I just think that the new one looks better.
That's fair. I understand.
Where was I going with this? Yeah, the relationship between Johnny and the Thing, it's just not nearly as... you don't believe... Like, they don't like each other, and it stops being funny. Like, they have the whole bit where they're swapping powers back and forth and stuff, and that's fun. That's a fun joke. Jordan, do you remember this movie?
Do I remember this movie? I remember it exists, and I remember watching it, but specific details, I think Captain Holt is
it's funny. I was
the...
gonna mention that if you did. Yeah, Captain Holt is the main army guy.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
Silver Surfer has his storytelling abs.
It's what?
He goes to tell his flashback to his backstory, and he's strapped to a table, and they lift him up, and he's like, look at this backstory, and it starts to show the backstory on his abs. Fun fact also,
dumb.
I think at one point Herbie was going to be in this, but they couldn't. I believe there's concept art for him in this. Also, the Fantastic Car shows up. At one point, they're all flying in an airplane, and for some reason, even though they're famous, they're flying coach. It doesn't make any sense. Like just so they could do a joke where it's like the Thing is squished in between two people in a seat that's too small for him.
No, it's because air flight is expensive, Justin.
No, but they're
I
they're
mean,
rich and famous. Where they have their own
yeah,
private
but
plane and they save the
that,
world.
that that's the joke, Justin, is that's how expensive air travel is. Even they can't afford it.
Oh, that's a fair point. Even they have to fly coach. Also, my theory is that Stan Lee, uh, he's. Well, I know there's a theory that Stan Lee is a watcher, because he shows up um, in one of the Guardians movies with the Watchers hanging out, telling him a bunch of stories. So and in this movie, he shows up as Stan Lee.
Oh yeah.
He shows up. His cameo in this movie is he shows up at their wedding, and they're like, "Oh, you're not on the list." He's like, "I should be on the list. I'm Stan Lee." And so it's my theory that he's traveling the multiverse. That the Fantastic Four in our universe, like in the continuity of the Marvel multiverse, that he has traveled to the multiverse and he has actually seen the real versions of the Marvel characters. So
Well, I mean,
like,
to be fair, my man Stan Lee has traveled the multiverse before. He hung out with Spider-Man, and
exactly.
and and that wasn't like he was like a character. No,
No,
that was
he was
he was
Stan Lee.
Stan Lee, and he was
So
talking about with characters.
so my
So
theory is that like or even or maybe the implication is supposed to be like eventually they make comic books in that universe and he wrote them in that universe. But no, it's my headcanon that he traveled to the different dimensions and that's where he got the idea to make the Fantastic Four comic book. But yeah, I like it. It is, in my opinion, the second best Fantastic Four movie.
it's very funny.
Jordan, the
Very, very
important part
funny.
is it's more of a Fantastic Four movie than the Fan Four Stick is. It's a better movie than that.
It's a low bar.
It is a low bar.
So, I guess it's time for us to move on to have not seens.
That it is.
And well, there's no easy way to say this, Justin. I mean, it's Morbin time.
Time. Jordan,
Dot.
it's Morbin time, back to Spum.
Morbin time.
We're back to Spum, Jordan.
Um,
It's good to be back in the Spum. I miss
no,
the
it's
Spum.
not. It's not good to be back.
Jordan, you ever notice how the Spum is thick and viscous?
Just
It's a viscous, Jordan. It's a viscous Spum.
no. You need to stop.
I will not.
You need to stop.
I cannot be stopped. And
You have to be stopped. I will stop you.
You will try, and you will ultimately fail.
Morbius. So okay.
This movie's bad.
I hate these movies.
The thing is, I know I've seen this one. I remember a few things about it. I remember that Matt Smith dances.
I also hate Craven, but I just the Spum movies in general. I hate them.
Spum.
I hate them. I hate them all. Even Venom. I give Venom a pass, but on face value, I hate those too. I hate these Spider-Man-less Spider-Man villain movies that try to turn his villains into heroes.
I mean,
Like
yeah.
I hate them. I hate them on their face. I hate them on their face value. I just conceptually, whoever thought of that idea needs to be flogged.
The thing is, I have to stop. I know it's hard, but for me, when I enter into these, I've stopped attaching them to Spider-Man. They're no longer attached to Spider-Man. They don't like, and some of these are easier than others.
So no, that's fair. That's fair. No, no. That's fair. But then, okay, so I do that, and like this movie, for example, Morbius. At this point, so if I remove Spider-Man from it, because to be fair, I don't know that much about Morbius. My knowledge of him comes exclusively from the '90s cartoon. So that's my only frame of reference for him in turn. So I tried to do that. I tried to watch this, removing that and just watching this on its own merits, right? And on its own merits, it's just a bad vampire movie.
It's just
like
a
really bad like mid 2000s, like, you know that movie Daybreakers? Like one of those.
Yeah.
Like it's just not
Jordan,
a good.
I'm about to talk about Blade 2. It's Blade 2. It's that kind
Like
of vampire,
like
shitty
it
vampire
just
movie. I know what you mean.
it just really. And so yeah, you mentioned Matt Smith being in it. He's the best part of this movie.
He is the yeah,
Um,
legit.
Legit, and that's maybe just because I like
I
Matt Smith
recall
as an
some
actor.
of the action sequences being okay.
Generic.
Like they're like,
The
oh,
word that's the depth. Like if I put a word beside this movie and I could only choose one word to put beside this movie, and I couldn't use bad, it would be generic.
like in the moment, it's undeniably fun watching him tear apart like mercenary guys who vaguely deserve it.
Eh,
Like I always find
eh.
I find those sequences kind of fun, and like there's a point where like he does kind of vaguely, from what I recall, look like what he looks like in the comics.
Like my thing is that yeah, but you don't. That's the thing. You've said that I don't want to connect him to Spider-Man, and
I know, I know.
I don't want to think about that. So I don't want him to look like what he does in the comics at that point, because when I do, I think about how there's no Spider-Man,
He
and that makes it a bad movie. So most of the movie he doesn't look anything like any character that I've ever seen. So again, generic vampire movie.
I'm not trying to
Um,
convince you to like this one. I don't like it enough to be
and
fair.
and
I'm not
but
convincing you to like any of them.
I really didn't have a problem with it. It was a generic vampire movie, which was mediocre, but I didn't truly have a problem with it until like the last scene where fucking Vulture just shows
Out
up,
of nowhere.
which like out of nowhere, and then like the entire
We gotta go find that Spider Man. Gotta go find that Spider Man.
the
Who?
entire point the entire point of this movie, Morbius, it's kind of been like a thing where he's like, he's not a bad guy, he doesn't want to drink humans, he's very actively trying to resist what Matt Smith is peddling because he's not a bad person. So then, okay, Vulture shows up in prison randomly and goes and finds Morbius somehow, unexplainably, and is like, we
Come,
should team up against
come meet
Spider-Man.
me. Come meet me in a field, in a random field
We
somewhere.
should we should team up. We should team up against Spider-Man,
Oh, that's
which
funny.
then instantly makes me aware of the fact that Spider-Man is not in this movie. That like which is about a Spider-Man villain. Like I can remove that
Say what you
up
will about
until let me
Morbius.
finish. Let me
I
finish.
was gonna say
Let me finish.
Craven doesn't do that though. At the very
No, it
least.
it doesn't. But like, yeah, you want me to forget that this is a Spider-Man thing, and then you directly reference the fact that
Yeah.
that Spider-Man's not in it, which becomes more egregious when you find out that Sony could have had Spider-Man
Yeah,
in it.
absolutely.
At any point, they could have had Spider-Man in it, and there's no reason for Spider-Man
No.
not to be in this movie.
Jordan,
Like,
Michael
like,
Keaton.
like, you
Michael
don't even
Keaton.
need to. You don't even need to have Spider-Man in this movie.
Yep.
You can literally. They have the Daily Bugle. You could have a Daily Bugle article where you just see Spider-Man exists.
In
That
the
would be enough.
in the trailer, there's a clip. There's a point where in one of the trailers you see Spider-Man in one of the background. There's a picture of him, and it's a screen cap of the
Yeah, okay,
Sam
that's great. That's
Raimi.
great that it's in the trailer. It's not in this movie,
No, but
so it's not.
that's a particular frustration though. Is they would put that shit in the trailers, or like there's a scene in one of the trailers where he's going for a guy. He's like, who are you? He's like, I'm Venom. He's like, no, I'm kidding. It's Dr. Michael Morbius. And like, yeah, fun moments like that would have made this universe connected. But it's like it can't commit to one. It wants to be connected so that the people who like Spider-Man will go to this, but it doesn't want to be. It wants to be its
Like-
own original movie. It's part of that like
okay,
these
that Venom one.
filmmakers have these
That Venom
filmmakers
one?
have like a vision that they want to do, but it's at odds with Sony wanting to connect this universe.
That Venom reference wouldn't bother me if they did it like if they did a thing or they explained it away by being like Venom, Morbius, Craven, any of like all of those other ones exist in the in one world,
Yeah, absolutely, yeah.
like in one world. Then okay, then you can have that Venom reference. That's fine. That doesn't bother me. That's in fact that's my headcanon,
Yeah.
is that they do all exist on this world. Um, and but you directly reference Spider-Man. So unless you're gonna pay that off,
No, they're not
Don't.
gonna pay it off.
I know, but I'm saying like unless you're going like unless you have intentions to pay that off, don't mention Spider-Man at all.
The thing
It makes
about
it makes it
the
worse.
thing about Morbius is like Venom. His origin is intrinsically tied to Spider-Man. Pretty sure
Yeah,
Spider-Man is the reason why he's a vampire. Whereas with Craven, and we're
at
gonna
least to
get
my
there,
knowledge he is.
Craven is not contingent on Spider-Man. Like, but without Spider-Man, he's just kind of a guy who hunts. Well, not in the movie, but he's just kind of a guy who hunts people. But his origin
I
and his background is not intrinsically tied to Spider-Man. He's got his own origin and history that is removed from Spider-Man.
I have my own issues with that movie, and it it bothers me that Spider-Man's not there, but not as much as it does in
No,
this one.
because you could completely remove yourself.
You well they because they at least committed to it.
Yeah, and also
Like
it's
and I think that's what ultimately irritates me about this one is like they set it up as if it's this not connected to Spider-Man thing only to fucking like coward out and then have it connect to Spider-Man,
yeah.
which makes it worse than if you just commit to it
But
not being
the
connected.
thing about we're gonna get there, but not to jump ahead. But I feel it's worth mentioning, and we'll mention it again later. But what I feel it's worth mentioning is that Craven movie is a believable enough origin where you could believe that he would go off to New York and encounter Spider-Man. Like
Theoretically,
that
yes.
like he would come like that, like it would almost be like a Punisher situation where Spider-Man's like dude, I get where you're at, I get that you want to help the animals, but killing people's not the way, and that's their point of
I I have my thoughts on how you could work this version of Craven into a Spider-Man thing.
yeah,
I do have my thoughts on
like
that.
because I would
We'll
watch
get
a
we'll get there.
because
We'll get
we'll
there.
do mine, but
I yeah, we'll do yours because that's we'll get there.
yeah,
Just hold that thought.
because yeah, there is a thing in that I would watch Spider-Man fight. We'll,
But that's Morbius. That's
we're gonna get
Morbius.
there. We're gonna get there. Don't worry. We're gonna get to second part of the. Don't worry. The return to Spum will return after this message, and by message I mean my movie. Jordan, you know what? You know, this is so rarely happens where it's like good synergy. I was gonna do Ironheart next, but I think we'll do Blade 2 instead. And we'll swap it out. We'll end on Ironheart. And you could be like, how you could tell me how much you don't want to watch that show, and I convince you that it's all right. Blade 2. We previously talked about Blade 1, and Blade 1 is the granddaddy of all Marvel shit in terms of the modern era. It is what led to it predates X-Men, Spider-Man, all that stuff. It is kind of a remarkable movie. I cannot believe that Marvel wants you to remember it, because it is R-rated, just as R-rated as the first one. Characters are dropping F-bombs left, right, and center. Characters explode in bloody messes. It's bloody. It's gory. It's not quite as bloody or gory as the first one, but it's still pretty bloody and gory. This movie's plot I could summarize in like a sentence, and it's very much like a 3 a.m. You've downed way too much cough medicine. You're struggling for ideas. And it's 5 of you, and your tie's untied, and you're all stressed. You have a meeting with the executive in the morning, and you have nothing. And one of them goes, "What if Blade and the vampires teamed up and fought super vampires?" And that's what it's about. So it's Blade and the vampires. And I like the thing I like about the Blade movie, and the Twilight movies is the only time I'll compliment a Twilight movie, but they do something kind of similar, which is this just like vampires exist. They exist in our world. They have their own hierarchy and their own society, and like they just exist. Like they don't want to be known, because they don't want the humans to come after them, so they try to exist discreetly, and they don't want to cause any trouble. So they don't want a vampire out there causing a scene just as much as Blade does. And Blade in these movies comes across as kind of the bad guy, because like he's just out for blood, and he just wants to kill every vampire in existence, when some of them are like Like in
Out
yours,
for blood.
well, for some of them just want to exist. Like they just want they'll eat.
No, I'm just the irony of out for blood vampires is
Yeah,
just it's
and,
just
and
funny.
the irony being like, if like you could create a society in which you could live with them. I'm sure there's people out there who would donate their money for for vampires or donate their blood for money to vampires. Like I'm sure there are people out
Probably.
there. There are ways to make this work, but all Blade sees these people as monsters. But that's where it gets kind of confusing. It's one of those things where I feel if I had read a Blade comic, I would maybe mean it would mean more because there are some vampires who look human, but then there are others like the main vampire leader is like a Nosferatu like looking kind of vampire, and like so the big twist, the big thing of this is he's created or there is now a new strain of vampires who they say has occurred naturally where they don't have any of the vampire's weaknesses except for the weakness to sunlight and they are way stronger, way faster, and way more durable than regular vampires. But they also they also feed on vampires. So they feed on vampires and humans. And so the vampires go to Blade and are like, hey, they're going for vampires right now, but eventually they're going to go for humans, and you don't want that. Here's a elite fighting team of a SWAT team of vampires who we've trained to kill you. You can team up with them, and you can figure out what the deal is and stop these super vampires. And one of the vampires is Ron Perlman is there. He's a badass. It is a pre Spider-Man 1 superhero movie, so the acting is bad. Like the main lead vampire girl, her acting is so stunted and so stilted. All of the
What?
dialogue sounds terrible.
When did this come out?
I want to say 2002,
Oh,
2001.
later than I would have thought. What you're describing sounds like an 80s movie.
Oh no! The first one is like 1999, I think. Hold on, I'll look it up.
Because like yeah, you're describing like a early 80s or late 80s like
Uh,
Terminator,
oh,
Alien,
sorry. Wow, this one came out in 2002. 2002.
oh wow.
So yeah, so it's like it's like to me. Well, to me, no, it's it's the best way. It's like it's that the beginning of although X-Men has already come out, but it's sort of the beginning in the middle of that era of like X-Men, Spider-Man, that era, Daredevil, Hulk, like we're making superhero movies, but we're too ashamed to have them look too much like the thing or be too much like the thing they're based on. Era of superhero movies, yeah. It's from that. Like, a lot of it is agonizing to watch because they're all wearing black leather and it's taking place in the dark, so half the action sequences look bad. Some of the fight sequences are funny because they clearly couldn't get Wesley Snipes to participate, so half of them are horrible CGI where his character does backflips and like spin kicks that don't look believable because Wesley Snipes doesn't look physically capable of doing them, but it's all CGI so it looks bad. But like again, without this, you don't get the MCU. Like this is the foundation of what makes the MCU. So I don't like being like this is one of the worst things I've ever seen because it's what starts it. It's the clay that gets made into Iron Man, gets made into the Avengers, gets made into Fantastic Four.
Yeah,
Without
yeah.
Blade, I understand though why they're struggling to make because they're currently trying to make it. It's sat in development hell forever, and I understand why because I don't think the MCU is at a point where they can do R-rated movies yet. Well, I mean R-rated movies that aren't just Deadpool, like a bloody, like gross action movie like this. A modern one that's really really gnarly. I just don't think they're at a spot where they can put it out
Yeah,
yet.
I don't know.
Like Deadpool sure is violent, but it's cartoonish violence.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yeah. I mean, maybe if it went straight to streaming.
Maybe because they've done Werewolf by Night, which was a little bloody, but not. I was surprised that Marvel doesn't want to bury this. Like I'm surprised they want anyone to know that. Oh yeah, the other surprising thing, the biggest twist, and then I'm gonna end this, and we'll move on to Craven. The biggest twist is that Guillermo del Toro directed this.
Okay.
The Pan's Labyrinth guy, the guy who did Hellboy.
I mean, I know him as the guy who did Troll Hunters, but yeah.
Yeah, he made this. Which was like, what the? Guillermo del Toro, he directed this? Yeah, that made sense. It's one of those times where I went, yeah, that adds
That
up.
checks out.
That checks out. That's Blade 2.
Okay, so
Back to the spum.
time to wrap up this
The
this
spummy,
week.
the viscous spummy. No, I've still got Ironheart. I mean, wrap it up.
No,
for you.
I meant for me.
Yeah, it's fine.
Um,
Gotta wrap your final movie, your final thing for season 4, Jordan.
Craven the Hunter.
Craven the Hunter.
So
I get
Okay.
it. I get. You're gonna be like, this is bad, but I get it. It's not good, but like, I maintain that as a bloody.
it's okay, but when it comes to these movies, it's a sliding scale, and it's not on the bad, like it's not on the worst end.
No.
It's what's frustrating about okay. I'm trying to find the words to articulate it.
If it wasn't Craven, it would be better.
It's more just what's frustrating about it is knowing that its potential will never get used.
Yes.
So
yes. If this one had come first and it was of this quality, these movies might still be getting made.
Yeah, well, it's not even just that, but it's like, I can see how you could take this and have a sequel with Spider-Man.
Absolutely. I said the same thing when I watched it. I was like, I can absolutely see how you could do a sequel to this with Spider-Man. I can see this Spider-Man teaming up with Spider-Man.
Where Spider-Man's not the main character, and it's still a Craven movie.
Oh,
but Spider-Man's there.
He's hunting Spider-Man. He thinks Spider-Man's the bad guy.
Kind of.
That'd be fun.
More like they're hunting each other. So okay. So we'll just jump right to what I would do for the sequel, because spoiler alert, at the end of this movie, Chameleon gets away.
Yeah, a really comic, accurate-looking Chameleon shows up.
Which I would take advantage of.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I would have it be a thing where basically either in New York, Spider-Man starts committing crimes, and Craven goes there to hunt him because he thinks he's a villain.
Yes.
And Chameleon has
Absolutely.
now tricked Spider, and meanwhile Chameleon also disguises himself as Craven and starts committing crimes. So Spider-Man has a reason to hunt Craven.
Yes.
And I would essentially do it where it's a thing where they're hunting each other while the Chameleon is causing trouble and sowing mischief and doing this and that as the leader of the drug organization that he runs now or whatever.
Absolutely.
And I would ultimately have that be where that was the bulk of the movie, is the two of them fighting until something comes along in the third act. Or maybe we hit the end of the movie or something and they realize that it was the Chameleon and they're like, well, I don't like you, but truce.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. You could totally see that with this version. Like, unlike the other ones where it's trying to distance itself from Spider-Man, but also trying to remain. This is like, he's not a character that is intrinsically tied to Spider-Man necessarily, so you can do a story that doesn't involve Spider-Man that works. That is a believable origin point for this version of the character.
Now that being said. I've given it the what I think is the fair, nice treatment. I'm gonna kind of tear into this a little bit.
It's also a very fun, bloody action movie that I enjoy.
He's not Craven.
No,
his dad is Craven.
He's not Craven. No, he's not Craven.
His dad is Craven the Hunter. He's not Craven the Hunter.
He also doesn't speak. He doesn't. He does this really weird American accent. I remember everything about this. But yeah, it's again.
Well, that's where I say the dad has the correct accent. His dad is Craven the Hunter.
But also
he's not.
It's like, for example, like Craven the Hunter and the Chameleon, they are brothers in the comics. That is a thing.
That's absolutely right from the comics.
Right from the comics, yeah. And yeah, like it's
Um,
like yeah, okay, so like if you turn off your brain and you forget that this is a Craven the Hunter movie, and if you're like, oh, this is just a movie about a brutal guy who hunts hunters, and like it's hard to dispute that when he swings a bear trap at a guy's face and tears his face off, that it isn't awesome. Like that, like that's awesome. Like oh, the action sequences in this are bloody and fun, and like where was this
my
energy and effort
my
in
one
Madam
thing,
Web?
or another thing I should say though, is and this is where I say the wasted potential is disappointing, where I wouldn't have killed Rhino.
No, I absolutely would not have killed Rhino. No, but that's
Um,
a good way to like bring in the Scorpion, right? Is to have that would have been you could have had a weird angry Scorpion man, like yeah,
um, but yeah, it's just that's where I say what makes this one and them not referencing Spider-Man in this one, it does it helps a lot. Because it all those complaints that I had about Morbius, it makes it
but
better.
like you that's the thing that's
Um,
frustrating also though because you could reference
you
Spider Man,
could,
you absolutely could.
you
You
absolutely
could just have the
could.
movie end with them being
Um,
like, I hear about this
and
Spider Man in New York, and then have him go to New York.
especially because and this would have been how I would have done it, um, assuming you could get him to come back. But I mean, I would have had it be where it was Andrew Garfield's version of Spider-Man because he's hyper aggressive and
Yeah, yeah.
the two, and then at that
But I'd
point
also be
when like
down to watch him work with the Tom Holland Spider Man as well.
I would, but I'm just like then them teaming up works because like they imply that the Andrew Garfield version stops pulling punches.
Yeah. Well, I was just like, why
So
is this the
him
moment?
him teaming up with Craven in this one, I like this the Craven in this one who is willing to kill. Him teaming up with that version of Spider-Man kind of just makes
My
sense.
thing was like, why was this the one that you guys were like, yeah, let's do this one. Let's make a a decent movie, like a movie that's fun. Was it like you guys took three drubbins critically and are like, you know what, this one is all right. Although most people hate this movie, I think it's my softness for violent action movies that makes me enjoy this more than it probably should.
I don't love it. Like I don't think it's
No,
good,
I think it's the best of the bunch.
but
It's the
well
least bad Spum.
no, that's still the first Venom.
Yeah, but this at least isn't a
No.
total bastardization of the character in quite the same way. Like, I just think this is better. I
Mm,
think it's debatable, but I don't know. I think if not the best, definitely the second best. My favorite
it's
is the first
oh,
Venom.
it's
So it's
second
hard.
best.
It's hard not to, but I think just like
It's
in terms of
it's second best. And the only like
I don't know. I just
the
think as a
reason why
movie, it's a better movie.
I could see the argument for it being the first one is because I don't see how you take that version of Venom who I don't see how you take that version of Venom and put him with Spider-Man and have it not be frustrating because of how intrinsically tied those two are.
Yeah, you'd have to.
Like not even just Venom like the character Venom, but like the symbiote has to go to Spider-Man first. Like
You'd
that's
have to do a lot of like.
whereas with this version of Craven in particular, it's like he didn't need to go to Spider-Man first.
No.
He was fine not going to
Well,
Spider-Man
I mean,
first.
I could.
He works better as a character. Usually Craven as a character works better. Craven is established.
Yeah.
Craven as a character usually is built in and is established and he's known as a hunter. So this is the origin story
Pretty
of
much.
Craven.
This is a believable origin story. Yes.
He is now the version that would go off and hunt
Yeah,
Spider-Man.
I could see him like that thing. I would watch. I would
Like
totally
my thing
watch. I would totally watch.
I think my thing is like if there had been another Spum movie and it had been a sequel to this movie, I would have been more frustrated at that point if that one didn't have Spider-Man.
Yeah, I would totally. Because at one point the rumor was, and maybe this is still what it's gonna be, but that Spider-Man 4 was gonna be Craven leads the Sinister Six and they hunt Spider-Man. And I would watch this. I would watch that movie if it was led by this Craven. I like him as Craven. I like this version of Craven. But this is where it's like I don't think it's a bad adaptation, but it is an adaptation. Like this is a different version of that character. Whereas like yeah, what Madam Web. Okay, to wrap this up, we're gonna do a definitive ranking. Jordan, what's the worst Spum?
Oh, it's that Madam Web
It's
movie. There's
Madam
no
Web, right?
question.
It's Madam
There's
Web.
no there's no there's
There's no
no
no no
question.
question. It's Madam Web.
Hold on, I gotta bring up a list of all the Spum movies because I don't even remember them all.
Just from a tech, because now you've officially seen all of them. After this, you've seen all the Spum. There isn't a Spum you haven't seen yet. Yeah, just on a technical level, that's definitely got to be the worst. Just the bad ADR, the fact that the absolute dicing that movie got in editing. Um,
That's not right.
that's gotta be Spum. It's gotta be Madam Web. Yeah, I don't know. I definitely think it's arguable for the best. I'm gonna say Venom, but that's only because I like that movie. I like Venom more. The first Venom. I think it goes. Well, okay, are we gonna fold in all the Venom sequels in
So
there?
there's Venom, Venom Let There Be Carnage, Morbius, Madam Web, Kraven the Hunter, and Venom the Last Dance.
Yeah. So I think it goes Venom, Venom One, Craven, Venom
I don't
Two.
I don't think you can I don't think you can lump all the Venoms as one
No, you
because
gotta do
some of
them.
them are bad.
You gotta do them separately. So I think it goes Venom One, Craven, Venom Two, Venom Three, Morbius, and then
Well,
Madam
are we
Web.
doing best to worst or worst to best?
That is best to worst. I just did best to worst, but you can do whatever you want.
Worst to best would be Madam Web is the worst.
Yeah.
Venom Let There Be Carnage, I think, is the
Really?
second worst. No,
Really?
Morbius. Morbius is the
Yeah,
second
to me,
worst.
Morbius is easily the second worst.
Venom Let There Be Carnage is the third worst.
Really? I see. I think the third one's worse. Although the
No.
third one does have that big fun action sequence where you see all the symbiotes, that is pretty fun. But
I hate how they do Carnage.
but I think just I like his look.
I I
I
hate how they I hate Woody Harrelson as Carnage. He's the worst Carnage. He's the worst possible Carnage.
yeah,
There's nobody worse that you could pick as Carnage. He's the worst Carnage.
I don't agree with that. Yeah, I don't agree. I think we're gonna differ.
Particularly, he's the worst.
I think the
He's
third
the
one's
worst
worse.
possible Cletus Cassidy you could get.
I
Um,
don't. Yeah, I disagree. So I
where was I? So Madam Web was worse. Morbius is second worst. Venom Let There Be Carnage is third worst. Um, Venom The Last Dance is fourth worst. Kraven the Hunter is second best, and Venom is
Yeah, see,
best.
I swapped the Venoms because I think the third one's worse. But I think it's maybe because I remember the third one.
It's a sliding scale. To say one is worse than the other,
I
they're both pretty like it's close.
I just like Carnage, so just getting to see Carnage in any iteration, on the
It's not.
big.
It's a bad Carnage.
Yeah, but getting to see him in any iteration on the big screen.
I want him done right. I
No,
don't want to see a bad
let me
version.
finish, please. Seeing any iteration on the big screen, is cool, no matter what. And I don't know, I just that. But that having been said, the second one I think has toxin in it, or the third one has toxin, and it has that big sequence where all the different symbiotes all
So
fight each other. That was pretty sweet. So it's a
I
toss
would
up, I
agree
think.
with about it being cool having Carnage on in any, but at that point, like after the first one, we already had multiple symbiotes who were already basically Carnage, so
Yeah.
he wasn't really. There's nothing special about him.
Carnage kind of loses his, and this is where that second movie struggles. Is yeah when Venom is his own character, basically they skip to the point where Venom has his own sentience, and they skipped over the part where he's we right with the we. The thing that separates Carnage is that Carnage is separate. He's his own. Yeah, there's a lot that's wrong with that movie. But I like the design of Carnage, and I like how Carnage looked. And I just like Carnage generally. And I
I
don't
got
really
I
remember
got
the.
I got 15% left, just so you know.
Okay, I don't really remember the last one. That's okay. Worst case, um, I'm at the end. I think I'm going to be doing all the talking from now on. So if you have
Yeah,
to,
I think so.
if you have to plug in Bluetooth headsets and charge your phone while we wrap up, that's not the end of the world. We're at the end. We're on the last thing, and then it's
So
just,
yeah, that's Craven. That's it for me.
So my final thing was that I wanted to watch the newest. I needed an excuse to watch Ironheart because, and I'm gonna spoil the absolute shit out of Ironheart. I'm sorry if you haven't seen it. Go watch it. It's on Disney Plus.
Oh, that sucks.
What?
Broke.
That's okay.
So the stand is broken now.
Wait, don't you have a backup pieces for it though?
That was the backup piece.
Oh no. Well, that's unfortunate. Gonna have to buy.
Finish.
Oh, sorry. Gonna have to figure out a solution to that. Anyway, Ironheart. I wanted to watch Ironheart. Need an excuse to watch Ironheart. We're doing Marvel. I had to watch it. For those of you who don't know who Ironheart is Girl Iron Man. No. She.
I mean, yes.
Not really. That's kind of the thing. So the reason why I wanted to watch this was, and this is a big old spoiler for this show, I saw a clip that Mephisto finally shows up in this show, and I was like, what the fuck? What the fuck? And he's played by Sacha Baron Cohen. And I was like, I need to know what the context is for this, because like that is incoherent. That this character doesn't seem like this. That doesn't make any sense. Like the rest of these, the show would be better if it was a movie. Like, it is at its core two things. It is quite an interesting follow-up to Iron Man. And there's elements to this that follow up on Iron Man that are interesting. And the dynamic between her and Tony Stark is interesting. Because the whole point of this show is that she is not Tony Stark. Like, she does everything the opposite of Tony Stark. You know, instead of being a billionaire, she's a person from the street. And that's not to say I don't have issues with the show, but in the later half, it's part the interesting follow up to Iron Man, and it's part a show about magic. The bad guy is a magical guy, and the whole concept of it is meant to be, it's magic versus technology. Like, that's the idea, but it doesn't really work. So the beginning of this is basically she is at MIT, and she, in order to afford to make her Iron Man suit, she is selling tests and assignments to students, and she gets kicked out of MIT, and she goes back home, and she winds up working for a criminal gang of various talented people, whatever, led by I'm going to say his name. You're not going to know it, but Anthony Ramos. He is... You remember Transformers, the new one? Like the newest one, the newest live-action one? The main lead guy in that?
No, not really.
You know, in Hamilton?
Sure.
You know the actor who plays Hamilton's adult son?
No, not really.
He's
Does it really matter?
Yeah, well, I mean, he's quite good.
Okay.
He's really good as this character, but he has a magic cloak that allows him to walk through walls and turn invisible and bend bullets, and it's magic. And so in the third episode, she runs into while trying to get parts for the suit, meets Philip. He's Philip in oh, it's gonna bug me now. Anyway, he's the guy who wants to free the slaves in Hamilton.
Okay.
You know him.
I'm sure I do. It doesn't really matter in the moment, though. You can just show me a picture later.
I could probably show you a picture now if I wanted to. Yeah, whatever. Anyway,
we're running out of time, man.
Anyway. So yeah, she works for his gang. And in the third or fourth episode, they introduce a guy named Chris McGillicuddy is his name. And he's got all of these like parts, like Iron Man parts, and the unit they say like bionic parts, but in universe they constantly say they're illegal. He's like, oh, if I get busted with these, I'm going to get arrested and sent to jail if I have all these illegal bionic parts. But like in universe, they've never established bionic parts as being illegal, to my knowledge. Maybe you remember.
I mean, I know that when any salvage parts, the like you're not supposed to keep or whatever.
Yeah,
but
the vulture guys, whatever. Yeah. And so, the other thing is like this show comes in. The first episode's terrible. Like the first episode is terrible because it drops you into this character. And
I mean, to be fair, none of the show looked very interesting.
The last of it. Well, the big problem is like it's a lot of like telling and not showing. So like. Because it doesn't want to take the time to slowly... It only has 6 episodes. It doesn't want to take the time to like work up to introducing you to this character and allowing you to get to know her. It does that thing where characters just vomit exposition and like vomit her backstory, or like have interactions that normal humans would never have. So like there's a scene in the first episode where she walks in and like a bunch of people, her mom and a bunch of her friends, are just like, I've been having such trouble with Riri ever since her stepdad died. Yeah, it was real sad that her stepdad died. She's never been the same since her stepdad died. And it was like, you would never have a conversation like that callously out in the open without any level of sensitivity. But the show needs to teach you who this character is for reasons that become apparent later. So like, yeah, so like it just kind of jumps through this character's life, and it tells you that she does. Every character has a story that it's like, yeah, it would be great if you showed me this. Like, it would be great if this character moment that you're referencing, if we got to see that instead of you just telling me it happened off screen. Like, it wants this character to be a thing without doing any of the legwork. So anyways, yeah. So like, I think it's like the third episode, they introduce Chris McGillicuddy, and he helps her build a new Iron Man suit. Oh yeah, the Iron Man suit also, her suit looks terrible. Like, it doesn't get better from, I don't know if you remember it from Black Panther 2. I remember at the time you were like, it looks terrible. It doesn't get much better. She has 3 suits, and I think the second one looks all right, but they for the most part don't look very good.
Yeah, you're not really selling this show, Justin.
Well, okay, so and this is where it gets. So the whole bit with her is she sucks. Like, early on in the show, she sucks.
Really not selling the show.
So her whole bit is that she's Tony Stark without any of the hubris.
Without any of the white privilege.
Yeah, exactly. Without getting trapped in the cave. So I keep being around it. She meets this guy. She meets this guy who helps her build the new Iron Man suit. And it turns out, big twist, because I'm like, oh, I recognize him. Why do I recognize him? And I'm trying to figure out who's playing him, and I can't find his character's name in the cast list. And I'm like, oh, he looks so familiar. And what turns out, big twist, he is actually Obadiah Stane's son.
Oh, snap.
And the twist is that within the universe of the MCU, he died 15 years ago. You remember how at the end of Iron Man 2, I don't know if you remember, but at the end of Iron Man 2, they said that Obadiah Stane died in a plane crash. So nobody found out that he was the Ironmonger. Nobody found out that he tried to kill Tony Stark. That was all covered up. It all got covered up by S.H.I.E.L.D. So the world thinks Obadiah Stane is this philanthropist, like this good guy. And it's kind of a commentary on like rich like millionaires and like how you think that they're good guys, and yeah, they're actually not. And his whole thing is that he doesn't want to be his dad. His dad was a monster who was awful and tried to kill Iron Man, and he knows the truth. He knows that his dad was this ironmonger who was a bad guy, and his whole thing is, I don't want to be my dad. Don't make me be my dad. And so it kind of becomes this thing of it becomes a kind of inverse relationship of the Obadiah Stane Tony Stark relationship, where now she's the bad guy in the relationship. She's the bad one because she takes advantage of his good nature and takes advantage of his kindness, and she becomes suspicious of the guy with the magic cloak, who is becoming progressively more and more aggressive or whatever. And they do a big heist, and she, over the course of the big heist, is trying to, she borrows a piece of technology, whatever it is, doesn't really matter, to get a piece of the cloak from him so she can analyze it without him knowing. And she gets busted by the guy's brother or cousin or brother or whatever, who is described as being the guy with the knives. He stabs people. That's his whole thing. And so he finds out that she's double-crossing them, and he tries to stab her, and they get into a big fight, and she gets the suit back, and she just leaves him to die. Like later on, a character is like, oh yeah, it was in self-defense, and it was like, no, you left him in a room that was about to be gassed with the door locked as he slowly suffocated to death. No, that wasn't self-defense. that was kind of a murder. But so she accidentally leaves back the thing that he gave her to help her get this cloak. He's like, don't leave it behind or lose it. Don't let this get connected back to me. I don't want people to find out like who I am, and I don't want to be associated with my dad. And so the police end up finding this thing that connects this murder to him, and he gets arrested and sent to jail. And the world finds out that he's Ezekiel Stane. He is Obadiah Stane's dad, and son. Yeah, he's Obadiah Stane's son. Sorry, and the world now hates him because they think now he's stained his dad's good legacy and his dad's good name, because they think that his dad is this philanthropist. So now he hates her and wants to kill her. So he goes to the hood.
Justifiably so.
Yeah, justifiably so. So she turns him into a bad guy, and he gets a bunch of the bionics or whatever, and converts himself into a like a supervillain, and goes to like kill her basically.
No, he's not a supervillain. He's trying to take down the supervillain.
Well, yeah, and so then he's
a hero.
What ends up happening is the bad guy hijacks his equipment and makes him try to kill innocent people. It turns out like he's the bad guy, and she feels bad about it, and they ultimately reconcile, and that's her arc through the thing, is learning to let people in and learning to be a better person. But the whole thing is like she's not a great person, and throughout it, there's a really fun character. Early on in the show, the big thing that's annoying is her going to Wakanda for the most part never comes back. Girl, Black Panther never shows up. Like there's one brief mention of Wakanda with the stuff happening in Wakanda, and that's kind of it. Until she uses this advanced Wakandan AI, where she uses it to scan her brain, and it creates an AI that's an exact replica, digital clone, basically, like has her memories of everything, of her dead best friend. And the AI clone, which is a sort of a reference to in the original comics, she's got an AI Tony Stark that follows her around. It's a reference to that. But she's really fun. She's really fun.
This show sounds really bad.
It's honestly the first 2 episodes are not very good, but like the back half, when it's an Iron Man show and it's about the inverse of Obadiah's the Stane Stark relationship of like or Ironmonger, like he is the opposite to his dad, and like it's an Iron Man versus Iron Man kind of show. Yeah, no, it's honestly kind of interesting because she is different to Tony Stark, and they contrast her to Tony Stark. There's so many moments that contrast her to Tony Stark excellently. When it's not trying to take shortcuts and skip important steps, and it's actually doing character stuff. Like the AI character is really funny. She's really fun. She has a lot of really great back and forth with Ironheart. That's really, really good. Where this show gets bad is the bad guy uses magic. So there's a bit early on where she just inexplicably has a friend who's a witch. Like she goes to visit this house, and like she brings the mom is she's into new age spiritual. She's like a Reiki kind of person. So she takes her to one of her friends, who is played by the woman who does the voice of from Rugrats, Little Susie.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's her. She's there, and she has this like holistic shop, and she goes to the daughter, and the daughter's like, "Oh, let me take you to this space," and she uses magic, and the Ironheart's mom is like, "What the fuck? Magic exists in this world? What the hell?" And I'm like, but everyone knows who Doctor Strange is. Doctor Strange is a well-known hero in this universe. What do you mean you don't know? Magic is an established thing in this universe. Your inability to suspend your disbelief is weird.
But is Doctor Strange a well-known magic?
Yes, magic is known in this. Yes, is known in this universe. Yes,
no,
it is absolutely.
Is Doctor Strange well-known?
Yes, post Endgame. Yes, he absolutely is.
What makes you say that?
Because everyone who within this universe, it's been established that everyone knows what happened in the war with Thanos. It is an established event. Like, everyone knows what happened. It's a thing that people know
Sure,
about.
they
Characters
know that
make references to stuff that happened in that ballot.
They know that a bunch of heroes went, but do they know that specifically
Yes.
Doctor Strange?
They know that Doctor
Have you
Strange...
seen it? Have you seen it on camera?
Well, no, but there's been enough references. Hold on, there's been enough references. Hold on,
don't know.
But there's been enough references to characters knowing to, at the very least, they know Wong and magic exist in that universe. Characters know that magic exists. Certainly, they would, because they would have it.
Sure, magic, yes, but I'm saying specifically Doctor Strange.
No. What I'm saying
is
is
they don't know everything that happened.
No. What I'm saying.
Let me finish. For example, they didn't know that Peter Parker was until he came back and was revealed.
Right. But my point
even
is
though
that
he had his mask off multiple times.
My point is that they know that magic exists in this universe. So her indignation or her surprise that magic. But to be fair, I will be fair. Hold on. Let me. To be fair, though, once. Like they don't act. Once they find out it's real, they don't act as though it's weird. Like, I will give it that credit. Like once Riri finds out that this is a magical cloak, like, there is a line that they go, well, aliens and shit and exist in this universe, so it is not an inherently out of pocket thing. It's just the mom being like, what, magic? I'm like, no, but half of the world that's where I'm saying, like, this show has a problem with the snap, where it's like, yeah, but half of your universe snap. From your perspective, that would be magic. From her perspective, that would look like magic. Like, they wouldn't distinguish that it's not magic, it's physics, but they wouldn't know that. So she would know that. But anyway, so this friend exists, and they go back to her a lot, and like there's a bunch of like shit happens in this because it has to happen in a story like this. So the best friend, the Riri's love interest, is the brother of the best friend, who is now a realistic AI, and he doesn't know that she exists, and he happens to meet her, and he's like, I want you to delete her because this is a violation of my sister's memory. And I'm like, I just feel like if you talk to it for like 5 minutes, you would probably have more of a softened opinion on this, but that's just me. But anyway, so she kills the brother, and so yeah, the Hood, and they hate her, and she gets defeated by Ezekiel Stain. The suit gets destroyed, whatever, and you think that the best friend is dead, and it turns out she's still around, the AI is still around, and they go back to this friend who has magic, and they try to imbue her new armor, because she's built new armor, with magic. So she tries to imbue it with magic so she can have magic armor, and that accidentally kills the AI friend. And she's like, I don't have time to compartmentalize. I have to compartmentalize this. I don't have time to deal with this. Magic broke this. Magic will fix this. And at the beginning of the episode, throughout the series, like, they've shown flashbacks to the main bad guy, and how he's like a small town crook, and something caused him to become really powerful and give him the Hood, and you think it's Dormammu. They keep saying Dormammu, and I'm like, it's just weird. Just in an in-universe, why you point out Wong wouldn't at least show up, but in the out-of-universe, like, why is it's like Stephen Strange involved in this? Dormammu is like his nemesis. It just kind of feels like he specifically would take some sort of involvement in this. And so then at the beginning of the last episode, Sacha Baron Cohen shows up, and he makes this deal with the main bad guy, and he's like, I'll give you power, and he's like, I want to be a king. Give me that, and whatever. And so yeah, so she powers up the armor with magic. She goes to fight him, and there's a big punch at the end where he turns into a weird demon thing, and they do a big punch, and like, some of the special effects look okay, like some of the action sequences are all right. I quite liked him as this bad guy, so I enjoyed him. He wasn't like mustache twirly evil. He was kind of had a bit more nuance to him. And so then, yeah, she takes away the cloak. That's what it is. She rips the cloak away from him. It's like, you can't have this. And he's like, you don't. And the entire time, the cloak has been like corrupting him and like causing this like scarring up all and down his back and all along his body. And it's slowly turning him into a demon or whatever. And yeah, she manages to get it away from him. He's like, no, you don't understand. When I don't wear this, it causes me like extreme pain, like unbelievable pain. Give it back. And she's like, no. And Sacha Baron Cohen appears to her, and it is like, I can do whatever you want. Like, I can make you big. You want to be big? You want to be bigger than Tony Stark? I can make you bigger than Tony Stark. And she's like, who are you? And he's like, I'm Mephisto. And it,
Oh snap!
and it's like, what is he doing in like, and like Sacha Baron Cohen is legit good as Mephisto. Like, I want to see him come back as Mephisto in a thing that's better than this, because he is legit unsettling. He is, the scenes with him are like uncomfortable and tense. Like, you feel like any moment he'll just obliterate you. Like, it is quality. It is a good performance. It is well done. Like I say, the scenes between him and Riri are really good. Like, they're genuinely good. And like, I just wish he was in a better show than this. Like, this would be better if it were a movie. Like any of these shows, if you cut out all of the fat out of this and made it into a tight 2-hour movie, this would be like way better. Like, way better. I've lost Jordan. Way better. Jordan, are you still there?
I'm having to switch over.
Oh, okay. But you can still hear me, right? Hold on. We're going to give Jordan a chance to switch over. His sound is going to take a dip in quality because I've let this run for too long. It's the season finale. It's big and busted. I just need Jordan to hear me. So yeah, Ironheart. Ironheart is okay. I'm gonna stall while Jordan's switching over to his Bluetooth headphones. I'm gonna stall. Yeah, it's 2 shows. It's a quite a decent Iron Man show, and it is a bad magic show. I just don't think the magic stuff works ultimately. I'm stalling.
Why won't you turn on?
I might have to wrap up the show without Jordan being able to hear me.
Talk.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm just about at the end anyway. Sacha Baron Cohen, Mephisto. Oh yeah, so then he goes back and forth with her, trying to make a deal, and yeah, she's sad because the AI who like she's become really good friends with has died basically, and so she makes a deal with him, and in between as she's making the deal, you see that the AI has seemingly come back to life, and she goes to touch her, and it's the actual best friend, and she's been brought back to life, and that's how the season ends. And then in the meantime, the bad guy, the Hood, he's gone to the friend looking for magic to try and get revenge, and they for some reason think they're getting a second season of this when it really wasn't all that well received and not many people watched it. It was sort of quasi okay, critically well received. The problem with this is all the negative reception I've seen to this all boil down to idiots who are racist. So I haven't seen any legitimate.
That sounds about right. I never had any interest in it. Though.
It like any of these shows is wildly unbalanced. There's stuff in there to like. I think you might have been more tolerant of it if it was a movie. But it's just to commit.
No, I don't think so, because it's just girl Iron Man.
But it's not. That's my whole point. It's not just girl Iron Man. She's completely different from Iron. Like that's kind of her whole deal. Like fans of her in the comics would get indignant if I were to. But no, her whole point is that she's not Iron Man.
Saying she's not Tony Stark is great. She's still just a girl Iron Man.
Oh, I mean, yeah.
She's a girl in an Iron Man suit. She's girl Iron Man.
I mean, but she's not Iron. That's my point. It's like, yeah, she may be a girl in an Iron Man suit.
What you're saying is she's not Tony Stark. I never said she was Tony Stark. I said she's just girl Iron Man.
No, but I mean, like, in terms of mantle-wise, superhero-wise, she's not Iron Man. Like, she has an Iron Man suit, yeah, sure. That's kind of the thing. But like her whole like really a closer like if you want girl Iron Man, a better example of girl Iron Man would be Rescue. You don't know who Rescue is, do you?
I don't know who that is.
You remember in Endgame, when Pepper Potts showed up in an Iron Man suit?
Yeah, that was also just girl Iron Man.
That's girl Iron Man. That is girl Rescue. That her superhero name is Rescue. She is girl Iron Man. But Ironheart, very specifically in her comic book origins and in this, the whole point to her is she's a reflection of Iron Man. Like, she is not Iron Man. That is the whole thesis of the show.
That's great.
Whether or not it works or not is debatable, but that is the point, is she is not Iron Man.
I just always saw her as a character who's not for me. She's not for me. She's not created for me. She's not meant for me.
The thing is, though, she will never come back. So.
I have no interest in her. So I was probably never going to watch her shit.
No, so. I only watched it for this. I would have never watched it. To be completely frank with you, the only reason why I watched it was for Mephisto. Because it was like, every week with WandaVision, it was like, oh, is that Mephisto? Oh, it's Mephisto. Mephisto's behind the whole thing. Remember when the whole TikTok had like worked itself? We were constantly theorizing, and we got let down by WandaVision because we all assumed it would be Mephisto. And then in the second episode, in the first episode of Loki, they mentioned some demon or whatever, and everyone once again went, what if it's Mephisto? Like, for the longest time, it was like, is Mephisto coming? When is Mephisto coming? So the fact that he finally showed up and it's in this show of all places, like, why this show? Why was this the place where, like, Mephisto is like a big deal?
Because they knew the character that they had the show about was otherwise not interesting, and they needed something to save it.
No, it's because they wanted to do this like thematic. It's that's how I'm gonna wrap this up. They wanted like, because in the last episode they tried to do this like, oh, it's technology versus magic and thing, but most of the show isn't that. Most of the show is her relationship to Ezekiel Stane and mistakes and like fixing your mistakes. It's not a magic versus technology thing, so it fundamentally just doesn't work. Like, this show would be way better if the bad guy was Ezekiel Stane and the hood was just a regular gang member, and it was like she did screw him over and send him to jail, and they made him into this villain, and it was a tragic story about how he became a villain and how he turned her into be a villain, and how like it's a subversion of the Obadiah Stane Tony Stark relationship, where Tony Stark doesn't want to create weapons and wants to create a protective suit of armor, and Ezekiel Stane just wants to make weapons. Well, she wants to make weapons, and he just wants to not make, like, he wants to be good. Like, I think as a parallel to those characters, it really works, but it gets buried under all this magic nonsense that makes the show incoherent and not work. And yeah, it's just, again, this feels like a sequel to a thing I never saw. It's trying to skip steps. And I think this is I think this is the lesson they're learning. I think this is the remnants to tie this all together and to finally end this season 4, to end season 4 of the show. I think they're learning it with Fantastic Four. They've learned their lesson and being like, we can't skip steps. We have to do a foundation. There needs to be a foundation. Even if it's just a 5-minute montage of having a talk show host explain to you what their deal is. You can't come into a story part way. In the MCU anyway. You can't just skip over. You have to, in order for it to work, you have to take the time to work on these characters. Because, yeah, for most of this, for the first 2 episodes, it was frustrating.
Certainly for the not so well known ones,
yeah,
like Girl Iron Man.
Like, to me, this is most comparable to a much better version of this is Miss Marvel. Miss Marvel is a much better version of this, is what I would say. Like, she is too capable. She doesn't, like, her struggles in terms of building the Iron Man suit. She's already built a perfectly functional Iron Man suit. She builds 3 perfectly functional Iron Man suits like they're nothing. And it's just, yeah, there isn't enough setup to her ability to do that. She could just kind of already do that. Like I say, it's a lot of telling me and not showing me, if that makes sense.
It does.
I cannot say as to whether or not you would enjoy this, but it would be interesting to like, yeah, for this. I would only ever ask you to watch it for this, but even then, I don't know that I'd ever want to come back to talking about this again. Maybe the only way I would is if Mephisto comes back. If Mephisto comes back, then I'd be like, you should go see where this originates. That would be the only way I would. Otherwise, I'd be like, you could skip this. Like, if like, what's bizarre about bringing in Mephisto at this point is you did the One More Day storyline already. Like, that's the whole reason to have Mephisto.
Or Ghost Rider.
Or Ghost Rider. Like, yeah. Oh, I guess, yeah, maybe if they bring in if they do a Ghost Rider movie and Sacha Baron Cohen is in it as Mephisto, I'd be down for that. But that would be the only spot I'd be like, you should go check out Ironheart to see. And even then, you could probably watch the scenes with him on YouTube. But they're good. They're legit good. He's legit good as Mephisto. Like, it is quite good. It's surprisingly good casting. It's just weird it's in this show. But that's it. There is no assignment for next week, folks, because this is the season finale. This is it. That's it for season 4, everybody. I just before we wrap up and we do the end of show plugs, I need to thank everyone as always who came on this season. Haley, Jake. I don't know if Adam and Amanda, if that was this season. I'm pretty sure that was this season.
I think that was this season.
Was that this season or was that last season? We did 18 episodes this season, which is crazy. We're almost...
Yeah, I think that was this season because it would have been after Mexico.
Yeah. It would have been after Mexico. So yeah, so it was definitely this season. Thank you to them. We want to get them back again. Hopefully in the future. They were really fun. Jake will always come back. Our 100th episode is coming out, so let us know what you want to see for our 100th episode, what we should do. I'm kind of thinking about going back to top 100 because Jordan made the point that is just, that just makes sense. It just lines up. But yeah, we're gonna be back. We're gonna be off next week. But fear not. This Sunday we will have a special bonus video. Me and Jordan, we're gonna do a quick bonus video talking about this coming week's news that will go up on Sunday. I'm still gonna have videos coming out all this week. You may see some classic spur of the moment videos coming out, but we're still gonna have 7 videos coming out all next week. And then the show will be back the week after. We will be back with anime. I don't know if anyone's gonna be here. It might just be me and Jordan. We'll see. We'll see if anyone will be interested enough to stop by and talk about some anime. And then after that, we will be going back to Tokusatsu. Once again for Tokusatsu Part 4. I was going to end Tokusatsu, but it is our most successful series. So we're going to be coming back to that. The challenge is going to be Jordan is going to pick one for me. I'm going to pick one for Jordan. Jordan, I'm going to ask that you start thinking about that today because I'd like to get a jump on that next week. I'm probably going to give you yours today so you can get a jump on yours as well. So we don't have to squeeze it all into 1 week. We can take 2 weeks to do it.
I understand.
So I want you to start thinking about that. And then we're going to be taking our rapid fires from some user suggestions. It's going to be our first user suggested episode, heavily user suggested episode. I'm really excited for that. I'm excited for next season. Jordan, before we skip out for this season, what do you want to do in season 5? Is there anything you want to do in season 5? Do you have any big dreams for season 5?
I'm not sure, but more animation is always fun.
More animation. I want to do some more picking actors. I love doing those. Picking directors. I think I
still feel like one of these days one of these weeks we should do that foreign film one that we constantly talk about.
That one's tough. That one's going to require effort. We're going to probably do a professional wrestling episode. All sorts of stuff coming next year. Hopefully, we're always looking for people. If you want to come on the show, we're always growing. We're always expanding. I want to thank. That's what I wanted to thank. I want to thank everyone who's joined us recently. We jumped up like over 130 subscribers in the past 3-4 months.
Thanks.
We jumped up way more subscribers in the past since the beginning of this year than we did in the entire year last year. We are ever growing. We are ever learning. We are ever improving.
Expanding.
And we're ever expanding. We want to make this show bigger. I know that there is space out there. I know that there is an audience out there for us. So yeah, it's a hit like, hit subscribe, hit comment. The more you like, the more you subscribe, the more you like, the more you comment, the more people see us. And I know that there's an audience out there for us. I know that we will grow as a podcast. We will do seasons 5, 6, 7, but we will be back. You stuck around to the ending credits. This is our post credit scene. Justin and Jordan will return for season 5. We will be returning.
Yes, we will.
We will be returning for season 5. We will be back. We will be excited to be back. But also, I am kind of excited to have a week off. Although it's not really a week off because it's going to be preparing for the show to come back. But Jordan, where can the people find you normally?
I do Minecraft Mondays on Twitch, Zethgore187, and usually I do this podcast on the weekends.
I don't think Jordan's gonna miss a Minecraft Monday. Although maybe you will. It depends, I guess, on what time we get home on Monday.
Yeah, only time will tell.
Only time will tell. You can find the show on TikTok, Spur the Moment P. We put clips up there. You can find me on TikTok. I'm Justin Spurr. I've been pivoting to more politically based content because all of my movie based opinions wind up here, and I don't like repeating myself. So my content there tends to be a bit more political. This Wednesday, I'm gonna self promote. I never self promote, but this Wednesday, me and Jake and maybe Eric. I don't know if Eric is gonna be there, but certainly at least me and Jake. We're gonna talk about the new South Park episode and how that's been wild. That's gonna be fun. So you can come hang out with us there. They have way more subscribers than we do. You can email the show. It's justinsbusiness@gmail.com. If you just want to tell me anything or send me anything or have me sell anything or have me promote anything. We'll promote anything. We don't even have to get paid for it. We'll promote it. We'll shout it out. You can join the Discord. You can join the Patreon if you would like to. If you want to be on the show, it helps me. I have a Google form that helps me out. You can fill that out. And I think that's it. Thank you, everybody. We got up to 6 viewers today. That was rad. 7, 8. I think at one point we were at 8. So thank you.
At one point we were at 8.
Thank you to everyone who stuck it out for this whole extra long season finale of the show. That's what I was gonna say. Hang out here again. 7 videos a week. Hit subscribe. Hit like. Leave a comment. Later today, maybe tomorrow. If you missed it earlier, that Fantastic Four review is going to come out. So that will probably come out tomorrow. I think I'm going to push it till tomorrow. Maybe it'll go up today. I don't know. Regardless, that's coming soon. Stay tuned. 7 videos a week, everybody. That's my output. Have a good day, everybody. We'll see you in 2 weeks. We'll see you all in. You'll see us in a week, but we'll be camping then. We won't see you until 2 weeks. Bye, everybody.